welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. On a typical Saturday morning, a mishap occurred that shattered the tranquility of my bathroom. The mirror, a faithful companion in the dimly lit space for years, suddenly lay in pieces on the tiled floor, reflecting a chaotic scene of destruction. As I stood there, captivated by the cruel beauty of the glass shards catching the light, a feeling of loss crept over me, unsettling and unexpected. Cleaning up the mess became a meticulous and nerve-wracking task. I handled each shard with caution, mindful of their sharp edges, and meticulously swept up the tiny fragments into a dustpan. Once satisfied that the floor was clear of any lingering remnants, I disposed of the broken mirror and focused on finding a replacement. While inconvenient, I believed resolving the issue would be a simple task. I opted for a sleek, modern design to breathe new life into the space and ordered a replacement mirror online. Several days later, the new mirror arrived, accompanied by a peculiar encounter with the delivery driver. His swift departure after handing over the package left behind a sense of unease, almost as if he carried a hidden message within his fleeting smile. Unwrapping the mirror revealed its pristine surface, untouched by the chaos of its predecessor. Nestled within the packaging was a small note from the delivery service. "Hope this one doesn't crack." The nonchalant yet eerie message sent a shiver down my spine, hinting at something more ominous beneath the surface. Despite the unsettling note, I proceeded to mount the new mirror on the wall, admiring its reflective allure that illuminated the bathroom with a newfound radiance. In the following days, a subtle but persistent sensation began to haunt me whenever I gazed into the mirror. A feeling of being watched, unseen eyes peering back at me through the glass, sent a chill down my spine with each glance. Initially dismissing it as a figment of my imagination, the unease gradually intensified, casting a shadow of fear over my daily routine. Avoiding the mirror became a conscious effort, and even when I dared to look, a sense of foreboding lingered in the reflection. One evening, driven by curiosity and a growing sense of dread, I revisited the spot where the old mirror had hung. An exhaustive search of the area with a flashlight revealed no trace of glass debris, except for a mysterious dark smudge in the corner that defied identification. As I meticulously cleaned every inch of the room, my thoughts circled back to the cryptic note, its seemingly innocent words now laden with a sinister undertone. Was there more to this unsettling chain of events than met the eye? That night, plagued by haunting dreams of shadowy figures lurking behind the mirror, I awoke in a cold sweat. The boundary between reality and nightmare blurred. Seeking solace and understanding, I confided in friends and family, only to be met with dismissive reassurances of an overactive imagination. Undeterred, I sought the guidance of a local paranormal investigator, hoping to unravel the mystery that plagued my thoughts. The investigator's thorough examination of the mirror and the bathroom yielded no tangible evidence of the supernatural, offering a rational explanation for the escalating fear. While their conclusion provided some semblance of relief, the lingering unease persisted, a subtle reminder of the power of suggestion and the fragility of the human mind. Gradually, with deliberate effort, I confronted my fears head-on, facing the mirror and its unsettling presence with newfound resilience. The note and fragments of the old mirror remained tucked away, serving as poignant reminders of a lesson learned. The true source of fear often lies within ourselves. The mirror, once a harbinger of unease, reclaimed its place on the wall as a symbol of triumph over irrational dread. The shadows that once haunted my reflection faded into obscurity, and the imagined eyes that watched me from beyond the glass dissolved into the realm of forgotten fears. In the end, the journey was not about the mirror eye self, but a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that our deepest fears are often the creations of our own minds. Story 2. The initial message arrived on a somber Tuesday morning, nestled among a sea of spam and promotional emails. Its subject line, innocuously brief, "We need to talk." Without much expectation, I clicked open the email, only to feel a plummeting sensation in my stomach as I absorbed the chilling words within. "Hello, my name. I've been observing you. I possess knowledge about you that you'd rather keep hidden. Should you defy my demands, I shall ensure your deepest secrets are laid bare." The message bore no signature, only a peculiar, unfamiliar symbol. Enclosed was a photo capturing me exiting my apartment, captured from a distance. Someone had been watching. Fear gripped me tightly. I meticulously combed through the remainder of my inbox, yet found no further clues. Was this a sick prank or something far more sinister? The idea of involving the authorities crossed my mind, but uncertainty held me back. The message was cryptic. No clear ultimatum, no evident wrongdoing. Perhaps it was best to disregard it. The following day brought a second email, leaving no room for ambiguity. It divulged intensely personal details, specifics regarding my mother's recent ailment and a family excursion we had been planning, information privy to only a select few. Transfer $10,000 to this offshore account within 48 hours, or I will lay everything bare. The attachment was even more harrowing, a compilation of private messages, snapshots from my social media profiles, and even a scanned document from my personal records. They had breached into my life in ways that bewildered me. Frantically, I sought out the authorities. An investigation was launched, but progress halted swiftly. The email's IP address had been masked through numerous proxies, leaving no digital trail. "It could be anyone," the detective grimly remarked. "Exercise caution." But caution proved insufficient. The emails persisted, each one more invasive and menacing than the last. They possessed knowledge of my daily routine, tracked my movements, and referenced private discussions held within the confines of my own home. The realization that someone could peer into my life with such clarity sent shivers down my spine. One message harbored a video. An involuntary gasp escaped me as I initiated playback. The grainy footage depicted me in slumber within my own bed, entirely oblivious. The accompanying caption read, "We're closer than you think." My sense of security crumbled. Sleep eluded me, relaxation a foreign concept. Every creak of the floorboards resembled a footfall. Every shadow appeared animate. I installed security cameras, reinforced locks, and sought refuge with friends, yet the messages pursued me relentlessly. Then arrived the most appalling demand to date. Infiltrate the secure facility at 12th and Main. Retrieve the files marked Project Solace. Fail, and your family's darkest secret will be divulged. I felt ensnared, bound by imperceptible chains. Resistance meant destroying lives. Compliance meant committing a transgression. I grappled with the insurmountable dilemma, seeing no exit. Desperation eclipsed rationale. Fueled by fear and instinct for survival, I meticulously devised the break-in plan. Late into the night, cloaked in dark attire, I slipped into the secure facility. My heart thudded in my chest as I navigated the dimly lit corridors. Each sound reverberated, every shadow a potential threat. After what seemed an eternity, I located the dossier. Seizing it, I fled, heart racing, yet the emails persisted. The blackmailer remained relentless, their demands escalating. The subsequent task was personal, sabotaging a public event where I was slated to speak. Executing such an act would decimate my career, besmirch my reputation, and sever me from my professional network. But once more, the alternative appeared graver. I felt akin to a marionette in a twisted play. My life was no longer mine to control. Then came the call. An obscured number, my hand trembled as I answered. "Hello." The voice on the other end was distorted yet oddly familiar. chillingly detached. "You've performed admirably thus far," they articulated smoothly. But our business is far from concluded. A memory flickered, something about the tone, the cadence. It was someone I recognized, someone I had confided in. My breath hitched as realization dawned. "It's you." Silence. Then a deliberate, sardonic chuckle. "Took you long enough." Days later, I confronted them, armed with the scant evidence I had amassed. They attempted denial, but their facade swiftly crumbled under pressure. Driven by guilt and dread of exposure, they eventually confessed. It was an individual from my inner circle, a friend poisoned by envy, bitterness, and a hunger for dominance. They had orchestrated the entire nightmare, exploiting my trust and accessing my personal life. The authorities were able to intervene at last, apprehending them on multiple charges. As the truth unfurled, I unraveled the extent of their deceit, how they had surveilled me for months, infiltrated my devices, and manipulated events from the shadows. Even post-arrest, the repercussions lingered. The betrayal cut deeper than the transgressions themselves. Trusting anyone felt insurmountable, and my abode, my refuge, served as a stark reminder of how effortlessly my life had been invaded. Seeking solace in therapy, I painstakingly reconstructed my fractured sense of security. I fortified my online defenses, altered every password, and restricted access to my personal data. Time dulled the jagged edges of fear, yet the scars endured. The ordeal rendered me hyper-aware, eternally vigilant of the delicate balance between privacy and exposure. Embedded within, though, I discovered resilience. They aimed to shatter me, but I endured, and I vowed never to allow anyone to wield such dominion over me again. Story 3. It was a cool autumn evening when I first sensed the unsettling shifts in my world. The leaves rustled beneath my feet as I strolled along the well-trodden path leading to my abode, the sky a tapestry of rich oranges and deep purples. My faithful companion Max trotted beside me, his tail swaying in rhythm with my strides. The atmosphere was tranquil, a serene conclusion to an average day. Little did I realize it was the quiet before the storm. The following dawn, I awoke to a hush. Max's usual spot lay empty, his customary morning bark absent. Initially, I assumed he was off on one of his explorations within the house, but as I called out to him, the stillness felt weightier, more suffocating. Panic crept in. I scoured every nook and cranny of the house, my voice growing hoarse from calling his name. Hours slipped by in a whirlwind of frantic searching and desperate calls to neighbors. Just as despair began to settle in, I caught sight of him down the lane. Relief washed over me, and I hastened towards him, my heart racing. However, as I knelt to stroke him, something caught my eye. Max wasn't wearing his usual worn red collar. Instead, a thick, vintage leather band encircled his neck. Adorned with intricate carvings, a brass nameplate gleamed on the front. A knot formed in my stomach as I reached for it, my fingers brushing against a small note rolled and tied with twine. With trembling hands I unfurled the paper. The uneven script appeared rushed, almost frantic. "I have seen what you have chosen to ignore. Your haven is not as secure as you believe. Beware of the hidden truth beneath your cozy existence." My heart raced as I read the cryptic words again. What hidden truth? What peril lurked within my dwelling? And who was this enigmatic R privy to so much about my life? I scrutinized the collar more closely. The blank brass nameplate sent a chilling message, as if it was meant to convey a silent warning. The carvings on the leather seemed ancient, deliberate patterns tinged with foreboding. Max appeared unharmed, though unusually subdued. He didn't flinch as I removed the collar and inspected him artfully. No wounds, no signs of distress, yet a disquiet remained. Determined to unravel the mystery, I resolved to retrace Max's steps from the previous night. I traversed the streets where I had found him, my gaze scanning for any clue. The usually comforting neighborhood now exuded an unseen tension. The path led me to the nearby park, a familiar haunt for Max and me. There a man sat on a bench. His eyes flitted nervously as he glanced at me, and though his visage seemed familiar, I couldn't place him. "Excuse me," I said, steadying my voice. "Have you witnessed anything unusual here? My dog disappeared last night and returned with this peculiar collar." The man's eyes widened. He fidgeted with his hands, avoiding my gaze. "I know nothing of a collar," he mumbled, "but be cautious. Things are not always as they appear." His cryptic words sent a shiver down my spine. Thanking him, I walked away, my mind swirling. What had happened to Max? Who was R? And how did they possess such insight into my life? Back at home, I meticulously combed through the house, overturning every piece of furniture, scrutinizing hidden corners, and searching for anything amiss. Yet everything seemed normal. The familiar setting, the comforting disorder of daily life, all seemed like a facade concealing something unseen. Nevertheless, the sensation of being observed persisted, an invisible weight pressing down on me. In the ensuing days, the eerie feeling never fully faded. I kept a vigilant eye on Max, observing for any signs of distress or odd behavior. He appeared to have reverted to his usual self, frolicking around the house as if nothing had occurred. However, the collar remained, tucked away in a drawer, its ominous message a constant reminder of the unanswered queries that plagued me. Who was R? What did they mean by a secret buried within my life? I couldn't shake the feeling that my once safe sanctuary had transformed into something else, a stage for a dark game I couldn't comprehend. Though normalcy tentatively returned, the memory of that mysterious note and the unsettling collar lingered. The sense of security and ease I had always associated with my home had been supplanted by doubt and unease. And as the autumn leaves continued their descent, I couldn't escape the notion that this was merely the inception. Story 4. It was a serene Tuesday evening, the world around me quiet and calm, as I settled in after a long day of endless meetings and paperwork. The promise of a peaceful night, filled with dinner and my favorite show, beckoned me. But as I reached for my phone to unwind, a sudden chill gripped me. Notifications flooded my screen, not the usual work updates or social media pings, but messages from my own contacts, each one more unsettling than the last. Sarah's message, tinged with concern, asked if I was safe, mentioning words I hadn't uttered. Dave received a cryptic warning, hinting at past events that only a select few knew about. My heart quickened, a sense of unease settling in as I realized my phone had been breached. Someone, somewhere, had infiltrated my private world, using my own contacts to spread fear. Attempting to call Sarah and Dave for reassurance only led to dead ends, a silent void where my voice should have been. It was as though a shadow had cast over my life, cutting me off from those I held dear. Alone and bewildered, I turned to my laptop, hoping to explain through emails, but fate had a different plan. A mysterious email, blank subject line, unknown sender, sat in my inbox, daring me to open it. Against my better judgment, I clicked, revealing a link that led me down a rabbit hole of my own existence, a digital archive brimming with personal details, a voyeuristic display of my life. "You're being watched. This is just the beginning," the message declared, sending shivers down my spine. The intruder wasn't content with mere surveillance. They were stalking me, unraveling the fabric of my privacy with each passing moment. Panic set in, a feeling of helplessness washing over me. Desperate, for clarity, I reached out to my phone provider, only to be met with delays and promises of a lengthy investigation. Meanwhile, the messages persisted, each one more menacing than the last, hinting at a presence lurking just beyond my sight. Locks were checked, security measures tightened, yet the feeling of being under constant scrutiny lingered, an invisible hand tracing my every move. Seeking aid from the authorities brought little solace, their words of caution echoing in the void of uncertainty. In a last-ditch effort to reclaim my life, I enlisted the help of a cybersecurity expert, Alex, a beacon of hope in a sea of darkness. Together we delved into the digital abyss, unraveling the threads of deception woven around me. Nights blurred into days, paranoia gnawing at my sanity as we navigated the treacherous landscape of cyber espionage. And then, a breakthrough, a revelation hidden in the digital shadows. The hacker's pattern, meticulously timed messages, hinted at a vulnerability, a flaw in their meticulously crafted web of deceit. A risky gambit was devised, a bait laid out to lure the unseen adversary into the open. A response came swiftly, a chilling promise of consequences, but also a crack in the facade of anonymity. Alex traced the faint trail left behind, a faint glimmer of hope in a murky sea of deception. With law enforcement now on high alert, the hunt intensified, leading us to a remote server shrouded in secrecy. The perpetrator, a solitary figure consumed by a thirst for control, was unmasked, their digital reign of terror brought to an end. Relief washed over me, mingling with a sense of lingering dread. Though the immediate danger had passed, the scars of violation remained, a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy in the digital age. Passwords were changed, defenses fortified, but the sense of vulnerability lingered, a silent specter in the corner of my consciousness. I emerged from the ordeal changed, battle-worn yet resilient, a guardian of my own digital fortress. In a world where shadows dance in the glow of screens, I learned that safety is not a given but a constant struggle, a battle waged in the unseen realms of cyberspace. And so I remain vigilant, a sentinel against the encroaching darkness, ever watchful, ever ready to defend my digital sanctuary. Story 5. It started on a regular Tuesday morning, the sun casting a soft glow through the curtains as I sifted through the pile of mail on my kitchen counter. Among the usual bills and advertisements, a subtle glimmer caught my eye. A plain, unmarked envelope peeked out from behind a colorful magazine. My name, elegantly written in looping script, adorned the front with no indication of the sender. Curiosity piqued, I opened the envelope to find a single puzzle piece nestled inside. The image depicted a weathered house, entwined with vines and shadowed by skeletal trees. There was a strange familiarity to the scene, a distant memory tugging at the corners of my mind. Intriguingly, on the back of the piece, a cryptic message was inscribed in flowing ink. You remember this, but you don't remember why. Brushing it off as a peculiar prank, I set the puzzle piece aside and carried on with my day, the enigmatic message lingering at the edge of my thoughts. But the following morning, another envelope appeared, containing a second puzzle piece. This time, it portrayed a cluttered desk adorned with yellowed letters and faded photographs, each whispering untold stories of the past. The message on this piece simply stated, "Piece by piece, you'll remember." As the days unfolded, more puzzle pieces arrived, each unveiling a different fragment of the same eerie tableau, a dimly lit study frozen in time, dust-laden furniture, and a cracked family portrait bearing silent witness to forgotten secrets. With each new piece, a sense of disquiet settled over me, like a half-remembered dream slipping through my grasp. Weeks turned into months, and still the puzzle pieces arrived without explanation, urging me to uncover the hidden truth that they held. Unable to resist their silent call any longer, I cleared a space at my dining table and began to piece them together. As the disparate fragments merged, they revealed a hauntingly detailed study room. The same desk, the same faded portrait, and a leather-bound book standing ominously at the center, its pages whispering of mysteries long forgotten. The more I gazed upon the completed puzzle, the more the tendrils of recognition tightened around my heart, though the origin of this familiarity remained elusive. Then, just as I thought the enigma couldn't deepen any further, a final envelope arrived. Inside lay the last piece of the puzzle, and a typed letter bearing a chilling directive. "You've done well. Now you must understand. The house in the puzzle belonged to someone dear to you, someone who vanished under mysterious circumstances. The answers lie within the pages of the book. Find it, and the truth will be revealed." Frozen in disbelief, my pulse quickened as the weight of the revelation settled over me. This was no mere game or jest. It was a portal to a past shrouded in shadows and half-truths. My thoughts turned to my family, seeking connections and echoes of a past long buried beneath layers of silence. That evening, I sought solace in the familiar presence of my parents, laying out the completed puzzle and the cryptic letter before them. A shared glance passed between them, laden with unspoken truths. My mother's voice trembled as she traced a finger along the edge of the puzzle, her gaze distant. "That house," she murmured, her tone laden with sorrow. "It belonged to your Aunt Margaret before she vanished." A chill swept through me at the mention of Aunt Margaret, a figure cloaked in mystery and whispered secrets from my childhood. The truth of her disappearance had always been veiled in ambiguity, a departure marked by silence and unanswered questions. "And the book," my father interjected, his voice heavy with remembrance. "Margaret was a collector of old tomes, but that one, it held more than stories. It held a legacy of our family, secrets that she had uncovered before she vanished." Driven by a mix of dread and determination, I embarked on a journey to uncover the truth shrouded within the enigmatic puzzle. Guided by the puzzle's clues, I found myself standing before Aunt Margaret's abandoned home, its facade weathered and overgrown, a silent sentinel of forgotten tales. With a deep breath, I pushed open the creaking door, stepping into a realm frozen in time. The interior mirrored the puzzle's depiction with eerie precision, dust-laden relics of a past left undisturbed. My flashlight cast long shadows as I navigated through the dimly lit rooms, until I reached the desk immortalized in the puzzle. There, amidst the faded documents and weathered books, lay the object of my quest, the leather-bound tome beckoning me with its secrets waiting to be unveiled. With trembling hands, I opened its weathered pages, each line a whisper from the past, each word a thread connecting me to Aunt Margaret's enigmatic legacy. Within the journal's faded ink, I delved into a world of hidden truths and ancestral betrayals, each revelation unraveling a tapestry of darkness that had long shrouded my family's history. Aunt Margaret's words spoke of forbidden knowledge, of a curse lurking within the shadows of the house, waiting to be unleashed. Before I could comprehend the weight of her confessions, a rustling sound pierced the stillness, sending shivers down my spine. I turned, heart pounding, but the house remained silent, its secrets echoing in the empty corridors. Clutching the journal to my chest, I fled into the night, the weight of the past heavy upon my shoulders. The house loomed behind me, a specter of forgotten memories and unspoken truths, its secrets laid bare but far from understood. Returning home, I secured the journal within a locked chest, its contents a testament to the darkness that had haunted my family for generations. The puzzle pieces, once mere fragments of a cryptic game, now held the key, to a legacy steeped in shadows and secrets. Aunt Margaret's disappearance was no longer a mystery, but a haunting truth waiting to be unraveled. The past, with its whispered echoes and veiled revelations, beckoned me to delve deeper, to uncover the untold chapters of a story long forgotten. The puzzle, it seemed, was far from complete, a mystery yet to be solved in the depths of time. Story 6. The hushed melody of the ringing phone echoed once more, breaking through the tranquil air of my living room. With a furrowed brow, I glanced at the screen, recognizing the persistent number with an unfamiliar area code. Weeks had passed since these calls began their haunting dance. Initially shrouded in eerie silence, they had since transformed into unsettling narratives about my own existence, whispered in a voice foreign to my ears. This was no mere prank. It was a sinister unveiling of my daily life. With a racing heart, I hesitated before accepting the call, my voice steady though tension gripped my words. "Hello?" I uttered into the void, met only with the subtle echo of breath on the other end. As I disconnected, my skin tingled with unease, my gaze fixed on the screen in search of answers that remained elusive. The number, etched into my memory, persisted despite my efforts to block it. I had confided in friends and family, hoping for solace, yet none could shed light on this enigma. Determined to cast aside the disquieting thoughts, I drifted to the kitchen, finding solace in the rhythmic motions of brewing tea. Amidst the familiar hum of the kettle, a small unmarked box beckoned from the counter, its presence a whisper against the clamor of the unknown. Heart aflutter, I opened it with trembling hands, revealing a silver bracelet adorned with a mysterious design. Holding it aloft, I scrutinized the intricate engravings, foreign yet strangely intimate. But what sent shivers down my spine was the realization that this bracelet mirrored a passing desire shared only in passing conversation with a dear friend months ago, a detail safeguarded from the world. Placing the bracelet aside, my thoughts spiraled as I grappled with the implications of its appearance. Later that evening, whilst tidying my chamber, another enigma unraveled before me. A pair of luxuriant leather gloves, a rich hue of dark brown, exuded elegance beyond my acquisitions. I had never possessed such finery, nor had I breathed a word of them to another soul. Anxiety gripped me. Who left these tokens within my domain, and by what sorcery did they infiltrate my sanctuary? The gifts persisted, each item tailored to my tastes, yet foreign to my possessions. A designer scarf cascaded over the sofa, a deluxe coffee maker graced the kitchen counter, each accompanied by a cryptic note. Embrace the warmth. One inscription beckoned, while another urged, savor the finer brew. Signed with a singular initial, A. Fearing the unseen benefactor, I fortified my abode with vigilant eyes, security cameras vigilant in their watch. Yet each dawn, the footage bore no trace of intrusion, no sign of forced entry. The items materialized as if by enchantment, eluding the lens and confounding reason. Authorities, sympathetic but powerless, could offer little aid without tangible proof. I meticulously documented each visitation, yearning for a clue amidst the enigma. One fateful eve, as I pored over my records, the phone sang its haunting tune once more. The same number. Trembling, I answered the call. "Hello?" I ventured, my voice a fragile thread. This time, a voice replied, poised and disconcertingly calm. "Good evening," it greeted, a chill slithering down my spine. "I trust you find pleasure in the gifts." Panic seized me. "Who are you? What do you desire?" I implored, met with a soft chuckle on the other end. "A friend seeking your happiness," the voice murmured. "Your refined tastes beckon the best, and I aim to provide. Should you wish to unravel this enigma, a meeting can be arranged. Until then, relish the surprises." The line fell silent, leaving me ensnared in a macabre theater where audience and pawn were one. Driven by a thirst for truth, I delved into the minutiae of the offerings, the notes, the calls. Days melted into sleepless nights, consumed by a quest for understanding. With each puzzle piece, the sender's insight into my life grew unsettlingly accurate. A rainy twilight unveiled the most disquieting gift yet, an ornate mirror, a silent sentinel in my sanctum. Its ornate frame gleamed in the shadows, a folded note nestled within its embrace. Quivering, I unfurled the message. The mirror reflects not only the present, but the shadows of the bygone. Meet me at the midnight hour, where past and present intertwine. The enigmatic summons beckoned, its cryptic riddle weaving threads of remembrance. Steeled with resolve, the nebulous unease now honed into a spear of determination. I readied myself for the impending confrontation. Midnight drew near, the moment of reckoning at hand. Yet a haunting question lingered in the recesses of my mind. Was I stepping into a trap, or unfurling the veils of a mystery that had ensnared my very existence? Story 7. It all started with a note. I can vividly recall that crisp autumn day, the golden leaves dancing along the sidewalk as I made my way back home from work. Exhausted yet anticipating a peaceful evening, a small envelope caught my eye, nestled under my door. No return address, just my name elegantly penned on the front. Intrigued and slightly flattered by this unexpected gesture, I picked it up and entered my home. The letter was from a reader of my blog, filled with warmth and admiration for my recent post on the complexities of modern relationships. Their words flowed like poetry, yet beneath the surface there lurked a subtle edge that left me unsettled. Dismissing it as mere paranoia, I continued with my evening routine. With a modest following, it wasn't uncommon for readers to reach out. A week later, another note found its way to me. This time it felt more personal. The writer mentioned intricate details of my daily life, how they noticed my Wednesday walks to the coffee shop, my preference for cappuccinos, and my favorite spot by the window. The letter ended with a hopeful wish of bumping into me someday. A flicker of unease crept over me. How did they know these intimate details? I tried to rationalize it, assuming they might have seen me at the cafe or recognized me from my blog. Yet the idea of being observed without my knowledge sent shivers down my spine. As the weeks passed, the notes increased in frequency. The writer's observations became more detailed, almost invasive. They described my apartment layout with unsettling precision, mentioning the photos on my walls, the books on my shelves, and even the struggling plant by my window. Initially, I entertained the thought of a prank, but the accuracy of their descriptions, details only someone inside my home could know, filled me with dread. The turning point came when the letters delved into my personal life, referencing my friends and family. One note recounted a recent conversation with my best friend Maria about her upcoming move. Another detailed a phone call with my mom discussing plans for my birthday. How could this stranger possess such intimate knowledge? Anxiety gnawed at me with each passing letter. Seeking solace, I confided in Julia, a trusted friend in law enforcement. Alarmed by the situation, she advised me to meticulously document everything and look for patterns. "We'll get to the bottom of this," she assured me. The subsequent letter I received was chilling. "Watch your every step and be cautious of whom you trust," it ominously warned. Julia insisted on taking precautions. I altered my routines, avoided my usual coffee haunt, and refrained from sharing personal details online. Despite my efforts, the letters persisted. Then came the map. Arriving in an unmarked envelope like its predecessors, it displayed my apartment and other frequented locations, my grocery store, my gym. At the map's bottom, scrawled in crimson ink, were the words, "Closer than yo, you think." Trembling, I contacted Julia, who urged me to file a police report. The authorities took the matter seriously, increasing surveillance in my vicinity and advising caution. However, lacking tangible proof, their hands were tied. The letters dwindled in frequency but grew darker in content. Cryptic messages and taunts hinted at an intimate knowledge of my deepest fears, suffocating me in a web of terror. One evening, a shadow loomed outside my window, sending my heart into a frenzy as I dialed 911. By the time the police arrived, the figure had vanished into thin air. A thorough search yielded no clues of any intruder. The following day, the last letter arrived, bearing a distant photograph of me at my desk, engrossed in blogging. Beneath it, a haunting line, "I'm always watching. Remember that." That letter shattered me. Overwhelmed by fear and invasion of privacy, I packed my belongings and sought refuge in a new neighborhood. The relocation was draining, yet it offered a semblance of peace as I settled into my new abode. The letters ceased post-move, enveloping me in a blanket of silence. Though comforting, the sense of being watched lingered, casting a shadow of paranoia over my tranquility. The ordeal had reshaped me, instilling caution in my blogging endeavors. It taught me the significance of safeguarding my privacy and the resilience born from seeking help when darkness draws near. Those letters etched a haunting chapter in my life, a stark reminder of how easily our vulnerabilities can be exploited by unseen forces. Yet they also imparted a valuable lesson on the delicate balance between public engagement and personal safety. Story 8. In the quiet of the night, the mystery of my vanished neighbor, Robert, began to weigh on my mind. His absence, once brushed off as a simple departure, now echoed through the empty corridors of our building. Robert, with his gentle smile and antique clocks ticking away the hours, had left behind a void that I couldn't ignore. The police's nonchalant explanation did little to ease my growing unease. There was something more to this disappearance, a truth waiting to be unveiled. Robert had always been a solitary figure, his apartment a fortress of solitude that beckoned no visitors. The day the management declared his dwelling forsaken, a whisper of curiosity tugged at my sleeve. I needed to know what had become of him, to unravel the enigma that was Robert. Under the guise of a missed rent note, I obtained the spare key and ventured into his silent abode. The air was heavy with stillness, as if time itself had frozen within those walls. Dust-covered relics and untouched books painted a picture of a life abruptly paused. And there, on a desk in the corner, lay a stack of letters and photographs, a silent testament to a life left behind. Amongst the yellowed papers, a letter addressed to me in Robert's elegant script caught my eye. His words, laced with a warning of shadows from my past resurfacing, sent a shiver down my spine. What secrets had Robert unearthed that linked our fates in this intricate dance of fate and curiosity? Driven by a need to understand, I delved into my own history, unearthing fragments of a past I had long forgotten. Strange gaps in memory, elusive acquaintances, and a sense of something lurking just beyond my reach haunted my every step. Robert's diary, filled with cryptic musings and research on the occult, hinted at a world far darker than I had ever imagined. As the pieces of the puzzle began to align, a chilling realization dawned on me. The disappearances Robert had been investigating mirrored moments in my own life, coincidences too uncanny to ignore. His quest for truth had intertwined our destinies in ways I couldn't comprehend. With each revelation, the sense of being watched grew stronger, shadows flitting at the edges of my vision, a constant reminder of the darkness that now enveloped me. The once familiar walls of my home seemed to close in, suffocating me with the weight of the unknown. In that moment of reckoning, I made a ice, to turn away from the abyss that yawned before me, to let the secrets lie buried in the depths of time. Some truths, I realized, are better left undisturbed, their whispers fading into the silence of forgotten lives. Yet, as I try to move forward, the shadows of the past linger, a haunting presence that refuses to be ignored. The mysteries of Robert's world, intertwined with mine, continue to cast their long shadows, a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface of our reality. Story 9. The Watchful Neighbor. Once upon a time, in the quiet embrace of a suburban neighborhood, a peculiar sensation began to weave its way into the fabric of everyday life. It started as a subtle whisper, a fleeting notion that lingered at the edge of perception, a feeling that unseen eyes were tracing every step, every breath. At first it was easy to dismiss as a trick of the mind, a dance of shadows playing tricks on the senses in the gentle ebb and flow of daily routines. But as days turned into weeks, the sensation grew bolder, casting a veil of unease over the ordinary. It was on the morning of a cherished celebration, the sun casting golden hues upon a backyard adorned with balloons and laughter, that the presence solidified into something palpable. Through the lens of a window, a figure emerged from the tapestry of houses, a figure known as Mr. Thompson, the enigmatic neighbor with a gaze that seemed to pierce through walls and secrets alike. His scrutiny, once a distant curiosity, now bore a weight of intensity that whispered of hidden depths and unspoken truths. Mr. Thompson, the silent observer of the neighborhood's comings and goings, stood like a specter at the threshold between familiarity and mystery. His weathered house, a silent witness to the passage of time, held secrets untold, its windows like portals into a world unknown. As the days unfolded, His watchful eyes became a constant companion, a silent sentinel perched behind the veil of curtains, a silent witness to the dance of life unfolding next door. The more I tried to shake off his gaze, the more it clung to my every movement, a ghostly presence that refused to be ignored. And so, on a day painted in the colors of autumn's embrace, I mustered the courage to confront the enigma that was Mr. Thompson. With a heart heavy with uncertainty, I crossed the threshold of his weathered abode, stepping into a world cloaked in shadows and whispers. There, in the dimly lit chamber of his domain, I met the gaze of a man who held a mirror to the fragments of our lives, reflecting back details that lay hidden in the folds of memory. His words, a tapestry woven from threads of familiarity and intrusion, painted a picture of a man whose curiosity knew no bounds. In his eyes, I saw a hunger for connection, a thirst for understanding that bordered on obsession. And as the echoes of our conversation faded into the silence of the room, I was left with a question that lingered like a shadow in the recesses of my mind. Was Mr. Thompson a mere observer, or something more sinister? Despite the reassurances of authorities and the passage of time, the memory of his watchful eyes lingered like a ghostly whisper, a reminder of the thin line that separated curiosity from intrusion. And as I passed by his weathered house, a part of me wondered if Mr. Thompson still lingered behind the veil of curtains, a silent sentinel in the tapestry of the neighborhood's past. Story 10. In the quiet stillness of my new city apartment, a sense of unease lingered. Alex, my roommate, was a mystery wrapped in a polite smile. His watchful eyes and precise questions about my daily routines sparked a flicker of concern in my mind. Yet, I pushed aside my growing suspicions, attributing them to mere paranoia. Until one night, curiosity led me to a locked drawer in his room, a forbidden puzzle begging to be solved. With trembling hands, I unearthed a rusty key from an old box and unlocked the drawer's secrets. Inside lay a collection of photographs capturing every mundane detail of my laws, each image a chilling reminder of Alex's obsessive gaze. Notes meticulously documented my every move, turning my sanctuary into a prison of surveillance. The realization dawned on me. This was not mere curiosity, but a dark obsession veiled in secrecy. Hidden within the depths of the drawer, a leather journal revealed Alex's twisted thoughts, painting a portrait of a man consumed by a desire to unravel my essence. His words dripped with a distorted sense of connection, a delusion that made my skin crawl with fear. As the weight of his stalking presence suffocated me, I hastily concealed the evidence before his return, the air thick with tension as I confronted him. The truth spilled from his lips, a mixture of remorse and desperation, as he confessed his twisted quest for understanding and companionship. The revelation shattered any semblance of trust, leaving me with a hollow ache of betrayal. With a heavy heart, I demanded his departure, severing the ties that bound us in a twisted web of deceit. Alone in the shadows of the apartment, I felt the lingering echo of his presence, a haunting reminder of boundaries crossed and innocence lost. No amount of fortification could erase the feeling of being watched, the imprint of his obsession etched into the very walls around me. As night descended, I sat in solitude, grappling with the aftermath of a shattered illusion, knowing that some wounds can never fully heal. Story 11. In the quiet depths of a Tuesday night, a solitary phone call set off a chain of events that would unravel the fabric of my reality. Nestled in the stillness of my living room, the faint hum of the refrigerator was the only companion to my thoughts. Suddenly, the sharp ring of my phone shattered the peace, its piercing sound jolting me from my reverie. Glancing at the screen, an unfamiliar number blinked back at me, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the room. It was past midnight, an unusual hour for a call to pierce the night. Tentative, I answered, my voice cutting through the silence like a blade, but all that greeted me was a void of static, an eerie emptiness that lingered in the air like a ghostly presence. The call ended abruptly, leaving behind a sense of unease that clung to me long after the line fell silent. The following night, as the clock struck midnight with unwavering precision, the phone rang once more. The same unknown number taunted me from the screen, beckoning me into a realm of mystery and fear. I answered, my voice trembling with a mixture of curiosity and dread. Again, the silence descended like a heavy curtain, enveloping me in its cold embrace. No words, no voices, only the crackle of static echoing in the darkness. With a shiver, I ended the call, dismissing it as a mere prank or glitch in the system. But the calls persisted, each night at the stroke of midnight, a relentless reminder of an unseen presence lurking in the shadows. The rhythm of these haunting calls began to consume me, like a sinister melody playing on a loop. It felt as though I was a pawn in a twisted game, with no knowledge of the rules or the stakes. Then, on a fateful night, a whisper pierced through the static, sending a chill down my spine. I know where you are. The words hung in the air like a heavy fog, suffocating me with their weight. Panic seized my heart as the call abruptly ended, leaving me gasping for air in the suffocating silence of the room. Who was this mysterious caller? How did they know me? And what dark purpose lay behind their cryptic messages? Desperate for answers, I sought to trace the number, only to be met with a dead end. My phone provider claimed no knowledge of the calls, as if they had materialized from the shadows themselves. The realization struck me like a hammer, driving home the unsettling truth that I was being watched by an unseen entity. Night after night, the same whispered message echoed through the phone. I know where you are. The weight of paranoia settled over me like a suffocating blanket, robbing me of sleep and peace of mind. As the calls persisted, my world narrowed to a claustrophobic existence filled with fear and uncertainty. Every sound became a potential threat, every shadow a lurking presence. I fortified my home, locking doors and windows with trembling hands, yet the feeling of being watched never waned. One sleepless night, as the clock struck midnight, I steeled myself for the inevitable call. Clutching the phone like a lifeline, I braced for the familiar static, but this time there was a subtle shift in the air. Beneath the whispering voice, a murmur of indistinct sound emerged, like distant whispers or the rustle of papers in a forgotten room. The cryptic message lingered in the air, a puzzle with no solution, driving me to seek help from the authorities. The police listened to my tale of woe with grave concern, promising to investigate the mysterious calls that had plagued my nights. Their efforts offered a sliver of solace, but the fear remained, a relentless shadow that refused to dissipate. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the calls ceased, plunging me into a new realm of dread, the fear of the unknown. The silence that followed was deafening, a void that echoed with unanswered questions. Why had the calls stopped? Had the caller grown tired of their game, or was this merely a prelude to a more insidious plan? The absence of the calls only served to deepen my paranoia. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of movement outside my window, fueling my sense of impending doom. The identity of the caller remained a mystery, their intentions shrouded in darkness. The whispered words, "I know where you are," continued to echo in the chambers of my mind, a haunting refrain that refused to fade. Though the calls had ceased, the tendrils of fear they had woven around me lingered, a constant companion in the dead of night. The unknown had infiltrated my life, leaving behind a legacy of terror that no amount of daylight could dispel. Story 12. The rain hammered persistently against the windows, a relentless drumming that heightened the tension in the air. I found myself at the kitchen table, fixated on the faint glow of the clock, its hands inching closer to midnight. The mysterious phone calls, odd gifts, and the unsettling feeling of being watched had consumed my thoughts for weeks. Today, things took a turn I never could have anticipated. It all began on a dreary afternoon at a local coffee shop where I sought solace from the heavy atmosphere of my apartment. As I sipped my coffee, trying to clear my mind, an elderly man approached me. His gaunt appearance, weathered eyes, and dark coat exuded an aura of mystery. He placed a worn leather-bound journal on my table, saying, "Excuse me, I believe this belongs to you." Confused, I questioned why he was giving it to me. His gaze was intense, almost desperate, as he urged me to read it before vanishing into the rain-soaked streets. Back home, I lit a solitary lamp and opened the ancient diary. Its yellowed pages revealed eerie details of my life, mundane musings intertwined with unsettling accuracy. Descriptions of strange phone calls, anonymous gifts, and a sense of being followed sent shivers down my spine. The entries grew darker, hinting at a looming climax on this very night. As the clock struck midnight, I felt a chill as I read the final warning. "The mirror is the gateway. Beware." Trembling, I glanced at the ominous mirror in my living room, a relic left at my doorstep weeks ago. The room grew colder, shadows dancing ominously as the clock neared midnight. And then, silence fell like a heavy shroud. As the clock chimed midnight, I stared into the mirror, expecting the unknown. But it was my own reflection that met my gaze. A rustling sound made me whirl around, only to find emptiness behind me. Returning to the mirror, a figure loomed in the reflection, an eerie silhouette with hollow eyes, emanating malevolence. A rasping voice echoed from the mirror, foreboding and chilling. The figure stepped out of the mirror, revealing the elderly man from the coffee shop, twisted by darkness. Paralyzed with fear, I hurled the journal at the mirror, shattering it into a myriad of shards. The twisted figure let out a haunting shriek as it dissolved into fractured reflections. Gasping for breath, I crumpled to the floor amidst broken glass in the ruined journal. The house fell silent, but the lingering coldness remained, stripping away any sense of safety. Surviving the night was a victory, yet I knew it was not the end. The journal's ominous warning echoed in my mind, signaling that the final act was about to unfold. Sleep well, for the darkness waits patiently in the shadows, ready to whisper its secrets once more. Story 13. The revelation unfolded on a serene Tuesday afternoon. Amidst the tranquility of the day, I delved into the task of organizing old family papers and personal documents, seeking to restore order to my life after a series of disquieting events had disrupted my peace. The house enveloped me in an eerie quiet, broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards, almost as if the very walls shared in my unease. As I sifted through a pile of aged papers, my fingers brushed against an envelope bearing the insignia of a law firm I did not recognize. Despite its weathered edges, the envelope held a weight that hinted at the significance of its contents. Driven by curiosity that overpowered caution, I gingerly tore it open. Inside lay a formal letter detailing a string of legal conflicts tied to transactions conducted in my name, business dealings, property acquisitions, even a lease for a lavish apartment. A chill ran down my spine. None of these ventures belonged to me. The letter exposed a series of substantial financial activities that I had never authorized, accounts I did not own, and properties I had never laid eyes upon. The perpetrator behind this scheme possessed enough knowledge of my personal details to construct an entire existence mirroring my own. My breath quickened as I continued to read, absorbing addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers associated with this fraudulent operation. In a state of panic, I dialed the law firm, hoping for clarification. The receptionist's polite yet resolute response indicated their inability to offer assistance beyond suggesting that I involve the authorities or engage a fraud investigator. Left with no alternative, I seized the letter and hastened to the local police station. The officer on duty listened attentively, initially skeptical. After filing a comprehensive report, he assured me that the matter would be escalated to a specialist in fraud cases. Though somewhat reassured, a chilling sensation lingered, as I departed the station, hinting that the perpetrator might be closer than I had realized. Determined to reclaim control, I enlisted the services of a private investigator named Linda, renowned for her unwavering dedication to resolving intricate cases. She arrived at my doorstep the following morning, her keen eyes scanning the letter and personal documents with a practiced precision. "We will unravel this mystery," she affirmed. While Linda leveraged her network of contacts, I took measures to safeguard myself. I contacted my bank, reported the identity theft, and placed a freeze on my credit. The process unfolded slowly and frustratingly, each call a stark reminder of the profound intrusion into my life. Days passed. Linda pursued leads to several of the listed addresses, most of which proved to be dead ends, vacant properties or long-abandoned offices. However, a breakthrough emerged when she discovered a luxurious apartment in an upscale area of the city that I had never visited. Together, we ventured to the location, tension thick in the air. The building exuded a sleek, modern aura, with a gleaming lobby and a vigilant front desk. The doorman, though initially guarded, relented after Linda presented her credentials. He confirmed that an individual matching the imposter's description had resided there but had departed weeks earlier. Reluctantly, he disclosed a forwarding address from the building's records. Our pursuit led us to a well-kept townhouse in a prosperous neighborhood. As we approached the front entrance, a myriad of questions raced through my mind. Who was this individual? Why had they assumed my identity? Linda rapped on the door with conviction. After a prolonged silence, a young woman in her early 30s answered. Her initial confusion swiftly transformed into apprehension as Linda elucidated the situation and displayed her credentials. "I have no idea what you're referring to," the woman faltered, her voice trembling. "I have resided here for months, without ever assuming another's identity." Linda persisted, her tone firm yet composed. Slowly, the truth unraveled. The woman was another victim, unknowingly leasing the townhouse through a fraudulent real estate agent linked to my case of identity theft. With her cooperation, we unraveled more threads of the imposter's intricate web of deceit. They had victimized numerous individuals, financing a life of opulence while leaving behind a trail of deceit and shattered lives. The scope of the scam transcended my worst fears, a labyrinth of deception extending far beyond my personal ordeal. Eventually, law enforcement traced the imposter through falsified accounts and forged documents. The individual was apprehended, and the full extent of their crimes was brought to light. Their fraudulent operations were dismantled, and my stolen identity was rendered inactive. Relief washed over me, albeit fleetingly. The experience had left indelible scars. My sense of security, trust, and even self-identity had been profoundly violated. Rebuilding proved to be a daunting task. I had to fortify every financial and personal record, reset every password, and maintain a vigilance I had never deemed necessary before. Despite life gradually regaining a semblance of normalcy, a lingering unease persisted, a disquieting awareness that someone, somewhere, had lived a life eerily akin to my own. While justice had been served, the encounter had forever altered me. Trust appeared fragile, perilous, and the shadows lurking at the periphery of my meticulously reconstructed world could no longer be ignored. Story 14. Moving into a new flat was meant to be a fresh beginning, a chance to bid farewell to the chaos of my past and welcome a sense of peace. The building exuded charm, a mid-century beauty with exposed brick walls, tall windows, and a cozy, welcoming layout. Nestled on the second floor, my flat embraced me with a serene solitude that I cherished. The neighboring unit had sat empty since my arrival, and for the initial weeks, all was blissfully quiet. Yet, then came the whispers of sound. At first they were barely noticeable, like a whisper in the wind. Footsteps echoed from the vacant apartment next door, soft murmurs danced on the edge of hearing, and the subtle shift of furniture filled the air. I brushed it off, attributing it to the natural settling of an aged building, creaking floors, shifting pipes. A rational explanation. But as days melted into weeks, the noises evolved, growing louder, more purposeful. In the stillness of midnight, as I lay in bed, the whispers grew clearer, as if a presence lingered just beyond the wall. Once gentle, the footsteps now held intent, pacing back and forth. The disturbances commenced at midnight, stretching into the early hours, disrupting my sleep, leaving me unsettled. Night after night, I awoke to a racing heart, straining to decipher the sounds that surrounded me. I pressed my ear against the wall, yearning for an answer, a clue to unravel the mystery. Yet all that greeted me was the silence of my own flat and the faint echo of my fear. Seeking clarity, I approached the landlord, a man of middle age with a perpetual furrowed brow. He reassured me the neighboring unit remained vacant. Just the old building settling, he mused, promising to look into it. But the noises persisted, fragmenting my sleep, fraying my nerves. Determined to uncover the truth, I set up a voice recorder in my bedroom, capturing the night's symphony. Listening back, my atch nodded. The sounds were undeniable. Footsteps, hushed conversations, the creak of furniture shifting. Confirmation of my experiences only deepened my dread. Returning to the landlord with my recordings, I implored him to act. Politely, he listened, but waved off my concerns, attributing the sounds to the building's age and the way sound traveled through ancient walls. His lack of urgency left me feeling powerless. With each passing week, the disturbances intensified. Whispers turned frantic, footsteps heavier. On a particularly eerie night, the noises swelled into a frenzied crescendo. Furniture scraped, voices clamored, and a heavy object was dragged across the room. The vivid, tangible sounds became unbearable. The following morning, fueled by anxiety turned to frustration, I confronted the landlord, demanding immediate action. Reluctantly, he agreed, dispatching a maintenance worker to investigate. Armed with a flashlight and keys, the worker ventured into the vacant apartment as I waited anxiously in the hallway. An hour later, he returned, his expression blank. Empty, he declared flatly. Nothing there. I wanted to believe him, yet the noises persisted. My once serene flat now a source of constant unease. I avoided solitude, seeking refuge with friends. Even in daylight, a lingering sense of dread clung to the walls. Seeking answers, I delved into the building's past. Built in the 1920s, it had housed generations of tenants, whispers of strange occurrences scattered throughout. Then, a chilling discovery emerged. Decades prior, a tragic fire had ravaged the building, claiming lives within the very wing my flat resided. The more I unearthed, the harder it became to dismiss the notion that the sounds were echoes of the past. The idea of residing among remnants of such sorrow filled me with an inescapable dread. Succumbing to the disturbances and mounting fear, I made a hard choice. I had to depart. Packing my belongings, I left, yearning for tranquility in a new space. Closing the door one final time, a sense of leaving more than an apartment lingered. It felt as though I fled from shadows that haunted me, whispers that crept into my nights. My new flat offered peace and quiet, a stark contrast to the turmoil endured. Yet memories of the noises lingered. The rhythmic footsteps, the muffled whispers, etched into my mind, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the unknown. Though I moved forward, the experience remained. It taught me that some disturbances transcend sound. They echo, echoes of the inexplicable, lingering just beyond our grasp. Story 15. The day I stepped into my new abode was meant to herald the start of a captivating chapter in my journey. Having clinched a promotion at my job, I treated myself to this delightful, age-old dwelling. Situated on a serene street in a historic district adorned with towering, verdant trees, it appeared to be a dream materialized. However, dreams possess a tendency to morph into nightmares. The initial weeks transpired without incident, filled with the thrill of settling in. The house boasted its idiosyncrasies, a faucet that incessantly dripped here, a door that refused to securely close there. I dismissed them as the anticipated peculiarities of a residence of its vintage. Then came the puddle. One dawn, I strolled into the kitchen and stumbled upon a pool of water seeping across the floor. It wasn't just a minor leak. It was substantial enough to prompt me to ponder if I had inadvertently left the tap on. A plumber was summoned that very day, examined the pipes, and reassured me that all was well. "Faulty seal," he remarked. "Common in older homes. Just keep an eye on it." I assumed that would draw the curtain on the issue. I was mistaken. A few days later, I noticed a fissure snaking along the living room wall. Initially, it was a small, jagged line, but with each passing glance, it seemed to widen, slithering like ivy over the plaster. Alarmed, I called upon a contractor. Bob, the contractor, arrived exuding skepticism. Following a brief survey, he nonchalantly remarked, "Old homes settle. It's normal wear and tear, nothing to fret about." I yearned to trust his words. Yet, as the days unfurled, the anomalies became increasingly challenging to brush off. One evening, upon returning home, I discovered my living room in utter disarray. The sofa had been relocated to a remote corner, facing away from the television. The coffee table was skewed awkwardly in the room's center, and the books on my shelves had been haphazardly rearranged. I stood there, attempting to decipher the situation. Had I inadvertently orchestrated this and forgotten? The notion unnerved me, but I persuaded myself it was fatigue or stress. Then the bedroom door commenced unlocking itself. Each morning I awoke to find it ajar, despite having secured it before retiring for the night. Fingerprints, smudged and unfamiliar, materialized on my bathroom mirror, their shapes indistinct, yet undeniably distinct from my own. The tipping point emerged when my neighbor reached out to me at work. "I spotted a man in a black jacket wandering around your premises," she disclosed. By the time I arrived home, he had vanished. My porch light had been shattered, and the garden gnome near the steps lay upturned. I reported the incident to the authorities, but lacking concrete evidence, there was little they could pursue. The amalgamation of these occurrences, the cracks, the disruptions, the intruder, proved overwhelming. Bob, ever pragmatic, insisted it was merely a facet of the house's character, settling walls, antiquated fixtures, and my overactive imagination. Yet I couldn't embrace that rationale. Driven by desperation, I delved into the property's past. The local library yielded scant information, no noteworthy events, no peculiar records. The house resembled a blank canvas, as though its history had been erased. Meanwhile, the disturbances intensified. Cracks extended to other walls. Watermarks materialized on the ceilings of rooms devoid of plumbing. One day I returned home to find the kitchen cabinets flung open, with dishes strewn across the floor. I could no longer turn a blind eye to the sensation. The house was resisting me, pushing back against my presence. I implored Bob to conduct a more exhaustive investigation. Reluctantly, he enlisted a team of structural experts. They devoted hours scrutinizing every nook and cranny of the house. Their verdict was frustratingly familiar. "The house is aged," they proclaimed. "These are typical issues for a residence of this era." Yet, I remained unconvinced. The final puzzle piece materialized when I succeeded in locating the former owner. Initially reticent, they eventually opened up. They too had encountered inexplicable phenomena: rearranged furniture, unexplained noises, doors unlocking autonomously. They swiftly offloaded the property, relinquishing its enigmas for someone else to uncover. That someone turned out to be me. I could no longer endure the house's history, or rather its absence. I packed my belongings and departed, leaving behind the cracks, the leaks, and the eerie reconfigurations. To this day, the house persists, as enigmatic as ever, a charming facade concealing an unsettling veracity. Subsequently, I discovered a new haven to call home, one where surprises manifest as creaky floorboards and squeaky stairs, nothing more. Yet, the time spent in that house will forever linger in my memory. It stands as a poignant reminder that certain places harbor secrets, and some secrets are best left undisturbed. Story 16. On a typical Tuesday, a letter arrived in the mail, its plain white envelope camouflaging among the usual stack. Without a postage stamp, it bore the name of a medical facility unfamiliar to me. The official appearance, adorned with a seal of professionalism, set my heart racing with a blend of unease and intrigue. Trembling fingers tore it open, revealing a cover letter personally addressed to me, expressing gratitude for a recent visit. Yet I had never stepped foot in that clinic, never even heard of its existence. Perplexed, I turned to the next page, only to find a detailed medical dossier awaiting my eyes. The document listed alarming conditions: diabetes, hypertension, and a cardiac irregularity, ailments I had never been diagnosed with. Each affliction came with suggested treatments and medications. A knot formed in my stomach as the realization dawned upon me of the peril that would have ensued had I followed those deceptive directives blindly. Poring over the letter again, I scoured for any clue or contact information, but alas, it offered nothing of substance. The clinic's name and insignia appeared authentic, yet the more I scrutinized, the more it felt askew, like a facade crafted to deceive me. Driven by a resolve to unravel this mystery, I promptly contacted my primary care physician. After a thorough check of my medical records, the nurse confirmed the accuracy of my health information and disclosed no recent communication with the mysterious clinic. Could this be a scam? She ventured cautiously. Post-call, I scoured the web for any trace of the clinic. No website, no reviews, no hint of its existence. It seemed as though the establishment had materialized solely for that letter. Desperate for clarity, I ventured to the address inscribed in the correspondence. The site revealed itself as a dilapidated edifice in a desolate neighborhood. Boarded-up windows and a crooked for lease sign adorned the entrance. Testing the door, it remained firmly locked. A passerby inquired about my quest, and upon mentioning the clinic, his expression soured. "This place has been vacant for years. You might have fallen prey to a scam," he remarked. The pit in my stomach deepened. The sender of that letter had gone to great lengths to lend it an air of legitimacy. But why target me? Returning home, my thoughts swirled through a labyrinth of possibilities. Had my identity been pilfered? Was this a cruel jest? Delving into recent memories, one name surfaced: Rachel. A member of a community group I had recently joined, she had always appeared amiable, yet her inquiries about my life had felt pointed. Initially dismissed as innocent curiosity, those questions now bore a more sinister hue. Testing the waters, I engaged Rachel in conversation, casually mentioning the enigmatic letter. Her response, although feigned surprise, carried an odd neutrality, lacking genuine concern. "That's peculiar," she mused after a pause. "You should report it." Something about her detached demeanor unsettled me. Her words seemed rehearsed, her tone measured. Ending the call, my suspicions solidified into certainty. Rachel was complicit, or at least privy to more than she admitted. Resolute in seeking answers, I enlisted the expertise of a private investigator named Paul, well versed in fraud cases. While he delved into the clinic and its affiliations, I bolstered security at home: new locks, surveillance cameras, and motion sensors. A week later, Paul relayed disconcerting findings. The address from the letter had ties to numerous fraud instances involving counterfeit medical documents. The orchestrator had singled out multiple individuals, fabricating medical histories to sow confusion, manipulation, or something even more sinister. Further investigation unveiled an unsettling revelation. Rachel's name surfaced in connection with some cases, though no concrete evidence linked her directly to the deception. Sufficient cause for a confrontation emerged. Confronting Rachel face to face, I treaded cautiously. Revisiting the letter, I observed her reaction closely, her countenance contorted in feigned bewilderment, swiftly transitioning to a guise of false concern. "I hope you don't suspect my involvement," she protested, her voice quivering with a semblance of credibility, but not to me. Her performance felt contrived. Denying any part in the scheme, she professed ignorance of the matter. Yet, her eyes betrayed a glimmer of recognition she failed to conceal. As Paul and I delved deeper, a convoluted scheme unraveled before us. This transcended mere identity theft. It bore a purse, ono vendetta. A malevolent force had singled me out, employing falsified medical records to undermine my security and reality. A breakthrough came when Paul traced an encrypted email linked to the clinic to a private server associated with Rachel's former employer, a tech company specializing in data management. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Armed with substantial evidence, authorities intervened. Their inquiry exposed Rachel as the mastermind behind the elaborate ruse. Motivated by a warped fixation and fueled by envy stemming from a past grievance, she had meticulously engineered a campaign of psychological warfare. Apprehended, her web of deceit unraveled, though her eyes bore a chilling composure, a silent vow that this was far from over. The ordeal left scars etched deep. While the immediate threat dissipated, a lingering sense of being watched persisted. The sham clinic, the forged records, the manipulation, all components of a calculated design to dominate and destabilize my existence. I bolstered my defenses and collaborated with cybersecurity experts to safeguard my personal data. Life gradually resumed its course, yet I remained vigilant, haunted by the awareness that someone wielded the power to distort reality with chilling precision. Even now, the tendrils of paranoia refuse to loosen their grip. The letter may have marked the inception, but the dread it instigated lingers, an ominous specter that refuses to fade. Story 17. In the quiet of the night, a gentle notification glowed on my phone screen, a friend request from Jessica Mitchell. The name was unfamiliar, a mystery in the digital realm. Yet in the solitude of a new city, where echoes of loneliness lingered, I welcomed the opportunity to expand my circle, to connect with a stranger who might become a friend. With a hesitant breath, my thumb lingered over the accept button, a gateway to a world unknown. Curiosity whispered in my ear, urging me to take the leap. And so, with a silent nod to fate, I tapped the button, watching as the request transformed into a bond, a thread linking two lives in the vast expanse of the virtual universe. Almost instantly, a message from Jessica materialized in my inbox, a beacon of warmth in the digital darkness. Her words danced across the screen, too friendly for a stranger, too familiar for a first encounter. "Hey there! Thank you for accepting my friend request. I've been eager to connect, to unravel the threads of our shared existence. I hope you're finding your place in this new world." I replied, a polite dance of words, cautious yet open to the possibility of connection. We treaded lightly at first, discussing common interests, the hidden gems of local eateries, the challenges of uprooting one's life and planting it in foreign soil. Jessica's presence felt like a ray of light in the shadows of my solitude, a comforting hand reaching out in the vast unknown. But as the days unfurled like petals in the wind, her messages took on a different hue, a shade of intimacy that bordered on intrusion. She probed into the depths of my existence, delving into the chambers of my heart with a familiarity that sent shivers down my spine. Questions about family, hobbies, the nuances of my new abode, all laid bare in the digital confessional. I answered, trusting in the cloak of anonymity that the screen provided, unaware of the eyes that watched from beyond the pixels. Then, like a fog rolling in on a moonlit night, the tone shifted. A message, an image, a chill that crept into my bones. One evening, as dusk painted the sky in hues of amber and indigo, a message materialized, bearing a photograph of my living room. The scene was too familiar, too intimate, a snapshot of my sanctuary, captured from a vantage point that bespoke of intrusion. The words beneath the image pierced through the silence. "Your haven looks inviting. I admire the new addition to your space. I stared, a tremor of unease rippling through me. How had she obtained such a glimpse into my private domain? Fingers trembling, I typed a question into the void. Whence came this picture? Her reply was swift, a whisper in the digital ether. Fear not, dear one. I merely wish to extend a greeting, to let you know that I see you. Dread coiled in the pit of my stomach, a serpent of uncertainty that refused to be quelled. I sought answers, demanded explanations, but her words evaded, twisted like shadows in the night. A friend, she claimed, a harmless gesture of concern. Yet the chill lingered, a specter haunting the edges of my consciousness. Days turned to nights, nights to weeks, as the dance of messages continued, a tango of intimacy and intrusion. Each word, each image, a brushstroke on the canvas of my unease. And then a revelation, a photograph of my kitchen, a glimpse into my daily rituals, a violation of my sanctuary. The message beneath the image bore a weight of knowledge, a sinister undercurrent. I see you, dear one. Do you need a helping hand? I confronted her, a voice in the darkness demanding truth, demanding release from the chains of surveillance. But her words were a labyrinth, a maze of deception that led nowhere. The authorities were summoned, the wheels of justice set in motion, yet the specter remained, a shadow in the corners of my mind. Security measures were reinforced, barriers erected in a futile attempt to keep the darkness at bay. But she persisted, a haunting presence in the digital realm, a whisper of malice that seeped into my dreams, and then silence, a void of emptiness that stretched into infinity. Weeks passed, a hush settling over the chaos of intrusion, and then, like a specter from the past, she returned, bearing an apology, a tale woven of twisted threads. I never meant to harm you, her words echoed in the silence. I only sought to fill the void, to bridge the chasm of solitude. But apologies could not mend the breach, could not erase the scars etched upon my soul. I severed the tie, a digital amputation, and turned my gaze to the horizon, seeking solace in the dawn of a new day. Yet the shadows lingered, a reminder of the fragility of connection, the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of the digital facade. And so I forged ahead, a survivor of the digital storm, a sentinel in the night, ever vigilant, ever wary of the whispers that echo in the digital abyss. Story 18. In a quest for escape, a journey began. Amid the turmoil of stolen identity and eerie messages, a therapist's suggestion led to a retreat. A secluded cabin nestled deep within the mountains, a sanctuary away from the urban chaos. The allure of solitude promised solace, a chance to reclaim inner peace. The cabin, embraced by towering pines and a serene lake, exuded a comforting aura with its rustic charm and inviting front porch. It seemed like a haven for a weary soul, a respite long overdue. The initial days unfolded in tranquility. Nature walks along peaceful trails, the crisp mountain air and the calming stillness worked wonders on a restless mind. Nights were hushed, punctuated only by the haunting calls of distant owls. Breathing became easier, as if a weight was lifted. On the fourth day, a discovery disrupted the peaceful routine. A dusty wooden box concealed in a cluttered closet, holding a trove of personal relics. Among them, a weathered journal, faded photographs, and a jacket bearing ominous stains. The journal's scribbled entries spoke of unease, of lurking shadows and unsettling whispers in the night. One passage, etched in fear, read, "They watch, they wait in the shadows, I cannot escape." The photographs revealed a disquieting truth, shadowy figures lingering in the cabin's background, as if observing from a hidden vantage point. Determined to dispel the creeping disquiet, a search of the basement ensued. Behind a loose panel, a secret cache emerged, tools for lockpicking, hand-drawn maps of the woods, and meticulous surveillance notes documenting past occupants' every move, even their emotional states. Distorted sketches of faces adorned the margins, hinting at a mind on the brink. The final note forewarned, "They see me, they approach." A chill settled in, the line between paranoia and reality blurring. The night silence turned oppressive, every sound a potential threat. The once welcoming cabin now felt like a prison, concealing unseen dangers in its shadows. Seeking answers, a call to the rental agency revealed cryptic responses, brushing off concerns as mere tales of the past. Unease gnawed deeper as local authorities offered no tangible explanations, only a history of abrupt departures of previous tenants. The sense of being surveilled grew, every rustle a sinister whisper, every shadow a lurking presence. The decision to depart crystallized, the mountain peace shattered by an insidious dread that clung to the cabin's walls. Loading the car, a sense of being watched intensified, eyes scanning the dark forest edge for signs of pursuit. A fleeting glimpse in the rearview mirror hinted at a figure among the trees, vanishing with a blink. The winding road swallowed the cabin whole, yet the chilling sensation of being trailed remained. What was unearthed, or what unearthed itself, refused to be left behind. Fear lingered, a silent companion whispering of shadows never truly empty. Story 19. In the quiet haze of morning, I awoke to a silence that seemed to engulf me, a heavy blanket of stillness that draped over the apartment like a shroud. The usual sounds of life, the comforting hum of the coffee machine, the gentle rustle of my roommate Dave going about his morning routine, were conspicuously absent. "Dave?" My voice, normally met with a casual reply or a friendly grunt, echoed unanswered through the empty rooms. Stepping out of my room, I felt a sense of unease settle in my bones. Dave's bedroom door stood slightly open, a sight not uncommon as he was never one for boundaries. Tentatively, I pushed the door further ajar and peered inside. The room was immaculate, eerily so. His bed was perfectly made, his desk devoid of any clutter, everything in its right place. Yet, an inexplicable chill ran down my spine. Making my way to the kitchen, the absence of Dave's usual mess caught my eye. His favorite mug, the one with the worn handle he cherished, was missing. His laptop, always left haphazardly on the counter, was nowhere to be seen. Initially brushing it off as him running late, I reached for the coffee pot, only to be drawn to a note pinned to the fridge. The words scrawled on it hastily, "Trust is a fragile thing," sent a shiver down my spine. Dave was not one for cryptic messages. This was unlike him. Attempting to shake off the growing unease, I wandered into the living room, hoping to find some semblance of explanation for his sudden disappearance. It was then that I noticed the throw cushions on the couch, meticulously arranged in a way that Dave would never bother with. Curiosity piqued. I lifted one and found yet another note, folded neatly beneath. Always watching, always waiting. The room felt colder, the fear within me beginning to take root. Desperate for answers, I ventured into Dave's study nook. Amidst the usual clutter of pens and papers, I stumbled upon a stack of photographs. My heart raced as I realized they were all of me, captured in candid moments, both in public and within the confines of our home. Each picture meticulously annotated with dates and times. Trembling, I reached for my phone to call Dave, but a note on the desk caught my eye. "Some things are better left unknown." The weight of those words settled heavily on my shoulders. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I delved deeper into Dave's private spaces. A hidden compartment in his closet revealed an empty safe, its contents gone without a trace. In the bathroom, yet another note awaited me on the mirror. "Everyone has secrets." The realization of how little I truly knew about my roommate sent a chill down my spine. With a sense of foreboding, I checked his car parked outside. Inside, on the dashboard, lay a final note: "Your turn to uncover the truth." The challenge in those words spurred me into action, knowing that I could not stay in the apartment with so many unanswered questions lingering in the air. Following Dave's elusive trail, I visited his usual haunts, trying to piece together his movements like a puzzle. Colleagues and friends were as puzzled as I was, offering no clarity on his sudden departure. As the day wore on, my sense of dread only deepened. leading me back to the apartment cloaked in an eerie stillness. Unable to bear the solitude amidst the unsettling revelations, I reached out to the authorities, reporting Dave missing and recounting the strange discoveries I had made. Days turned into weeks of fruitless investigation, with no concrete leads emerging. The haunting notes and photographs left behind only served to deepen the mystery, leaving me to grapple with the unspoken truths that Dave had hidden. As life tentatively resumed its course, the specter of Dave's actions loomed over me, a constant reminder of the breach of trust and privacy. Though the police closed the case, the questions remained unanswered, the fear of what lurked beneath the surface refusing to dissipate. Even now, as time softens the edges of memory, I find myself haunted by the enigma of Dave's motives, the truth he sought to reveal, and the unsettling thought, was he still watching? Story 20. On a cool autumn afternoon, the tranquility of my daily routine was abruptly interrupted by a sharp, unexpected knock at my door. Reluctantly, I opened it to find two somber-faced officers in uniform standing on my doorstep. Their presence alone was enough to send a shiver down my spine. They solemnly informed me that I was being accused of theft, a crime that felt like a cruel joke in the context of my quiet, law-abiding existence. Disbelief engulfed me as they handed over the official summons detailing the alleged crime. A break-in at a nearby electronics store, with all signs pointing accusingly in my direction. Confusion mingled with shock as I scanned the incriminating evidence. My fingerprints found at the scene, surveillance footage capturing a figure resembling me, and a witness swearing they had seen me near the crime site. The weight of the situation pressed down on me as I realized this was no mere misunderstanding. Someone had meticulously orchestrated a plan to frame me. Seeking a lifeline in the storm, I turned to Sarah, a seasoned defense attorney renowned for her keen intellect and unwavering determination. With her by my side, we embarked on a quest for truth. Our journey began with a meticulous examination of the evidence. The fingerprints, eerily identical to mine, raised suspicion in Sarah's discerning eyes. She demanded the original surveillance footage, intent on scrutinizing every detail, every shadow, every timestamp. As we pored over the footage, a glimmer of hope emerged amidst the shadows. Sarah's sharp gaze caught discrepancies that exposed the hand of manipulation, the lighting inconsistencies, the distorted shadows, all signs of a tampered video meant to deceive. Fueled by this revelation, we ventured to the electronics store at the heart of the accusation. It was a modest, chaotic establishment with a telltale shattered window at the rear. Surveying the alley behind the shop, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A trail of footprints leading away from the broken window, too precise to be accidental, too staged to be natural. Our pursuit of truth led us to the neighboring shopkeepers, hoping for a breakthrough. One reluctant witness, upon closer questioning, confessed to his faltering eyesight and the uncertainty clouding his earlier identification of me. His wavering testimony unraveled another thread of doubt in the case against me. And then, like a flicker of light in the darkness, came a breakthrough. Sarah unearthed a sinister link between the store owner and a notorious local criminal mastermind, a puppeteer of deceit known for weaving intricate webs of deception to cover his tracks. Delving deeper into the web of lies, we uncovered the store owner's dire financial predicament, painting the break-in not as a theft but as a desperate ploy in an insurance scam. A scapegoat was needed, and I, an unsuspecting pawn, fit the bill perfectly. Armed with this revelation, we confronted the authorities once more. Initially met with skepticism, Sarah presented a compelling case, forged documents, manipulated footage, and the damning connection between the store owner and the criminal puppeteer. Slowly but steadily, the wheels of justice turned in our favor. Additional witnesses emerged from the shadows, shedding light on the intricate scheme woven by the store owner and his deceitful accomplice. The legal battle was arduous, each court hearing a poignant reminder of the nightmare I had been thrust into. Yet, as the layers of falsehood were peeled away, the truth emerged victorious. The perpetrators were apprehended, their elaborate charade exposed for all to witness. Though vindicated in the eyes of the law, the scars of betrayal ran deep. The vulnerability I had felt, the realization of how easily one's life could be upended by deceit, lingered like a haunting specter. The experience etched hard-earned lessons of resilience, trust, and the fragile nature of personal security into the fabric of my being. I learned to cherish the truth above all else, to navigate life with caution tempered by unyielding resolve. The shadows of those who sought to deceive me may have faded, but their treachery left an indelible mark, a stark reminder that even the most ordinary of lives can be shattered by the darkness of deception. Yet in the face of adversity, I discovered a newfound strength, a resolve that burned brighter and fiercer than before, a testament to the enduring power of truth in the face of deceit. Story 21. On a chilly November evening, a subtle shift in Max caught my attention. Our friendship, forged in the fires of college camaraderie, had always been a steady anchor in the tumult of life. Late nights of shared study sessions, whispered jokes that only we understood, and endless weekends spent exploring the city's culinary delights had cemented our bond. Max had been the rock, the unwavering presence that I knew I could rely on no matter what. But then a quiet disturbance crept into our world. It started with small ripples, his phone incessantly buzzing, secretive conversations carried out in hushed tones, and a sudden sharpness in his demeanor. The easy flow of our conversations turned stilted, punctuated by abrupt responses that felt guarded and distant. Plans were canceled with vague excuses, and a veil of mystery descended upon his once open nature. I tried to dismiss my growing unease as mere stress or personal troubles he wasn't ready to share. Then, one fateful day, everything unraveled. A peaceful Saturday afternoon led me to Max's apartment, intending to return a borrowed book. As I approached his door, ajar in a way that contradicted Max's meticulous nature, a sense of foreboding settled in. "Max," I called softly, stepping inside. What greeted me was a scene of disarray, unopened letters strewn about, a bag overflowing with cash, and a collection of gleaming weapons casting ominous shadows on the floor. Disbelief knotted my stomach. This chaotic scene was a stark contrast to the Max on knew. Before I could make sense of it all, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Panic seized me, and I sought refuge behind a stack of boxes, heart pounding in my chest. The door creaked open, and there stood Max, his expression a tumult of confusion and alarm at the sight before him. His gaze pierced through the room with a sharpness that sent shivers down my spine. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his eyes locking onto mine as I emerged from hiding. I was returning your book," I faltered, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. His demeanor turned icy. "This isn't what it seems. You shouldn't be here." With a heavy heart, I retreated towards the exit. "We can talk later." Days passed in a haze of disbelief and doubt. The stark contrast between the Max I knew and the one I had glimpsed that day haunted my thoughts. The cash, the weapons, what had he become entangled in? A week later, news of daring robberies in the city sent a chill down my spine. One of the targets had been an apartment in my own building, the heist executed with unnerving precision and inside knowledge. The pieces began to connect in my mind, painting a picture I dreaded to acknowledge. Was Max involved in these crimes? Driven by a gnawing curiosity, I delved into local reports, tracing patterns and timelines. The evidence piled up, pointing towards a truth I wasn't prepared to face. Confrontation became inevitable. In a charged exchange, Max finally admitted his role. "I handle logistics," he confessed, his voice heavy with regret. "Transfers, deliveries, that's all." The revelation hit me like a tidal wave. The friend I trusted had been leading a double life, one that now ensnared me against my will. Despite his promises to sever ties with his criminal past, the damage was irreparable. The safety net of trust we once shared lay shattered at our feet. I fortified my home, installed safeguards, and lived with a vigilance I had never known. Our friendship, once a pillar of strength, now echoed with unspoken truths and fractured trust. I clung to a glimmer of hope that he could change, but the shadow of his hidden life loomed large, staining our bond with doubt and uncertainty. The person I had glimpsed in that chaotic apartment lingered in the shadows, a reminder of the fractures that had torn through our once unbreakable connection. Story 22. In the wake of tumultuous months filled with identity theft, cryptic messages, and unsettling events, I found myself adrift, yearning for a semblance of normalcy. Seeking refuge, I sought solace within the hushed halls of the local library, where the aroma of aged books whispered promises of escape from the chaos swirling in my mind. One crisp autumn day, while meandering through the labyrinth of mysteries, my fingers brushed against a weathered, leather-bound tome on the shelf. Its spine bore the scars of time, the title a mere whisper of its former glory. Intrigued, I carried it to a secluded table and delicately turned its brittle pages. As I delved into the faded script, a fragile manuscript fluttered out, landing softly with a sigh. A collection of aged, yellowed pages bound together by a frayed string, bearing witness to the passage of time. The words, etched in haste, danced between poetic reveries and stark revelations. Initially resembling a personal journal or a forgotten tale, I soon realized the entries mirrored my own life with eerie precision. From mundane routines to intimate family secrets, even the recent unsettling incidents I had guarded closely within my heart. With each passage, a sense of disquiet unfurled within me like a tightly wound coil. The manuscript not only recounted past events, but foretold events yet to pass. It spoke of the identity theft, the enigmatic messages, and even my haunting sojourn at the secluded cabin, painting them with an almost prophetic brush. And as I neared the final pages, a breath caught in my throat. There, etched in faded ink, was a specific mention of a night, the eve of the full moon, when the past and present would collide. A warning of a revelation that would shatter their reality's fragile facade. The last entry bore tonight's date. The truth shall emerge when the shadows of yesterday meet the light of today, the author had penned. Prepare for the convergence. Heart-pounding. I grappled with the enigma of how this forgotten manuscript nestled within a library tome could possess such intimate knowledge of my life and foresee events yet to unfold. Seeking answers, I sought out the head librarian, a venerable figure named Mrs. Carter, well-versed in the library's lore. With furrowed brows, she lent a willing ear and vowed to assist. Delving into the annals of the library's history, she unearthed that the book had been donated from a long-abandoned estate on the town's outskirts. The previous owner, she divulged, was a reclusive writer consumed by the occult and the tapestry of destiny. His eccentricities had faded into local legend, following his mysterious vanishing many moons ago. Driven by a blend of trepidation and curiosity, I implored Mrs. Carter to accompany me to the estate that very night. Beneath the silvery luminescence of the full moon, the decrepit manor stood as a specter from bygone days. Its shadowed panes peered down at us, while the aged shutters creaked mournfully in the breeze. Inside, we traversed through a maze of forgotten relics and crumbling edifices until we stumbled upon a study on the upper floor. A trove of ancient tomes, faded maps, and curious artifacts cluttered the chamber, akin to a sanctuary of fate, prophecy, and untold tales. At the heart of the room sat a grand wooden desk, buried beneath scattered pages, open journals, and scribbled notes. My gaze fell upon a weathered journal, its cover weathered by time's passage. Leafing through its contents, my hands trembled as I deciphered the words, "They shall discover the manuscript when the stars align. The past shall guide, the present shall test, and the truth shall be unveiled. The writer's fixation was evident, yet the focus on my being sent shivers down my spine. It was as if I had been a player in a narrative penned long before my existence. The final, unfinished entry, etched in frantic scrawl, echoed a dire prophecy. The convergence looms near. The name must confront the shadows and embrace the truth. Only then shall serenity be found. The weight of those words draped over me, suffusing me with a sense of foreboding. The predictions transcended mere eeriness. They bore an intimate quality, as though the writer had been a silent observer of my life's tapestry. Departing the mansion with more queries than solutions, the elongated shadows cast by the full moon trailed behind us, reaching out like ethereal tendrils. A lingering sensation persisted that the author's augury continued its unfolding, hinting that my role in this enigmatic tale was far from concluded. That fateful night, ensconced within my apartment's embrace, bathed in the silvery moon's glow, I pondered the sequence of events, the manuscript, the manner, the cryptic premonitions. And then, like a bolt of lightning illuminating the darkest recesses of my mind, it struck me. The prophecy had already manifested, not through external forces, but within the depths of my being. The collision of past and present was not a tale of supernatural machinations, but a journey to confront my innermost fears, buried regrets, and enigmas I had evaded for far too long. The shadows of yesteryears had risen, yet in their wake they unveiled a path toward enlightenment. The writer's prophecies had steered me toward a verity I could no longer elude, that sometimes the sole escape from shadows lay in confronting them unflinchingly. As the whispers of bygone days faded into the tranquility of the night, a peculiar clarity and acceptance settled within me. The future remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet for the first time in ages, fear had relinquished its hold over my heart. Story 23. As the night fell softly around me, I found myself immersed in the gentle glow of my phone screen. A habitual ritual led me to check the live feed from my home security system, a source of comfort that had always eased my mind. However, on this particular evening, the usual clarity of the images had vanished, replaced by a disconcerting distortion. Rooms and corridors melded together in a disorienting dance, as if the cameras were capturing a reality beyond our understanding. I stared in bewilderment, trying to dismiss it as a fleeting glitch. The following days unfolded with a persistent strangeness in the visuals. Shadows twisted unnaturally, and furniture seemed to shift in inexplicable ways, as if the very foundation of my home was in flux. Concerned, I reached out to the security company for answers. A technician arrived, exuding calm and reassurance as he delved into the system, meticulously examining every wire and circuit. After hours of tinkering and adjustments, he left me with the assurance that the issue had been resolved. But relief was short-lived. The next day, upon reviewing the footage, a chilling realization dawned on me. Amidst the distorted images, a vague figure emerged, moving stealthily through my living space. With each replay, the figure became more defined, a phantom presence navigating through my home with eerie intent. Panic gripped me as I grappled with the unsettling truth that an intruder had breached my sanctuary. Despite the technician's efforts and subsequent upgrades, the enigmatic figure continued to haunt the recordings, a silent intruder defying all attempts at expulsion. Seeking answers, I enlisted the help of a security consultant, whose meticulous examination only deepened the mystery. The possibility of external interference or sophisticated hacking sent shivers down my spine, leaving me vulnerable to an unseen threat that lurked within the shadows. As weeks turned to months, my once secure haven became a realm of paranoia and fear. The company offered to replace the entire system, but the damage had been done. The specter of the figure, the distorted images, and the unshakable feeling of being watched lingered, casting a shadow over my every move. Despite the new security measures, I remained vigilant, haunted by the uncertainty of what had transpired. The experience taught me a harsh lesson in the fragility of security and the chilling reality that the unknown can be the most formidable adversary of all. The answers eluded me, buried within the static of those unsettling recordings, leaving me to navigate a world where trust and safety were but fleeting illusions in the ever-shifting landscape of existence. Story 24. The first indication that something was amiss came when the silence enveloped me. Whiskers, my feline companion, always there to welcome me home with her gentle purring and playful frolics, was conspicuously absent. The stillness in the house on that particular day felt unsettling. I called out for her, my voice reverberating in the quietness, yet there was no reply. I meticulously combed through the house, checking all her usual haunts, beneath the bed, on the windowsill, and even inside the closet where she often dozed. But Whiskers was nowhere to be seen. What started as concern swiftly escalated into sheer panic. Every nook was scoured, every piece of furniture scrutinized, and every curtain pulled back. Yet, nothing. Filled with desperation, I ventured outside, calling her name and rustling her treat bag, anticipating her familiar scamper. Alas, the yard lay deserted, the street eerily hushed. Hours of relentless searching blurred into an evening of dread. The following day, I began distributing flyers around the neighborhood. The flyer bore a snapshot of Whiskers, her vivid green eyes and soft gray fur unmistakable, accompanied by a brief description and my contact details. I handed out copies to local establishments and implored my neighbors for any leads. Some offered kindness, pledging to keep an eye out for her, while a few vowed to notify me if they spotted anything unusual. As days stretched into a week, my anxiety mounted with each passing moment. A handful of neighbors phoned with vague sightings. I glimpsed a gray cat near the park, or there was one spotted by the alley yesterday, yet none led me to Whiskers. Each false trail left me drained and despondent. Just as I neared the brink of surrender, a faint, familiar meow reached my ears one evening. My heart fluttered as I hurried to the front door, and there, perched on the step, sat Whiskers. Relief surged through me, swiftly ebbing into horror. Whiskers was in a dire state. Her once sleek and pristine fur was now tangled and soiled. She moved with a discernible limp, her once bright, inquisitive eyes now dulled and haunted by fear. Tenderly I gathered her close, murmuring soothing words. Her body quivered in my embrace, flinching at my touch. Inside, as I tended to her injuries, I noticed something amiss as I removed her collar. A small, folded piece of paper tucked inside. With trembling hands I unraveled the note. The neat, unfamiliar script within sent a chill down my spine. She was ours for a while. The message bore an unsettling weight, offering no solace, only enigmatic questions. Why had they taken her? What had they subjected her to? And why had they chosen to return her? The next morning, I contacted the local authorities, presenting them with the note and detailing Whiskers' condition. Alas, with no witnesses and scant evidence, their hands were tied. They advised me to consult a veterinarian for a thorough examination of Whiskers and to remain vigilant for any suspicious activities in the vicinity. At the veterinary clinic, the extent of Whiskers' injuries came to light. Bruises, minor lacerations, and raw paw pads hinted at a harrowing ordeal. While the vet couldn't pinpoint the exact circumstances, they assured me that with care and time, her physical wounds would heal. Emotionally, however, she grappled with the aftermath. The vet recommended a tranquil and nurturing environment to aid her recovery. In the ensuing weeks, small glimmers of improvement surfaced in Whiskers. She tentatively explored her surroundings, gingerly navigating the house once more. Gradually, her playful spirit rekindled, though tinged with caution, quick to startle at sudden noises or movements. Despite her progress, the cryptic note lingered in my thoughts. Delving into my own investigation, I reached out to local animal shelters and rescue organizations. hoping for parallels. I probed neighboring communities, yearning for a breakthrough. Yet the trail grew cold, yielding no fresh insights. I fortified my home with added security measures, new locks, motion-activated lights, and surveillance cameras. The experience left me hyper-aware, haunted by the fear of a recurrence. Amidst my vigilance, the mystery surrounding Whisker's disappearance persisted. Meanwhile, Whiskers continued her convalescence. Her once absent purring gradually resurfaced, her affection serving as a balm for my own disquietude. She resumed her habit of nestling beside me on the couch, her warmth a constant reminder of our bond. Though traces of trauma lingered, her former confidence eluding her, my care and devotion aided in our mutual healing. Over time, the note that once instilled dread morphed into a symbol of resilience. It stood as a testament to Whisker's endurance and underscored the significance of cherishing our loved ones. One tranquil evening, as I watched her doze in her favored spot, her gentle breaths filling the serene abode, a surge of gratitude washed over me. The enigma of her vanishing might remain unsolved, yet her return epitomized hope, fortitude, and the unshakable connection we shared. Story 25. As the creeping sense of paranoia coiled around my life like a tightening vine, my once comforting home transformed into a labyrinth of elusive shadows, concealing enigmatic truths beyond my reach. Greg Thompson's inexplicable vanishing had cast a haunting pall over my days, leaving a trail of unanswered riddles in its wake. Despite my relentless quest for answers, the elusive truth remained a distant mirage just out of my grasp. What loomed ominously clear, however, was the unsettling sensation of being watched, a phantom presence lurking in the shadows of my existence. One dreary afternoon, amidst the pitter-patter of raindrops on my window pane, I discovered an unassuming envelope nestled in my mailbox. Its unmarked exterior, swathed in plain brown wrapping with no hint of its origins, exuded a quiet menace that sent shivers down my spine. With trembling fingers, I carried the enigmatic parcel into my sanctuary, setting it gingerly upon the weathered kitchen table. A moment of trepidation gripped my heart before I tore through the nondescript packaging, revealing a small obsidian box within. Quivering hands pried open the lid, revealing a solitary, unlabeled DVD nestled within the velvet depths. The mere sight of it twisted my stomach in knots, a foreboding premonition of the darkness that lay within its digital confines. With a mounting sense of dread, I inserted the ominous disc into the awaiting player and pressed the play button. Static crackled ominously before yielding to a familiar sight, my own living room captured in chilling detail. My breath caught in my throat as I beheld myself, oblivious and immersed in a simple act of reading, unaware of the sinister gaze that had invaded my most intimate space. The clarity of the footage, its calculated precision, belied the work of an amateur, each frame a meticulously crafted portrait of my private world. The unsettling montage transitioned seamlessly from room to room, capturing my every mundane gesture with a sinister acuity that chilled me to the core. From breakfast rituals to restless pacing, even to moments of quiet contemplation by the window where unseen eyes often lingered, my life laid bare in stark silence, a voyeuristic intrusion into my very soul. The absence of sound only served to amplify the suffocating weight of the intrusion, transforming the mere act of observation into a profound violation of my being. Gasping for breath, I halted the playback, grappling with the unsettling realization that an unseen intruder had invaded my sanctuary, a silent witness to my most private moments. Despite the primal urge to summon law enforcement, a gnawing uncertainty held me in its grip. How could I explain this insidious surveillance without concrete threats, without tangible evidence of harm? The specter of dismissal loomed large, a chilling prospect that paralyzed my already fragile resolve. Driven by a desperate impulse, I embarked on a solitary quest for answers, scouring the footage for subtle anomalies that might illuminate the shadowy figure lurking in my midst. A framed family portrait, slightly askew on the living room wall, beckoned me with its silent accusation, a deliberate gesture intended to unsettle. Further scrutiny revealed a subtle rearrangement of papers on my home office desk, a telltale sign of an unseen presence meddling with my personal effects. A name surfaced from the depths of memory, Rachel, a seemingly innocuous figure from a local community group in which I had sought solace. Recollections of her probing inquiries into my life now assumed a sinister hue, her feigned warmth a mask for calculated curiosity. With a resolve born of desperation, I orchestrated a clandestine meeting under the guise of a community project, a facade to unmask the hidden truths that lay between us. In the hushed confines of a quaint cafe, Rachel's facade of normalcy crumbled beneath my scrutinizing gaze, her eyes betraying a predatory intent that sent a chill down my spine. Every word, every gesture was laden with subtext, a silent dance of deception that mirrored the clandestine surveillance that plagued my existence. As the unsettling truth dawned upon me, I realized that I stood at the precipice of a perilous game, a deadly dance with an adversary whose motives remained shrouded in darkness. Returning to my abode, I devised a cunning trap, subtly altering the minutiae of my surroundings in a bid to ensnare the unseen voyeur haunting my every move. The following dawn bore witness to the silent manipulation of my environment, a chilling confirmation of my fears. Someone was watching, someone who held the keys to my most intimate secrets. A sinister game of cat and mouse had begun, a macabre theater in which I played the unwitting lead. The revelation struck me with a force as chilling as the icy fingers of the night. This was no mere tale of vanishing mysteries. This was a narrative woven from the threads of my own existence, a dark tapestry in which I was but a pawn in a malevolent design. The enigmatic package, the invasive footage, the subtle manipulations, all whispered a dire warning, a prelude to a story yet untold, a denouement fraught with peril. The darkness closed in around me, a cloak of dread that enveloped my very being, as I stood on the precipice of a chilling revelation. The story was far from over. Story 26. It all began on a crisp autumn night, when the world was painted in shades of gold and rust. The leaves danced beneath my feet, whispering of the approaching chill in the air. Weary from the day's toils, I returned home, seeking solace in the quietude of my humble abode. But as I approached my doorstep, a small, unassuming package caught my eye. No sender's name adorned the parcel, only my own name inscribed in elegant script. Intrigued, I carried the mystery inside, gently peeling away the layers of wrapping. Nestled within was an old photograph of my childhood home, a relic from a bygone era. The angle from which it was captured bespoke of an intimate familiarity with the house that only a select few possessed. Accompanying the photograph was a note, cryptic in its simplicity. I remember when you were happy here. Dismissively, I tried to shrug off the unease that crept into my bones. Perhaps a jest, a prank, or a mere coincidence. Yet fate had other plans. The following day heralded the arrival of another enigmatic package. This time, a delicate locket, its intricate design mirroring a piece of jewelry lost to the sands of time. Within its confines lay a faded picture of my grandmother, a dear soul long departed. A chill swept through me as the note whispered, "I'm keeping watch." Thus began a macabre dance of parcels and notes, each unveiling a fragment of my past, my secrets, my very essence. A silver bracelet lost on a distant journey, a concert ticket evoking memories long buried, a diary brimming with the angst of adolescence, all meticulously wrapped in parcels, each note more chilling than the last. A stuffed bear from childhood, a symbol of comfort turned harbinger of dread. Keys to an old apartment, doors to memories long sealed. Each delivery unraveled a tale of my life, woven with threads of intimacy and intrusion. The sender, a silent phantom, weaving a web of knowledge that surpassed all understanding. One fateful day, a wooden box emerged from the shadows of anonymity. Within, a trove of relics awaited my trembling hands, a lock of hair from a high school prom, a lost ring, a cryptic message etched on aged paper. "I've been with you through it all," it whispered, a haunting echo of a presence unseen yet deeply felt. Desperation gripped me as I sought to unmask the enigma shrouded in secrecy. Postmarks scattered across the country, fingerprints erased, return addresses non-existent, a puzzle with no solution in sight. Even my closest confidants stood perplexed, their eyes mirroring the fear that gripped my soul. The final package arrived on a somber evening, rain tapping at the windows like ghostly fingers. Trembling, I unveiled an old journal, its pages a testament to my innermost thoughts, my hidden fears. But it was the final note, a confessional outpouring that pierced the veil of my reality. "I know you better than anyone," the words echoed, a chilling revelation of a watcher unseen yet omnipresent. My life, an open book to this clandestine observer, every joy, every sorrow meticulously recorded with unsettling precision. A sense of violation, of intrusion, gripped my heart in a vice of dread. Summoning courage, I sought the aid of authorities, hoping to unmask the shadow that haunted my days and nights. Yet, the trail ran cold, the phantom sender a specter that eluded capture. Days turned to weeks, the specter of fear lingering like a ghost in the corners of my mind. The gifts ceased, but the scars remained, a reminder of a breach in the sanctity of my being. Trust shattered, security fractured. I found myself a prisoner in my own home, haunted by the specter of a watcher unseen. The legacy of those parcels, a tainted memory etched in the annals of my existence. And so, I stand on the precipice of uncertainty, the shadows of the past looming large. For who can say if the watcher still lingers, a silent sentinel in the depths of the night, waiting, watching, and knowing. Story 27. In the quiet of an ordinary evening, I made my way to my bedroom, seeking solace in the familiar embrace of home. Keys tossed aside, I entered my sanctuary, ready to let go of the day's weight. Yet, amidst the usual array of books and trinkets on my dresser, my eyes fell upon an unexpected guest, a camera. Initially, I brushed it off as one of my own tools, a remnant of my photography pursuits. My room often bore the scattered evidence of my hobby, with lenses and tripods strewn about, but a sense of unease crept in as I drew closer. The camera's positioning was too precise, capturing a sweeping view of my room, including the very spot where I had been moments before. Its unassuming lens shimmered in the dim light, sending a shiver down my spine. Despite the appearance of normalcy, a pervasive feeling of being under scrutiny enveloped me. Heart racing, I reached for the camera and discovered a small SD card tucked inside. With trembling hands, I inserted it into my laptop. The screen flickered to life, revealing a series of video clips. Initially, the scenes were mundane, me lounging on the couch, discarding a book, or engrossed in work at my desk. These glimpses into my private world, though innocuous, felt like a violation. Then, the footage shifted. Family and friends materialized on the screen. My sister in her living room, my best friend engaged in conversation at a cafe, my parents unwinding after dinner. Each clip, seemingly ordinary, carried a profound sense of disturbance. Someone had been watching them, just as they had watched me. As I scrolled through the clips, dread mounted with each revelation. The surveillance extended far beyond my room, beyond me. The realization that someone had intruded not only into my life, but also into the lives of those closest to me sent a chill through my veins. Questions swirled in my mind. Who was behind this invasion, and why? Driven by desperation, I searched for clues, scouring my memory for any peculiarities that could shed light on this intrusion. Yet nothing stood out. I had no foes, no unresolved conflicts, nothing to justify being targeted. Attempts to reach my family and friends only led to unanswered calls, deepening my sense of isolation. Fearing the unknown watcher, I contacted the authorities. As the officers delved into the matter, scrutinizing the videos, their initial skepticism gave way to grave concern. They endeavored to trace the camera's origins, determined to unearth the source of this covert surveillance. Despite their efforts, the feeling of being observed lingered, haunting my every move. Every creak, every shadow outside my window seemed part of a malevolent scheme. Imagination ran rampant, fueled by the unsettling knowledge that my life had been under scrutiny and perhaps control. Progress in the investigation was sluggish. No signs of forced entry, no traces of tampering were found. The camera had been cunningly disguised, evading detection. Days turned into weeks, with little headway made. The absence of answers left me exposed, vulnerable. Attempts to resume normalcy were futile. Each sound, each flicker of movement set my nerves on edge. What was the purpose of this surveillance, malice or manipulation? The notion that it might be a psychological game, a bid to unsettle rather than harm, sent chills down my spine. The idea that my safety could be toyed with for someone's amusement was as daunting as any direct threat. Determined to regain control, I meticulously documented every anomaly, fortifying my defenses with enhanced security measures. Cameras, motion sensors, reinforced locks became my new companions, a bulwark against the unseen adversary. Though the investigation hit a dead end, the mystery of the camera remained unsolved. The voyeur's identity, their intentions, remained shrouded in obscurity. The experience left a lasting imprint. The violation of my privacy and that of my loved ones served as a stark reminder of the fragility of security. Once a haven, my home now felt like a stage for a malevolent game. Yet, amid the turmoil, a newfound resolve blossomed within me. While the camera's origins remained an enigma, its presence had spurred me to confront my fears and safeguard what was precious. Though vigilance could not replace peace of mind, it marked a beginning, a small triumph in an unforeseen battle I was determined to wage. Story 28. For nights on end, a peculiar ritual unfolded just beyond my front door. At the stroke of 3 a.m., the familiar sound would echo through the darkness. 3 sharp knocks, a pause, and then 3 more. The cadence was eerily precise, as if the unseen knocker was bound by an unyielding timetable. Initially, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, a byproduct of sleepless nights, or an overly active mind. Perhaps it was a neighbor's jest, or a passing animal brushing against the door. Yet the knocking persisted, growing louder and more deliberate with each repetition, almost daring me to acknowledge its presence. One frosty night, the sound shattered my fragile resolve. The sharp knocks pierced the silence of the house like a blade, sending my heart racing. With trembling steps, I left my bed and tiptoed towards the front door. Peering through the peephole, I beheld nothing but the empty porch, bathed in the faint glow of a distant street lamp. Hesitation gripped me, my breath shallow, before I cautiously swung the door ajar. The night lay still, the chilly air enveloping me as I ventured onto the porch, scanning the yard for any hint of movement. Shadows danced beneath the flickering light, yet the street remained deserted. No footprints in the yard, no signs of disturbance, nothing. It was as if the knocking had been swallowed by the night itself, and yet the following night, it returned. The ceaseless knocking infiltrated my slumber, a haunting rhythm that left me drained and on edge. Desperate for answers, I took measures to restore my peace. An additional lock adorned the door, a feeble attempt at reassurance. A security camera perched above the porch, its unblinking gaze fixed on the origin of the knocks. But the footage revealed nothing. Each dawn I scrutinized the recordings in search of a logical explanation, only to be met with the same unsettling emptiness, the vacant porch, the silent darkness. It seemed the knocking eluded reason, an intangible force that defied capture. My exhaustion deepened, the sleepless nights exacting their toll, leaving me irritable and withdrawn. Days blurred by as I remained fixated on the nocturnal hours, bracing myself for the inevitable sound. Fear became my constant companion, driving me to seclusion. I shunned companionship, canceled engagements, and retreated into a world of my own making. The once welcoming abode now felt stifling, each creak a chilling reminder of the unwelcome intrusions that plagued the night. After enduring weeks of torment, I reached a breaking point. The knocking transcended mere sound. It became a psychological siege, a force that had commandeered my life, rendering me powerless. With a heavy heart, I made the agonizing choice to depart. Packing my belongings felt like surrender, but existence in that house had become unbearable. What was once a sanctuary now stood as a prison, haunted by an unseen entity that refused to grant me respite. As I drove away, I stole a final glance at the dwelling. It stood in silence, its shadow stretching beneath the soft morning light. Relief mingled with apprehension within me. I was leaving behind the oppressive rhythm of the knocking, yet its memory clung to me, burdensome and unyielding. In my new abode, the silence initially felt alien. The absence of the nightly knocks should have brought solace, yet I lay awake, straining to detect any trace of the familiar cadence. Every creak, every rustle, sent my mind spiraling back to those restless nights. The experience had altered me. I became hyper-aware, double-checking locks, casting furtive glances over my shoulder. Even the act of closing my eyes at night became fraught with dread, my thoughts bracing for the once dominant sound. Though the knocking had ceased, its impact endured. It had etched itself into my psyche, a stark reminder of the fragility of security. The haunting rhythm lingered in its absence, a specter of fear that surfaced in the tranquil moments of my new existence. And occasionally, as I drifted into slumber, I could still hear it in my mind's ear. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more. Story 29. In the midst of a hectic world, a simple escape was all I craved. A tranquil week to unwind, far from the chaos of everyday life. Serendipity led me to discover an enchanting hideaway online. A secluded cottage nestled deep within the whispering woods, a sanctuary far removed from the urban clamor. The images beckoned, promising a haven of peace, echoed by glowing testimonials lauding its allure and serenity. Without hesitation, I secured my reservation, eager for the solace it offered. Upon arrival, the cottage unfolded before me just as the virtual portraits had portrayed. It exuded charm and warmth, boasting a crackling hearth and expansive windows framing the lush, idyllic forest beyond. The living space welcomed me with open arms, its vintage furnishings adding to its timeless appeal. Days stretched languidly, filled with meandering strolls along nature's winding paths, where dappled sunlight danced through the canopy, and evenings found me nestled by the fire, lost in the pages of a book. Silence enveloped me like a comforting embrace, occasionally punctuated by the gentle rustle of leaves or the haunting call of an owl in the night. It was a dreamlike existence, until the revelation that shattered the illusion of tranquility. One hushed afternoon, while attending to chores, a subtle glimmer caught my eye behind the smoke detector on the ceiling. Though faint and almost imperceptible, it beckoned me forth with an insistent whisper. Curiosity became my guide. Armed with a ladder and a screwdriver, I embarked on a clandestine exploration. To my astonishment, hidden within the smoke detector, I unearthed a tiny camera, its lens trained on my every move. A slender wire slithered from the device, disappearing into the wall like a sinister serpent. A sense of foreboding gripped me as I traced the cable to a forgotten hallway closet. There, concealed behind a mound of worn blankets, lay a recording apparatus, neatly arranged, camouflaged to evade detection. Nausea churned in my gut as the realization dawned upon me. I had been under surveillance, perhaps from the moment of my arrival. With trembling hands, I documented the damning evidence, capturing images of the clandestine equipment. Shock gave way to outrage as I grappled with the violation of my privacy. Who was behind this insidious intrusion, and what nefarious purpose did it serve? With a trembling hand, I dialed the number of the property owner listed in the rental agreement. Struggling to maintain composure, I relayed the unsettling discovery. "There's a hidden camera in the smoke detector," I revealed, "and recording equipment in the closet. I demand an explanation." The owner's response wavered between denial and unease. "I have no knowledge of such devices," he faltered. "It must be a misunderstanding. I'll investigate immediately." Upon his arrival, his demeanor was harried, his attempts at reassurance feeble. Examining the devices, he repeated assurances of rectification. "This should not be here. I will address it at once." Yet his words failed to assuage my mounting apprehension. The sanctuary I had cherished had been irreversibly tainted. Every creak of the floor, every flickering shadow cast by the fire, now carried a sinister weight. Determined to flee the looming specter of violation, I swiftly gathered my belongings, ensuring nothing was left amiss. Before departing, I secured the cottage, leaving the covert surveillance intact, trusting the owner to fulfill his pledge to rectify the transgression. As I drove away, a maelstrom of thoughts swirled within me. Who had orchestrated this breach of privacy? Was I the sole target, or a mere pawn in a larger scheme? The notion of being observed during my most intimate moments gnawed at my core, a chilling realization. Upon returning home, I sought solace in the arms of the law, presenting the evidence I had meticulously gathered. Authorities pledged an investigation, yet the lingering uncertainty cast a pall over my days. I also alerted the rental platform, ensuring others would not fall prey to a similar violation of privacy. In the aftermath, a sense of violation lingered, tarnishing the once sacred refuge. Even within the confines of my own abode, the specter of surveillance haunted me. Time became a healer, but the scars of distrust remained etched in my soul. The hidden camera became a silent sentinel, a stark reminder to heed my instincts and safeguard my sanctity. The cottage, once a bastion of tranquility, transformed into a cautionary tale, a poignant testament to the encroachment of unseen threats upon the most serene sanctuaries of the heart. Story 30. The Tale of the Midnight Chime. In the quiet depths of the night, a peculiar disturbance began to unfold in a home that once knew only serenity. It all commenced with the innocent sound of a doorbell, ringing at odd hours, as if beckoning from the shadows. At first, it was shrugged off as a mere inconvenience, a passing anomaly to be dismissed with a weary sigh. Each time the chime pierced the stillness, the occupant of the house would hasten to the door, expecting a visitor or a package under the veil of darkness. But every time, the porch lay empty, bathed in the soft glow of a solitary street lamp, casting eerie shadows across the threshold. Initially, it was easy to attribute the mysterious ringing to a prank or a faulty mechanism, a glitch in the fabric of daily life. The homeowner checked the wiring, replaced batteries, and meticulously tested the doorbell system, seeking to unravel the enigma that plagued their nights. Yet, despite their efforts, the ringing persisted, growing from sporadic interruptions to a nightly ritual that punctuated the darkness with unwelcome regularity. The hours of its intrusion became increasingly peculiar, late into the night, just before dawn, or as the veil of sleep began to descend. With each nocturnal call, the occupant would answer the summons, only to be greeted by the oppressive silence of an empty porch, devoid of any tangible presence. What was once a mundane convenience had transformed into a harbinger of disquiet, an unwelcome guest in the sanctuary of the home. Determined to quell the unsettling disturbance, the homeowner embarked on a quest to fortify their defenses against the unseen adversary. A state-of-the-art doorbell system was installed, replete with surveillance cameras, motion sensors, and real-time alerts, a fortress of technology meant to ward off the spectral visitor. For a fleeting moment, the house embraced a semblance of tranquility, and the weary soul within allowed themselves a breath of respite. Alas, the peace was short-lived, shattered by the familiar chime that reverberated through the halls one fateful night. Disoriented from slumber, the homeowner sought solace in the glow of their phone screen, only to be met with the chilling sight of an empty porch, the time of the disturbance mirroring that of the past. The cycle of unease continued, each night punctuated by the haunting melody of the doorbell, a relentless reminder of unseen forces at play. As the days stretched into nights, the spectral disturbance grew more pronounced, each ring of the doorbell a spectral echo that reverberated through the once tranquil abode. Desperation took hold as the homeowner sought to unravel the mystery that eluded reason and logic. Motion-activated lights danced across the porch, cameras captured fleeting shadows, and an alarm system stood guard against the invisible intruder. Yet the disturbances persisted, mocking the feeble attempts to contain their spectral source. In a moment of revelation, the homeowner beheld a shadowy figure flit across the porch, its presence fleeting and enigmatic, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Despite their best efforts, the source of the disturbance remained shrouded in mystery, a specter that defied comprehension. Seeking solace and answers, the homeowner turned to a local paranormal investigator, hoping to shed light on the inexplicable events that had come to define their nights. Yet, even the expert's findings proved inconclusive, hinting at the possibility of a haunting or residual energy that lingered in the shadows. Over time, the spectral disturbances waned, fading into the tapestry of memory as the nights grew quieter. Yet the lingering unease remained, an indelible mark left by the unknown that had infiltrated their once peaceful abode. And so the doorbell stood as a silent sentinel, a relic of unexplained disturbances that had woven their way into the fabric of daily life, a haunting reminder of the fragility of peace in the face of the unseen. As night descended, the memory lingered, the echo of the chime, the empty porch, and the shadow that danced on the edge of perception, a tale of mystery that whispered in the twilight hours. Story 31. Inheriting the old house from a distant relative was an unforeseen twist of fate. The house, a sprawling Victorian mansion perched on the edge of a serene town, had been a part of the family for countless generations. Yet its grandeur had eluded my eyes until now. Following my great-uncle's passing, the ownership of the house fell into my hands, beckoning me to seek solace amidst the chaos of my bustling life. An opportunity for respite, I mused. Perhaps I could revive the ancient abode, infusing vitality into its weathered facade. The mansion stood as a breathtaking testament to a time long past, exuding a grand yet mournful aura. Its creaking wooden floors and ornate yet dusty furnishings spoke softly of yesteryears. As I meandered through its corridors, the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories wove through the air, hinting at untold tales and concealed secrets buried beneath layers of dust and time. One day, as I delved deeper into the mansion, an inexplicable pull led me to the attic, a dimly lit chamber cluttered with relics of eras gone by. Amongst the forgotten artifacts, my gaze settled upon something peculiar, a door. Concealed behind a stack of trunks and veiled in shadows, this door stood out from the rest. Its sturdy surface, reinforced frame, and untouched handle hinted at a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Strangely, the bolts securing it were on the inside, as if guarding something within, or keeping something out. Intrigued, I yearned to uncover the secrets concealed behind this secure barrier. Was it a long-lost heirloom, a family enigma? Determined, I attempted every method to unlock it, from prying to pulling, yet the bolts remained steadfast. Driven by curiosity and unwilling to yield, I summoned a locksmith the next day. Upon his arrival, I guided him to the attic, unveiling the enigmatic door. With furrowed brows, he scrutinized its peculiar design before commencing his work, the rhythmic clinks of his tools resonating through the chamber. As he toiled, my mind whirled with anticipation and a faint shiver of unease. What awaited beyond that impenetrable threshold? My excitement mingled with a subtle foreboding. After an hour of meticulous effort, the locksmith stepped back, his expression a blend of curiosity and contentment. "Let's see what lies within," he remarked, slowly turning the handle. The door groaned open to reveal emptiness, utter and complete emptiness. No furnishings, no boxes, not even a trace of dust. The stark, pristine walls and floor stood in stark contrast to the aged ambiance of the attic, evoking a sense of suspended time. Bewildered, the locksmith scratched his head, voicing his perplexity. "It's as if this room has never been used," he mused. I nodded absently, unsettled by the oppressive void that pervaded the space. The silence felt suffocating, bearing an unseen weight that enveloped me. Though illogical, a profound sense of disquiet lingered, accentuated by a chilling draft that brushed past me. I attributed it to the attic's open windows, yet a deeper chill crept from within me. In the ensuing days, consumed by the mystery of the vacant room, I scoured every nook and cranny of the house, hoping to unravel its enigma. Nighttime brought a restless energy to the mansion, as if it harbored a life of its own. I lay awake, attuned to the echoes of creaks and whispers that emanated from the attic above. Footsteps echoed through the halls, despite my solitary investigations. A pervasive sense of being observed gripped me, propelling me toward seeking answers from the town's historical society and its elder residents. Delving into records and narratives of the mansion's past, I unearthed unsettling truths. Whispers of vanished occupants under mysterious circumstances, tales of eerie occurrences, and cautionary whispers about the attic after nightfall painted a disquieting tableau. During one evening's exploration of the attic, a subtle anomaly caught my eye. The floorboards near the sealed room appeared disturbed, hinting at recent movements. Heart racing, I delicately pried up the boards, revealing a hidden compartment. Within lay aged leather-bound volumes and stacks of yellowed documents, brimming with legal intricacies and unfamiliar names. Yet they divulged no direct answers, only a sinister undercurrent of secrecy, of clandestine dealings and unresolved disputes that hinted at concealed motives. Despite my fervent endeavors, the room's purpose remained an enigma, its emptiness pulsating with an inexplicable presence. Upon the decision to depart the house for good, I resealed the door, leaving it undisturbed as I found it. Some mysteries, I realized, were destined to remain shrouded. The mansion, with its tapestry of history and shadows, would retain its enigmas. As I took my final steps away, a fleeting glance towards the attic window captured a transient movement, a flicker of shadow, a form that defied logic. And then it vanished into the depths of the night, leaving me with unanswered questions drifting in the stillness of the old house. Story 32. It all began with a solitary note slipped under my door, a simple folded paper, devoid of any signature. Intrigued, I picked it up and unfolded it delicately. The message, typed with meticulous precision, read, "Don't forget to pick up the dry cleaning today. I know you have a meeting at 2 p.m. Initially, I brushed it off as a peculiar prank, or perhaps a misdirected reminder from a neighbor. The mention of my dry cleaning and the exact timing of my meeting sent a shiver down my spine, yet it seemed harmless at first glance. Maybe it was just someone's odd sense of humor. I shrugged it off and proceeded with my day. Days passed, and another note materialized, this time nestled in my mailbox. It delved into my gym routine and even remarked on my choice of workout attire. "You looked good in blue today. Perhaps a lighter shade next time." Unease crept over me as I absorbed the words. The author of these notes possessed an unsettling depth of knowledge about my life. They were observing me, but from where and for what purpose? The notes began to arrive more frequently thereafter. Each one contained unnervingly specific details. Snippets of conversations with friends, mentions of family visits, even references to a disagreement with a coworker. It felt as though someone was meticulously tracking my every move. What troubled me most was the eerie politeness and familiarity in the notes, as if the sender believed we shared some kind of intimate connection. One evening, upon returning from a grocery run, I discovered yet another note waiting for me on the kitchen counter. My heart skipped a beat. I had locked the door when I departed. I see you're stocking up on pasta again. Comfort food won't suffice for long. Terrified, I contacted the authorities. Detective Davis, a seasoned officer exuding a calm, no-nonsense aura, took my account seriously while retaining a cautious skepticism. "Do you have any inkling of who might be behind this?" he inquired, flipping through the stack of notes I had brought with me. "No," I replied, my voice trembling. "I have no enemies. No one comes to mind." He reassured me of their commitment to investigating the matter and advised me to secure the notes while documenting any future occurrences. Departing the station, a faint sense of relief washed over me, yet the fear lingered like an indelible shadow. Days blurred into weeks, and the notes grew increasingly ominous. They transitioned from passive observations to thinly veiled threats. "I know you skipped the store last night. Be careful, you're becoming predictable." Following a social gathering, another note arrived. "Your friends won't shield you when the time arrives. Be cautious of whom you trust." The mounting paranoia felt inescapable. I upgraded my locks, installed makeshift alarms, and meticulously checked every entry point. Yet despite my efforts, the notes persisted, affixed to my car windshield, nestled in my mailbox, or discreetly slipped into my work bag. One fateful evening, after discovering a particularly chilling note accompanied by a photograph of me leaving my apartment, realization dawned. The angle of the photo aligned with the view from my own security camera. They had been surveilling me through my very own system. Panic-stricken, I contacted the private security company responsible for the cameras. Their inspection unveiled a horrifying truth. Someone had tampered with the system, remotely accessing the live feed. My supposed fortress of security had been weaponized against me. The investigation took a darker turn as Detective Davis collaborated closely with the security firm. Following relentless scrutiny, they traced the intrusion to a local contractor accountable for security installations in my building. Exploiting his position, he had been monitoring and stalking numerous clients, fixating on me with disturbing precision. Upon his arrest, a trove of twisted surveillance footage, detailed logs of my routines, and drafts of undelivered notes were uncovered. The revelation was a blend of horror and relief. The nightmare had finally ended. The notes ceased. The shadows that once haunted my every step receded, leaving behind only a faint echo of fear. While life gradually resumed its normal pace, the violation lingered in my memory. My once sanctuary-like home now bore a subtle air of insecurity. The ordeal revealed the fragility of privacy and the extent to which some individuals will go to breach it. Though justice prevailed, the memory of those meticulously written, chillingly intimate notes would forever haunt me. A constant reminder that true safety, even behind locked doors, can never be guaranteed. Story 33. The serene park opposite my apartment was my haven, a place where peace enveloped me. Each evening I gravitated towards its tranquil paths, inhaling the soothing calm that melted away the day's stresses. The city lights painted soft ripples on the pond, a mesmerizing dance that never failed to quiet my restless thoughts. Amidst the urban chaos, it was my sanctuary, a space where time seemed to halt and the world slowed its relentless pace. This refuge had become an integral part of my daily routine since I moved to the apartment, a place where the crunch of gravel underfoot, the whisper of leaves, and the distant hum of traffic composed a symphony of tranquility. It was on one of these peaceful walks that he caught my eye. An elderly man perched on a bench, strategically placed to overlook my apartment building. Initially, he blended in with the other park visitors, unassuming and easily overlooked. Clad in a simple gray coat and a tilted fedora that partially veiled his face, He seemed ordinary, yet as days passed, a peculiar aura surrounded his presence. He sat there every evening, unwavering in his routine. His stillness felt different, a deliberate calm that began to feel almost orchestrated. There was a subtle intensity in his gaze, even when his eyes remained hidden beneath the brim of the fedora. A sensation crept up my spine, not quite fear, but a growing unease. The park, once my solace, morphed into a place of complexity and unease as that his watchful presence lingered. Week after week, the pattern persisted. I left my apartment, entered the park, and there he was, observing, watching. I tried to rationalize his constant presence, convincing myself he was merely a man enjoying the evening air, just as I did. But deep down, I sensed a difference. One crisp autumn evening, the air thick with the promise of winter, I resolved to confront the situation. My curiosity mingled with anxiety, propelling me towards his bench. With a racing heart, I approached him, masking my apprehension with composure. "Excuse me," I began, trying to sound steady despite my inner turmoil. His slow turn towards me sent a shiver down my spine, his eyes meeting mine with an unsettling calm. "I'm watching over you," he uttered softly, his words pregnant with a meaning beyond my grasp. A mix of reassurance and enigma hung in the air, leaving me speechless. I wanted answers, but his demeanor gave me pause. Mumbling an excuse, I retreated, my mind swirling with unanswered questions. That night, within the safety of my apartment, the sensation of being observed lingered, intensifying rather than fading. The following weeks plunged me into a controlled paranoia, prompting me to relocate without divulging the true reasons to my loved ones. The feeling of constant scrutiny refused to dissipate, compelling me to check locks repeatedly, draw curtains shut, and start at the slightest noise. My sense of security and privacy had shifted fundamentally. As I settled into my new apartment in a distant part of the city, away from the park and the enigmatic man, a semblance of peace returned. Yet a subtle awareness of being watched persisted, a vague unease that kept me on edge. The man in the park became a distant memory, a specter of the past. However, his impact endured. I had grown vigilant, attuned to my surroundings, forever altered by the notion of a guardian, real or imagined, watching over me. Months passed, and the man in the park faded into a blur of recollection, yet his influence lingered. The experience had etched a cautionary tale in my mind, blurring the boundaries between protection and intrusion, care and control. Though I had distanced myself from the park and its enigmatic visitor, the emotional residue of that encounter remained, a reminder that the most disquieting experiences often blur the lines between safety and surveillance, leaving an indelible mark on the soul. Story 34. The day unfolded like any other, the sun casting its gentle glow upon my study as I delved into the task of organizing my cluttered space. Papers shuffled, trinkets found new homes, and a sense of serenity enveloped me. But then, a sound interrupted the peaceful rhythm, a faint chime, the doorbell announcing an unexpected visitor. I made my way to the door, curiosity stirring within me. Standing on the threshold was a delivery person, a bearer of mysteries, holding a large crate cloaked in anonymity. It was a peculiar sight, no labels, no logos, just a plain wooden box secured tightly with a heavy lock. Questions swirled in my mind as I accepted the enigmatic package. "Do you know who sent this?" I inquired, hoping for clarity in the face of the unknown. The delivery person, a mere messenger of secrets, could only shrug in response. "No idea. It arrived at our dock without a trace of its origins, but it bears your name." With a nod of gratitude, I ushered the crate into my home, its presence casting a subtle unease upon the room. I pondered its significance. No recent orders, no expected deliveries. What secrets lay hidden within this enigmatic box? After moments of contemplation, I resolved to unveil the mysteries held captive within. The lid groaned in protest as I loosened its grip, revealing a trove of forgotten treasures that stirred a complex tapestry of emotions within me. Among the relics was an old leather journal, a vessel of memories from my youth. Its pages, weathered with time, whispered tales of bygone days, some sweet, others tinged with a hint of regret. The reunion with this lost art, a fact, evoked a poignant blend of nostalgia and trepidation. Photographs followed, snapshots frozen in time, birthdays, travels, cherished moments captured in faded hues. Each image carried with it a wave of forgotten emotions, a reminder of a past left dormant. Delving deeper, I unearthed bundles of handwritten letters, each a portal to a different chapter of my life. Messages from friends, family, and lovers intertwined, evoking a symphony of sentiments long buried within my soul. Amidst the familiar relics lay a jewelry box housing precious trinkets, a silver locket, a pair of earrings, an heirloom ring. All once lost, now returned in a gesture shrouded in enigma. The reunion should have brought solace, yet a shiver of apprehension crept down my spine. Who had orchestrated this peculiar reunion of past and present? Whose unseen hand had gathered the fragments of my history, weaving them into this cryptic gift? The absence of explanation only deepened the mystery, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. In the days that followed, the enigmatic crate became a specter in my daily existence, an enigma that refused to be unraveled. I sought clues in its contents, searching for patterns or hidden meanings, but the puzzle remained unsolved. Contemplating involving authorities, I hesitated. What grounds could I provide for this ethereal intrusion into my past? No crime had been committed, no overt threat loomed, just a lingering sense of disquiet that clouded my thoughts. With a heavy heart, I chose to stow away the relics, each piece of my history carefully preserved yet kept at arm's length. The act of organizing, of reclaiming control over my past, became a therapeutic ritual, a step towards restoring a semblance of normalcy. As time passed, the enigmatic crate transformed from a puzzle to a poignant reminder, a testament to the unpredictable nature of life, the ephemeral boundaries between past and present. Though the sender's identity remained veiled in mystery, the experience etched a profound lesson upon my soul. It taught me to cherish the present, to savor fleeting moments with loved ones, and to safeguard the sanctity of my personal realm. The past, with its shadows and secrets, serves as a poignant mirror reflecting the essence of who we are, a tapestry woven from the threads of time. And so I embraced the mysterious gift as a reminder, a whisper from the past urging me to embrace the beauty of the present, to honor the memories that shape my journey, and to tread forward with gratitude for the fragile tapestry of life. Story 35. As I arrived home, a surreal sight awaited me, forever shattering my sense of security. The front door, typically a staunch protector of my private haven, stood slightly ajar. With a racing heart, I pushed it further, the familiar creak of the hinges now ominous in the stillness of the house. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air, mingling with the stale scent of intrusion, creating an unsettling atmosphere of violation. My sanctuary, my refuge, had been breached. Every corner, every nook had been rifled through. Papers lay scattered like fallen leaves, cushions tossed aside, and personal treasures haphazardly strewn about. The once serene space I held dear had transformed into a chaotic reflection of the intrusion that had occurred. Frozen in the doorway, my mind struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before me. The initial surge of panic ebbed into a strange, numbing disbelief. Advancing into the apartment, the weight of the violation began to settle upon me. It wasn't just the disarray that unnerved me. It was the suffocating feeling that something profoundly intimate had been taken, something not yet defined. And then, like a sudden revelation, it hit me. My identity had been snatched away. The realization crashed over me like a relentless wave, leaving me gasping for breath. Hastily reaching for my phone, I dialed my bank, clinging to a fragile hope that this was all a misunderstanding. The automated system felt distant, guiding me through a labyrinth of opti-ons until I finally connected with a representative. Hello, my name is Alex Carter. I suspect my identity has been compromised. My front door was left open, and now my home is in disarray. I need to know if there have been any unauthorized transactions on my account, I managed to say, my voice quivering. The representative's voice, while professional and composed, did little to ease my frayed nerves. As I confirmed my details and responded to her inquiries, the unsettling truth emerged. Significant unauthorized transactions had been carried out from my accounts in the preceding week. My heart sank. The representative assured me they were investigating and pledged to secure my accounts, but cautioned that the process would be protracted. Hanging up, the phone slipped from my grasp as waves of anxiety and confusion threatened to engulf me. The gravity of the situation deepened with each call to different institutions. Each call yielded the same grim outcome: accounts frozen, fraudulent activities detected, and an extensive list of procedures to reclaim my stolen identity. The ensuing weeks blurred into a whirlwind of legal skirmishes and bureaucratic hurdles. I spent endless hours on hold with financial institutions, credit agencies, and law enforcement, each conversation reinforcing the violation I had endured. My existence had been reduced to paperwork and transactions, each more draining than the last. The sensation of violation loomed over me constantly. Every day brought new alerts, suspicious activities flagged, new accounts opened in my name, debts amassed by an individual living a life I did not recognize, but one that disturbingly belonged to me. It was maddening. I fielded calls from creditors demanding repayment for loans I had never taken. I found myself ensnared in an unending cycle of proving my innocence, clawing back the reins of my identity one arduous step at a time. Amidst the chaos, a disquieting realization began to take root. Someone out there had assumed my identity, and they were inhabiting it more convincingly than I ever had. The precision of their mimicry was chilling. They navigated my preferences, my hobbies, even my social circles with an intimacy that left me feeling estranged in my own skin. The financial losses, though severe, paled in comparison to the emotional toll. The thief hadn't just absconded with my finances. They had seized my sense of control, security, and trust. My life ceased to feel like my own, and the prospect of reclaiming it seemed insurmountable. With passing months, I began the process of rebuilding. I implemented stringent security measures, passwords altered, accounts meticulously monitored, and safeguards installed bordering on paranoia. Each small triumph, restoring my credit, freezing deceitful accounts, served as a step towards normalcy. Yet, no amount of caution could erase the scars. The memory of stepping into my violated apartment remained vivid, a haunting reminder of the fragility of privacy. It was not solely my identity that had been stolen. It was my peace of mind, my core essence. Gradually, I began to reconstruct my life. I redefined boundaries, drew strength from the support of loved ones, and slowly regained a semblance of security. However, the shadow of that violation lingered, a spectral presence of the individual who not only robbed me of my name, but also a fragment of my very being. Even now, I find myself casting furtive glances over my shoulder, double-checking locks, scrutinizing every transaction. Though the thief may have vanished, their impact endures, woven into the fabric of my daily existence. Some scars may fade with time, but others, like this one, endure, a perpetual reminder that safety is never guaranteed, and that even within the confines of our homes, we are never entirely impervious. Story 36. In the quiet hum of digital noise, a subtle disturbance began to stir. Initially, the messages that landed in my social media inbox seemed like fleeting echoes, generic words from an unknown sender. "How's your day?" they would inquire, or "Nice post." I brushed them off as mere background chatter, likely automated spam drifting through the vast expanse of the internet. But then, a shift occurred. the messages turned personal. The first one that caught my eye arrived unexpectedly. I hope dinner with Alex was enjoyable. You appeared to have a pleasant time. A shiver ran down my spine. Alex and I had indeed dined together the previous evening, a fact I had kept off the digital grid. I had shared no mention online, nor with anyone else. The message, cryptic yet strangely intimate, sent a ripple of unease through me. I tried to dismiss it as a fluke, a chance alignment of words in the digital ether. Yet a lingering disquiet settled in the corners of my mind. Taking a precautionary step, I altered my social media passwords, hoping to sever the strange connection. It seemed a rational move, a shield against the unknown, but it proved futile. The messages persisted, evolving from vague hints to piercing specifics. One day, another missive appeared. I observed you at the coffee shop yesterday, engrossed in that new book that captivates you. I had not disclosed my cafe visit, nor whispered a word about the book. Yet somewhere out there, a hidden observer possessed keen insight into my private moments and chose to reveal their knowledge. The messages emerged from a blank slate of an account, devoid of identity, void of traces. An anonymous entity, steadily encroaching with each passing day. I flagged the account to the platform, hoping to quell the unsettling tide. But the flow continued unabated. The subsequent wave delved into realms of my life untouched by the digital realm. They delved into intimate conversations with loved ones, recounting events unshared online, even echoing thoughts uttered in the sanctuary of my home. One message, particularly chilling, read, "I'm relieved you and Lisa resolved that disagreement. Your demeanor improved after your discussion." I had disclosed no details of that conversation, not a whisper to a soul. Desperate for clarity, I turned to friends and family, seeking any inadvertent leaks of my privacy. But their baffled expressions mirrored my own growing dread. The intrusion escalated, breeding a profound sense of vulnerability. Consulting a cybersecurity expert, I hoped to unmask the enigma. They combed through my devices, seeking traces of malware or digital breaches, yet their findings yielded no solace. No evidence of intrusion, no digital footprints to trace. The realization offered no comfort. It hinted that the watcher bypassed technological barriers, possessing an eerie closeness to my world. Paranoia burgeoned, leading me to reshape my routines. I shunned familiar haunts, withholding every morsel of my life from the online realm. I believed that by sealing every crevice of visibility, I could shake off the unseen gaze trailing me. But the messages persisted. "I notice your absence from the gym lately. I trust all is well. Perhaps you seek respite," read one, suffused with unnerving detail. I had divulged no reasons for my gym hiatus, not even to confidants. The realization that a hidden eye tracked my movements in real time stripped me bare, leaving me exposed and defenseless. Anxiety gnawed at me, every moment tinged with scrutiny, every breath like a bated whisper in a glass chamber of surveillance. Then a chilling shift occurred. One fateful night, a terse note arrived. "I know your abode. I shall keep watch." Panic surged, heart pounding. I summoned law enforcement, divulging every detail, every screenshot. An investigation ensued, but the shroud of anonymity cloaked the perpetrator. Each unanswered query eroded my sense of safety. Cameras dotted my residence. Locks fortified my doors, yet the specter of surveillance lingered, an invisible weight on my shoulders. And then, as swiftly as they had materialized, the messages vanished. The account dissolved, leaving no digital footprint in its wake. The ensuing silence should have ushered relief, yet it felt like an unfinished chapter, a tale bereft of closure. The enigma of the sender's identity, their motives, remained unsolved, a haunting question mark. It cast a shadow over every interaction, every fleeting glance, every serendipitous encounter. In the aftermath, normalcy eluded me, replaced by a vigilant wariness. The ordeal underscored the fragility of privacy in the digital age, imprinting scars upon my psyche. The notion of unseen eyes, of a shadow presence privy to my life, lingered as a haunting refrain. Time may have dulled the edges of fear, yet the memory endures, a cautionary tale of technology's blurring of boundaries and the indelible impact of the unseen on our lives. Story 37. As the first light of dawn gently caressed the world, a whisper of unease crept into my consciousness. It began as a flicker, almost imperceptible, as I absent-mindedly scrolled through the endless cascade of social media on a tranquil Sunday morning. And then, like a shadow unfurling its dark tendrils, a post emerged from the depths of the digital ether, drawing me into its chilling embrace. The words sprawled across the screen, long and detailed, painting a portrait of horror tinged with a sickening familiarity. Accusations, sharp as knives, sliced through the silence of my solitude, aimed not at a stranger, but at someone intimately known, myself. At first, disbelief gripped me in its icy claws. Could this be a mistake, a cruel jest orchestrated by unseen hands? But with each passing sentence, a knot tightened in the pit of my stomach, a silent scream echoing through the corridors of my mind. The post wove a tapestry of my life with unnerving precision. Places I had trodden, words spoken in the hush of intimacy, secrets whispered in the dead of night. It was as though a phantom had pried open the delicate veil of my existence, exposing it to the harsh scrutiny of the world. Anonymity shrouded the accuser, casting a pall of dread over my fragile reality. It felt as though a surgeon's blade had sliced through my soul, laying bare the raw nerves of my being. Frantically, I sought solace in the comments section, a digital arena of judgment and condemnation. Some voices offered faint echoes of support, like flickering candles in a vast expanse of darkness. But the majority roared with a ferocity that seared through my defenses, branding me with the mark of a pariah. The accusations, like wildfire unleashed, danced across screens and minds, a relentless storm threatening to engulf me in its fiery wrath. This was no mere assault on my reputation. It was a meticulously orchestrated symphony of destruction, aimed at obliterating every vestige of my existence. With trembling hands, I grasped at the fraying threads of my unraveling reality. My instinct, primal and urgent, drove me to confront the allegations head-on, to challenge the shadows that sought to devour me whole. With trembling fingers, I crafted a response, a fragile shield of words to ward off the arrows of malice. Each denial, each defense, was a battle cry in the war for my very being. I bared my soul in the harsh light of scrutiny, offering myself up for judgment, for vindication, for absolution. The digital realm became my battlefield, and I fought with a fervor born of desperation. But the tendrils of deceit had already taken root, spreading their venomous tendrils with ruthless efficiency. Despite my protests, my pleas, my cries for mercy, the accusations lingered like a dark cloud, casting a pall over my every waking moment. The whispers of doubt, insidious and persistent, gnawed at the edges of my sanity, threatening to engulf me in a maelstrom of despair. Days blurred into nights, a haze of anxiety and sleepless torment. I sought refuge in the arms of the law, in the cold embrace of justice. A lawyer became my guide, navigating the treacherous waters of accusation and suspicion. Together, we gathered the shards of evidence, the fragments of truth scattered like ashes in the wind. But even as I sought vindication, a seed of doubt took root in the fertile soil of my mind. A name, a face, emerged from the shadows of memory, a former friend, now turned foe. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit, the contours of betrayal sharpening with each passing revelation. I confronted them, the air heavy with unspoken accusations, the silence pregnant with the weight of truth. Their denial was swift, their protestations sincere, and yet beneath the veneer of innocence, a flicker of guilt danced in their eyes, a shadow of deception veiled in the cloak of camaraderie. The truth, elusive and mercurial, remained just beyond my grasp, taunting me with its tantalizing secrets. Weeks turned to months, the investigation a labyrinth of false leads and shattered hopes. And then, like a beacon in the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged. a tip whispered in hushed tones, leading the way to a hidden cache of digital relics. Chat logs, plans, timelines, all laid bare in the harsh light of truth. The mastermind revealed, a specter of betrayal and resentment cloaked in the guise of familiarity. A former confidant turned adversary, their motives twisted by jealousy and vindictiveness. The web they had spun, intricate and deadly, threatened to ensnare me in its silken embrace. But justice, relentless and unforgiving, finally caught up with them, casting them into the cold embrace of consequence. The storm began to wane, the tempest of accusation fading into the gentle murmur of truth. My name, tarnished by the flames of deceit, was slowly cleansed by the waters of vindication. But the scars, invisible yet searing, remained etched upon my soul, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the treachery of the human heart. Rebuilding, a slow and arduous process, became my new reality. Relationships, once strong, now fragile, required delicate care and nurturing. Some bonds, fractured by doubt, could never be fully restored. And yet, amidst the ruins of my shattered reality, a seed of resilience took root, a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. I emerged from the crucible of deception, stronger, wiser, and more determined than ever. The shadows of betrayal may linger, the echoes of manipulation still whispering in the recesses of my mind, but I refuse to be defined by the sins of the past. I stand tall, a survivor of the storm, a warrior forged in the fires of adversity. And as I gaze into the horizon of a new dawn, I know that I am ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, on my own terms. Story 38. On a cool autumn morning, I stumbled upon a peculiar discovery in my mailbox. A weathered envelope addressed to a mysterious John Doe. Initially, I brushed it off as a simple mix-up, a common occurrence with mail delivery. But something about this envelope piqued my interest. It bore no postage, no return address, no trace of passing through the postal system. Intrigued, I carefully unfolded the contents inside. A single sheet of paper awaited me, adorned with impeccably crafted block letters. As my eyes traced the words, a shiver of unease crept down my spine. The letter vividly recounted the events of my previous day, the tranquil jog in the park, the quaint coffee shop I frequented, even the fleeting conversation with the barista. Its conclusion left me unsettled, a chilling line lingering in the silence. I hope you enjoyed your day. Perplexed, I pondered how someone could possess such intimate knowledge of my daily routine. Was it an elaborate prank, a misplaced set of notes? Despite my attempts to rationalize, a sense of disquiet lingered within me. In the following week, 3 more letters materialized, each delving deeper into the intricacies of my life. They detailed moments on my porch, interactions with strangers, and even a private incident within the confines of my home, rearranged furniture and all. It became evident that the sender wasn't merely observing, but intruding upon my most personal moments, a silent spectator to my existence. Paranoia gripped me tightly, every sound, every shadow casting suspicion upon my surroundings. Seeking answers, I turned to the postal service, presenting the enigmatic letters as evidence. Their bewilderment mirrored my own, unable to trace the origin without conventional markings. Their promises to investigate offered little solace in the face of such a profound invasion. Driven by fear and desperation, I fortified my home with surveillance cameras, vigilantly monitoring any hint of intrusion. I altered my habits, shunning predictability in a bid to outwit the unseen observer. Yet the letters persisted, each one delving deeper into my psyche, blurring the line between reality and surveillance. Frustrated by the lack of progress, I sought assistance from law enforcement, hoping for a breakthrough. Despite their efforts, the perpetrator remained elusive, leaving behind no tangible leads. A rainy afternoon heralded the arrival of the most invasive letter yet, exposing a private conversation with a friend, a conversation known only to us. The realization dawned upon me. This was no coincidence, but a deliberate violation of my privacy. Haunted by the possibility of hidden cameras and eavesdropping devices, I scoured every corner of my home for signs of intrusion. The constant fear of being watched gnawed at my sanity, pushing me to extreme measures to reclaim a semblance of control. Motion sensors, reinforced locks, and a fortress of security measures transformed my once haven into a fortress of paranoia. Yet, despite my efforts, the letters abruptly ceased one day, plunging me into a new realm of uncertainty. Why the sudden halt? Had the sender moved on, or were they biding their time, waiting to resurface once more? The absence of the letters offered respite, but also fueled a lingering dread of the unknown. The ordeal left an indelible mark on my psyche, transforming my sanctuary into a prison of suspicion. The sanctuary I once cherished now echoed with the haunting reminder of a time when my life was an open book to an unseen voyeur. The lesson learned was a harsh one. Privacy, once breached, becomes fragile, inviting the most invasive of threats through the smallest of cracks. Story 39. The night embraced me with its soothing darkness as I delved into a tale woven with mystery and intrigue. The pattern emerged gradually, like whispers in the wind, a friend here, a colleague there, vanishing without a trace. Each disappearance cast a shadow of confusion and unease over my world. Initially, I brushed them off as mere coincidences, tragic yet unrelated. But as the list of the missing souls grew longer, a haunting truth dawned on me. I was the common thread binding them together. It all began with Mark, a fellow soul from the realm of work. His absence sent ripples of worry through our shared space. His sudden vanishing act left no clues, no hints of his whereabouts. Then came Emily, a cherished companion from the world of books. She vanished without a trace, leaving behind a home frozen in time, her laughter echoing in the empty rooms. And then the cruel blow struck. My cousin Alex, a lost connection rediscovered, vanished from my sanctuary, leaving behind a void of questions and fear. Each disappearance felt like a dagger aimed at my heart, a reminder of my entanglement in a web of shadows and secrets. I, who had always walked the path of ordinariness, now found myself at the center of a sinister plot. Desperate for answers, I embarked on a journey of unraveling the threads that bound us together in this chilling tapestry of disappearances. The truth unfurled before me like a dark flower blooming in the night. Every missing soul had crossed paths with me before their vanishing act. A malevolent force lurked in the shadows, preying on those around me. But why? And how could I break free from this twisted fate that seemed to have me ensnared in its grasp? With a heavy heart and trembling hands, I began my investigation, seeking clues in the empty spaces left behind by the vanished. Mark's apartment stood frozen in time, a silent witness to his sudden departure. Emily's note, cryptic and foreboding, whispered of time running out. And in Alex's belongings, I found a notebook filled with eerie sketches and ominous worn ings, a testament to the encroaching darkness. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a shadow of suspicion fell upon a figure from my past, Rachel, with her enigmatic gaze and hidden motives. A meeting was arranged, words exchanged, but the truth remained elusive, shrouded in a veil of uncertainty and fear. Haunted by the sense of being watched, I fortified my sanctuary with cameras and alarms, yet the specter of impending doom lingered in the air. A message, chilling and direct, forewarned of my impending fate, sending shivers down my spine. Driven by a primal urge to unravel the mystery, I followed the trail of breadcrumbs leading me to a forgotten mansion on the outskirts of reality. The decaying walls whispered of forgotten memories and dark secrets, drawing me closer to a revelation that would change everything. As I stepped into the shadowed interior of the mansion, a tableau of horror greeted me, a wall adorned with photographs, each a piece of a macabre jigsaw puzzle, leading to a singular point of convergence, me. A voice, familiar yet chilling, echoed through the stillness, drawing me deeper into the heart of darkness. With bated breath, I turned, ready to face the orchestrator of my torment, only to be met with a sight that shattered my reality, a reflection of myself, standing at the precipice of a truth too terrifying to comprehend. Story 40. As I awoke from a deep slumber, the world around me remained shrouded in a hazy obscurity. A disorienting fog enveloped my senses, leaving me unsure of my surroundings and what transpired before. Bound wrists constrained behind my back, a scratchy fabric veiled my sight, plunging me into a state of bewildering uncertainty. Despite the rising panic, I willed myself to breathe steadily, to maintain composure in the face of the unknown. Before contemplating an escape, I needed to grasp the gravity of my situation. The blindfold pressed firmly against my eyes, casting a veil of darkness over me. With each measured breath, I started to discern my environment. The air hung heavy, carrying a faint tang of industrial metal, tinged with staleness. Beneath me, a frigid, unyielding surface greeted my touch, rough and unyielding like aged wood. Shifting slightly, I tested the limits of my restraints. It was then that I detected a soft rustling in the room, a subtle hint that someone had traversed this space before me. Summoning all my courage, I squirmed in place, hoping to glean a clue amidst the eerie silence. After what seemed like an eternity of straining, my fingertips grazed something smooth and solid, coated in a film of dust. Investigating further with my bound hands, I realized it was a book, a journal. The leather cover felt rigid and cool under my touch, its edges weathered by time. Heart racing, I brought it close to my face, clumsily prying it open. Navigating the pages by touch rather than sight, I stumbled upon the first entry, sending a shiver down my spine. If you are reading this, it means you have chosen to survive. Follow the instructions meticulously to depart this realm. Your journey commences now. Accompanied by crude sketches, a rudimentary room map with marked locations, the entry bore cryptic symbols and sparse yet urgent directives. Uncover the hidden key within this chamber. Solve the puzzles within the journal to unveil the clues. Fail, and your survival prospects wane. Breath catching in my throat, I realized I was not just ensnared, I was being tested. I conjured an image of the room's layout based on the map. A weighty wooden door, a ramshackle table, scattered objects, a faint glimmer from a lofty window. These markers would guide me. The initial puzzle, though demanding acute observation, was clear-cut. The journal hinted at patterns in object placement leading to a concealed compartment. Awkwardly maneuvering, I swept my bound hands across the floor, seeking anomalies. After agonizing minutes, I stumbled upon a loose floorboard beneath the table. Prizing it aside, my heart raced as I uncovered something frigid and metallic. The initial key. Pulse quickening, I absorbed the next directive in the journal. The key would unlock a drawer in the table, harboring the subsequent clue. Edging toward the table, I grappled with the lock, turning the key until the gratifying click reverberated. Within the drawer lay a folded note. Decipher this riddle to unveil the box's combination. According to the map, the box lay concealed in the room's corner. Beads of sweat dotted my brow as I grappled with the enigmatic riddle, numbers and phrases swirling in my mind. Frustration mounted with each futile attempt to decode it, the relentless march of time clouding my thoughts. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the solution dawned on me. Trembling hands spun the combination on the padlock. As it clicked open, within the box lay a diminutive vial of liquid and another note. Disperse this to reveal the hidden truths. Without delay, I coated the walls and floor with the liquid, watching as faint markings materialized, symbols and arrows guiding my next move. The ultimate clue proved enigmatic, requiring precise object arrangement to activate a concealed mechanism. Each passing moment felt like an eternity as I toiled, the suffocating blindfold amplifying my discomfort, my body protesting. The specter of failure loomed, yet the primal urge to survive propelled me forward. At last, a sharp mechanical click pierced the air. A panel in the door slid ajar, revealing a dusty key. With quivering hands, I employed it to unlock the door. The mechanism yielded, and the portal groaned open. A rush of crisp air greeted me as I stumbled into the corridor, tearing off the blindfold. Blinking in the dimness, I surveyed my new surroundings, a hallway cloaked in peeling wallpaper and shattered fixtures. Though cold and eerie, the expanse felt liberating after the oppressive confines of the chamber. The initial trial was surmounted. As I stood there, clutching the journal tightly, I understood that my ordeal had merely begun. The corridor stretched ahead, ominous and veiled, promising further tribulations. Yet for now I had endured. Fear mingled with a faint thrill of survival coursed through me as I vowed to persevere. The journal had shepherded me thus far, and I determined not to falter now. Story 41. The unexpected chime of the doorbell shattered the tranquil rhythm of my afternoon. No parcels were awaited, no guests foreseen. The ring echoed unnaturally loud, disrupting the serenity of my abode. Upon opening the door, a modest, unmarked package lay upon the doormat. Swathed in plain brown paper, secured with simple twine, it divulged no hints of its origin. Devoid of a sender's address or any identifying insignia, it exuded an enigmatic aura. Intrigue mingled with apprehension as I stooped to retrieve it. The package felt weightless, its contents a mystery shrouded in ambiguity. Placing it on the kitchen counter, my once comforting dwelling now seemed oppressively silent, amplifying my mounting unease. With trembling fingers, I unraveled the twine and unveiled the contents beneath the brown wrapping. Inside lay a collection of photographs, bound together by a rubber band. Initially appearing mundane, depictions of a house, my breath caught in my throat as I perused them. These were no ordinary images. They were snapshots of my very own residence. Each picture captured distinct angles and various times of day, revealing intimate details of my surroundings. From the front yard to the backyard, every aspect was meticulously documented. The flower beds, the garden bench, even the secluded shed. My pulse quickened as I scrutinized them further. These were not random snapshots. They were purposeful, calculated. Someone had been observing my home. At the bottom of the stack lay a note, scrawled hastily in a menacing script. "You should have been more careful." The terse, ominous message sent shivers down my spine, offering no elucidation, only an enigmatic and chilling admonition. Puzzled and perturbed, a torrent of questions flooded my mind. Who could have sent this? Why? Was it a cruel jest, a veiled threat, or something more insidious? Fear gripping me, I called upon the authorities, desperate for answers. Upon their arrival, the officers handled the package with care, securing the photographs and note for further scrutiny. Despite dusting for fingerprints and scouring for clues, no conclusive evidence was unearthed. The absence of a return address or any distinctive markings rendered tracing the sender a near impossible task. Before departing, they pledged vigilance and vowed to monitor for similar occurrences, yet their assurances did little to assuage the tempest of anxiety brewing within me. Days turned into weeks, and an unshakable sense of being watched pervaded every moment. Every creak, every rustle, felt like the ominous presence of an unseen voyeur. Hyper-aware of my surroundings, I double-checked locks and bolted windows, but the photographs lingered, a constant reminder of the intrusion. Pinned to a corkboard, they divulged no new revelations, merely serving as precise reminders of the unwelcome scrutiny. Mundane tasks felt laden with invasion, leaving me perpetually exposed. The persistent sensation of being observed from afar plagued me, casting a shadow over my every move. One night, a fleeting shadow outside my window quickened my pulse, though upon investigation, the yard lay silent under the moon's gentle gaze. The mysterious phone calls commenced, silent yet unsettling, punctuating the eerie atmosphere that had enveloped me. Seeking solace, I sought therapy, yet the anxiety lingered, a persistent specter. Months passed, the police investigation yielding no leads, culminating in a disheartening letter acknowledging the impasse. The fear waned with time, but its remnants lingered, a haunting reminder of vulnerability. Though semblances of normalcy returned, the package remained a chilling relic of intrusion. The experience etched an indelible mark, a constant reminder of the fragility of security. The added locks, heightened awareness, and perpetual unease became fixtures of my existence, a sobering testament to the elusive nature of safety. And in the recesses of my mind, a lingering awareness persisted, the possibility that the sender yet lingered, watching from the shadows. Story 42. In the hazy twilight of a new city, Greg appeared like a whisper of wind on a summer night. Amidst the unfamiliar streets and faces, he stood out, a beacon of charm and ease. Our introduction felt like a stroke of fate, a chance encounter that bloomed into a friendship woven with shared passions and shared laughter. Greg was a maestro of conversation, effortlessly guiding us through the symphony of music, literature, and the great outdoors. Every moment in his company felt like a melody, each adventure a verse in a story only he could tell. Together we wandered through hidden cafes, lost ourselves in the notes of local musicians, and scaled the peaks of nearby mountains. Yet beneath the surface of Greg's enchanting tales, shadows began to dance. The threads of his stories twisted and turned, unraveling in the face of scrutiny. Details faded like mist in the morning sun, leaving behind a trail of doubts that whispered of deception. I watched as the fabric of Greg's narratives frayed, revealing a tapestry of half-truths and embellishments. His words painted vivid scenes of encounters with the extraordinary, but the canvas of reality remained blank. It was as if his stories were crafted not from memory, but from the shadows of his imagination. A quiet unease settled over me, a whisper of doubt that begged to be heard. I delved into the depths of his past, seeking truths buried beneath layers of charisma and charm. What I unearthed was a portrait of a man who moved through life like a ghost, leaving behind echoes of himself in every city he touched. Greg's web of deceit extended beyond mere storytelling. It was a web of manipulation, carefully spun to ensnare those around him. Each encounter, each smile, was a piece in his intricate game of control, a dance of shadows and light. Confrontation loomed on the horizon like a storm gathering strength. As I peeled back the layers of Greg's facade, his mask began to slip, revealing a darkness that chilled me to the core. His eyes, once warm with laughter, now gleamed with a calculated coldness that sent shivers down my spine. In the aftermath of revelation, I stood at the crossroads of trust and betrayal, my heart heavy with the weight of shattered illusions. Greg's true nature had emerged from the shadows, a specter of manipulation and deceit that lingered like a ghost in the corners of my mind. But from the ashes of deception rose a newfound clarity, a resolve to guard my heart against the siren song of false charm and empty promises. I emerged from the crucible of lies with a deeper understanding of the fragility of trust and the resilience of the human spirit. Greg's legacy lingered like a bittersweet melody, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface of a smiling face. And as I walked away, my steps guided by the light of truth, I carried with me the wisdom of experience, a beacon to illuminate the path ahead. Story 43. The room lay concealed behind the walls of my dwelling all this time, like a secret waiting to be unveiled. It was on a chilly, dreary afternoon that I stumbled upon its existence while sorting through the cluttered basement. My abode, a haven of peace in a tranquil suburban neighborhood, had lately lost its sense of security. Mysterious sounds haunted the night, objects shifted inexplicably, and my loyal companion Max had vanished without a trace. Determined to restore a semblance of normalcy, I embarked on the task of organizing the chaotic basement filled with dusty relics, forgotten furniture, and aged boxes. While shifting an old bookshelf, my hand brushed against a section of the wall that felt out of place, sending a shiver down my spine. The texture was subtly different, and as I scrutinized it closer, a faint seam revealed itself. a hidden door camouflaged within the wall. With a racing heart, I located a small gap where the aged wood had slightly buckled, offering a grip. Exerting force, I pulled hard, and with a groan, the door swung open, releasing a cold, musty breath from the darkness within. Hesitating at the threshold, a primal instinct warned me, but curiosity propelled me forward. Illuminating the room with my phone's flashlight, I ventured inside. The air was heavy with neglect, yet the room was meticulously arranged, a juxtaposition that deepened my disquiet. A bare bulb dangled from above, casting eerie shadows as I noticed the photographs. Hundreds of them, meticulously pinned to the walls in orderly rows. To my shock, every single photo featured me. The earliest depicted mundane moments from a distance, me going about daily routines, unaware of being observed. However, as I surveyed the collection, the images grew increasingly invasive, capturing intimate scenes of me within my own home. Photos of me sleeping, reading, unaware of the unseen observer. My knees weakened, but I compelled myself to continue. Among the photos lay scraps of paper adorned with erratic scribbles, notes, observations, personal reflections. She finds solace in reading before sleep. Her laughter softens in solitude. Her secrets echo within these walls. Each word unsettled me further. The room harbored a worn wooden table cluttered with notebooks detailing my life in chilling detail. Private conversations, mundane routines, all meticulously recorded. How could someone possess such intimate knowledge? My gaze fell upon a dusty camera connected to a rusty monitor in the corner. Pressing play, I watched grainy footage of my life unfolding within my sanctuary, filmed over months, perhaps years. Tears welled in my eyes, not from fear, but from a sense of profound violation. My private moments had been transformed into someone else's twisted reality show. Thoughts raced through my mind, pondering potential suspects. A stranger? A neighbor? Someone close to me? Recollections of a cryptic note found on Max's collar resurfaced. A wah, Arning overlooked. Could it have been a clue? A chilling realization dawned on me. What if this invasion was ongoing? What if they were still watching? Panic seized me. I sealed the hidden door as best I could, fleeing upstairs and securing every entry, my heart pounding with each step. The authorities had to be informed. But a dreadful notion gripped me. What if reporting this only exacerbated the situation? What if they anticipated my actions? Despite my hesitation, I dialed 911. The phone rang, echoing in the silence, before a faint creak downstairs shattered the stillness, the hidden door creeping open once more. I was not alone. Story 44. On a cool autumn afternoon, I set out to tame the wildness of my new home's backyard. Nestled in an old Victorian house, the sprawling property whispered with secrets of the past. The wooden floors creaked with age, and the garden had been left to its own devices for far too long. It was the perfect distraction from the chaos of moving, the endless sea of boxes that still cluttered the rooms inside. As I dug into the damp earth, the scent of soil rose around me, a comforting embrace. The rhythmic sound of the shovel meeting the ground lulled me into a trance, each scrape a soothing melody in the quiet afternoon. Lost in my thoughts, I envisioned a transformed yard in the coming months. Lush green grass, colorful flowers dancing in the breeze, a cozy stone patio bathed in the warm glow of summer evenings. But my daydreams shattered when the shovel struck something solid beneath the soil. Intrigued, I uncovered a small weather-beaten wooden box, its surface worn by time and heavy in my hands. With a mix of anticipation and unease, I opened it, revealing a blood-stained shirt and an old photograph nestled on a bed of brittle newspaper. The shirt, faded blue and marred with dark red stains, sent a shiver down my spine. Why would such a grisly item be hidden in my backyard? Setting it aside, I turned my attention to the photograph. It depicted a younger version of myself, smiling brightly beside a stranger in a room that felt like a portal to another era. The dim lighting, the antique furniture, none of it made sense. Turning the photograph over, hoping for a clue, I found nothing but emptiness on the back. Sitting back, bewildered by the strange discovery, questions swirled in my mind. Was this a prank, a forgotten relic of the previous owner, or something more sinister lurking beneath the surface of my new home? Determined to unravel the mystery, I delved into the history of the house. Hours turned into days as I scoured old newspapers and property records, seeking a thread of connection to the buried box. A call to the local historical society led me to Mrs. Whitaker, a font of knowledge on the town's past. Her words hinted at shadows lingering in the house's history, a past that whispered of untold secrets waiting to be unearthed. Seeking more answers, I sought out the wisdom of elderly neighbors who shared tales of bygone days, but none could shed light on the disturbing artifacts hidden in my backyard. Turning to the photograph for clues, I sought the expertise of a local photographer skilled in restoring old images. His analysis placed the photo in the early 20th century, aligning with the mysterious setting captured in the frame. Yet the identities of the people remained elusive, their story lost to time. A chance discovery in the library's archives hinted at a hidden room in the basement, long sealed off from prying eyes. With a racing heart, I combed through the house until I found the concealed entrance behind a bookcase. The door groaned open, revealing a dusty chamber filled with forgotten relics of the past. A treasure trove of photographs and documents that painted a cryptic picture of events long gone. Among the items, a photograph revealed a gathering of unfamiliar faces in the same enigmatic room, their expressions fraught with tension. A faded document hinted at a vanished guest, lost under mysterious circumstances at a party held decades ago. The pieces of the puzzle slowly converged, whispering of a dark chapter in the house's history that had been buried deep within its walls. The connection between the photograph, the shirt, and the secret room began to crystallize, yet the full story remained just beyond reach. The house, with its secrets and shadows, became a place of unease, a realm where the past and present intertwined in a haunting dance. Eventually, unable to shake the feeling of displacement, I made the decision to leave, haunted by the fragments of a story that begged to be unveiled. The blood-stained shirt, the enigmatic photograph, the hidden room, they linger in my memory, fragments of a tale that may never see the light of day. Some mysteries, it seems, are fated to remain buried in the depths of time, whispering their secrets to those who dare to listen. And so the house stands as a silent sentinel, guarding its secrets as I step away, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and a sense of profound mystery that lingers in the air. Story 45. On a cool autumn night, the realization dawned upon me that my car had vanished into the night. Stepping out into the darkness, my heart sank at the sight of the empty space where my faithful vehicle once stood. It wasn't merely the loss of a possession that unsettled me, but the intrusion, the violation of having something so personal spirited away without a trace. Promptly, I contacted the authorities, filed a report, and embarked on the arduous journey of navigating life without my car. Days blurred into frustration as I scrambled to arrange alternative transport, juggle commitments, and adapt to the inconvenience that now shadowed my daily routine. Updates from the police were scarce, each passing day eroding my hope of ever seeing my car again. Then, as unexpectedly as it had vanished, my car reappeared. A call from the authorities informed me that my stolen car had been recovered, mysteriously returned to the very spot from which it had been snatched. Relief washed over me, but a subtle unease lingered in the back of my mind. How had it been returned so precisely, as if by some unseen hand? The perfection of it all felt almost eerie. Upon inspecting the car, everything seemed normal. No signs of forced entry, no scratches, no dents. But as I settled into the driver's seat, a glint caught my eye. Nestled beneath, a small black box lay hidden. Inconspicuous yet ominous, it beckoned my curiosity. Retrieving the box, I discovered a tiny recording device, innocuous in appearance save for a single blinking red light. Back at home, I examined the device closely. It appeared to be a recording device, capturing fragments of my life unbeknownst to me. With a mix of trepidation and intrigue, I connected it to my computer. Audio files unfolded before me, recordings of my own voice, snippets of conversations, mundane phone calls. Each sound, each whisper, felt like a breach of my privacy, woven together in a chilling mosaic of my daily existence. The implications weighed heavily on me. Who had planted the device? Why had they been eavesdropping on my life? Was I a target of some unknown force, or merely a pawn in a larger game? Questions swirled in my mind, unsettling and unanswerable. I promptly handed the device over to the authorities, but it yielded no clues. Untraceable, it bore no marks or identifiers. Despite the police's reassurances and basic security measures, a lingering paranoia gripped me in its icy hold. Every passing face, every fleeting glance felt like a threat. Security cameras became my new companions, altering my routines, veering away from predictability. Yet the fear persisted, a shadow that refused to dissipate, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. Seeking solace, I turned to therapy, a beacon in the storm of my anxiety. Through the sessions, I learned to discern between rational fears and the phantoms conjured by my mind. Months drifted by, the immediate terror waning, but the memory of the device haunting my thoughts. The mystery remained unsolved, the culprit elusive. The violation of my privacy left scars, a reminder of the fragility of personal boundaries in a world where unseen eyes lurk in the shadows. The experience reshaped my perception of safety, urging me to safeguard not just physical spaces, but the intangible moments that define my existence. Though the mystery endures, it serves as a silent admonition. In a world where privacy is a fragile treasure, it falls upon us to shield the sanctity of our private realms. Story 46. The first night in my new home unfolded with a serene hush, almost too tranquil for comfort. Situated on the fringes of town, the house exuded an old-world charm, boasting creaking wooden floors and lofty ceilings that amplified every sound. It served as a sanctuary, a much-needed escape from the relentless demands of my workplace. Far removed from the urban chaos, it appeared to be the perfect refuge. Nestling beneath the covers, a blanket of silence enveloped me. The sole interruptions were the occasional groans of the house settling into its ancient bones. Initially, the stillness offered solace, but as I teetered on the brink of slumber, a faint, rhythmic noise stirred me. It was so soft that I doubted its existence, dismissing it as the murmur of aging pipes or the whisper of wind seeping through an unseen crevice. Chuckling softly at my own apprehensions, I shifted my weight and surrendered to sleep's embrace. Yet, in the ensuing nights, the sound grew more distinct. It manifested as a gentle tapping, akin to distant footsteps, muffled and hesitant. Each awakening prompted a futile search. Armed with a flashlight, I scoured every nook and cranny of the house, scrutinizing each room, only to find emptiness. The secure windows and locked doors mocked my unease with their silent vigil. Rationalizing it as a trick of my imagination, I returned to bed. With each passing week, the footsteps became more frequent, more purposeful. They adhered to a pattern I soon recognized, commencing in the hallway, traversing the kitchen, then veering towards the bedrooms. Although no visual evidence accompanied the auditory intrusion, its vividness made it impossible to disregard. Nights evolved into a trial of endurance. I lay in bed, taut and vigilant, anticipating the inevitable commencement of the steps, and commence they did, unfailingly. One twilight, while engrossed in TV within the living room, the footsteps resurfaced. Commencing faintly, they crescendoed, mimicking the stride of an unseen presence traversing the house. The rhythm remained unwavering, the sound purposeful. Mutely, I muted the television and strained to discern the source, my pulse quickening with each advancing step. They drew nearer, their echoes reverberating through the walls. Clutching my flashlight, I traversed the rooms, scouring for clues. Every shadow, every concealed recess yielded nothing but emptiness. Yet the sound lingered, now distant, as if taunting me. Fear gradually metamorphosed into fixation. I fortified the doors and windows with additional locks, compulsively verifying their security. Alas, it proved futile. The footsteps persisted. Despite confiding in friends and kin, their reassurances rang hollow. Merely the house readjusting, they opined. You're simply fatigued. Though yearning to believe them, the precision and authenticity of the sound precluded it from being a figment of my imagination. One night, I resolved to capture evidence. Placing a recorder in the hallway, I remained awake, awaiting the inevitable. Hours bled into each other until, as anticipated, the footsteps commenced. Allowing the recorder to document the eerie symphony, my heart pounded in rhythm with the haunting sound. The following morn, I replayed the recording. The footsteps reverberated unmistakably, yet it was the faint whisper that accompanied them that froze me in dread. Though barely audible, it was undeniably present. Devoid of decipherable words, its mere presence sent shivers down my spine. Desperate for elucidation, I sought the aid of paranormal investigators. Equipped with cameras and instruments, they endeavored to unveil the enigma. Their vigil throughout a night in the house yielded inconclusive findings. Merely the usual sounds of an aging abode, they concluded. Their vacuity only deepened my trepidation. One fateful night, the footsteps encroached closer than ever. Jolting awake, I discerned the sound of pacing just beyond my bedroom threshold. Breath hitching, I lay immobile under the covers, attuned to the measured, deliberate cadence. Mustering every ounce of courage, I swung the door ajar. The hallway lay deserted, yet the sound enveloped me, as if the very walls resonated with the phantom echoes. "Is anyone there?" I called out, my voice quavering. Silence was the sole rejoinder. The footsteps ceased, leaving behind an oppressive stillness that weighed heavier than the sound itself. Shortly thereafter, while exploring the attic, a peculiar discovery awaited me. A weathered, leather-bound journal concealed amidst forgotten boxes. It belonged to a previous dweller of the house. Leafing through its yellowed pages, I stumbled upon entries detailing sleepless nights, the relentless pacing, and escalating dread. The final entry culminated with an ominous proclamation: the echoes of the past never dissipate. Following this discovery, the footsteps began to wane, as though their purpose had been fulfilled. However, the house never lapsed into complete silence. On particularly somber nights, when the wind held its breath and the world seemed suspended in time, I could swear I heard them anew, faint, distant reminders that certain entities never truly depart. Story 47. In the quiet neighborhood where I reside, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention one day. It began as a mere sensation, a whisper of awareness that someone was observing me. Mr. Thompson, the elderly man living in the worn house beside mine, seemed to have his gaze fixed on my windows a bit too frequently. I would glimpse him standing by his window or tending his garden, his eyes lingering on my home for just a tad too long. Initially, I brushed it off as harmless curiosity, perhaps a quirk of aging that led him to wonder about his neighbor. But as days turned into weeks, the feeling grew harder to dismiss. Whenever our eyes met through the glass, he would hastily avert his gaze, pretending to be engrossed in mundane tasks like trimming a bush or examining the soil beneath his feet. His surreptitious glances began to unsettle me, planting seeds of unease in my mind. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, I glimpsed a sight that quickened my pulse. Through the slender gap in my half-open blinds, I saw Mr. Thompson standing just outside his front door, his eyes fixed on my window. It was a moment of clarity. I could no longer ignore the weight of his scrutiny. Summoning my courage, I ventured outside and made my way to his porch. The evening air was crisp, offering little solace to my frayed nerves. "Mr. Thompson," I called out, my voice steady yet taut. Startled, he looked up, a flicker of surprise and guilt dancing across his features. "Oh," he stammered. "Good evening. Is there something I can assist you with?" I hesitated briefly before voicing my concerns. "I've noticed you peering into my windows quite often lately. Is there a reason behind this?" His response was a flurry of apologies. "Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. I had no intention of causing you discomfort." Anxious, he wrung his hands. I was only worried about your well-being." "Worried about me?" I probed, skepticism evident in my tone. "Yes," he murmured, averting his gaze. "You're often alone, and with the recent spate of break-ins in the news, I felt compelled to ensure your safety." While his explanation held a veneer of kindness, it failed to fully assuage the deep-seated feeling of being under constant surveillance. In the days that followed, the situation remained unchanged. His presence outside, whether tending to his garden or gazing out his window, always seemed to gravitate toward my dwelling. The sense of being watched had permeated every corner of my life. Simple tasks like preparing a meal or watching television felt exposed, shrouded in a cloak of discomfort. Determined to reclaim my privacy, I fortified my abode with thicker curtains and blinds in a bid to shield myself from his intrusive eyes. Yet the feeling of being scrutinized persisted, insidiously embedding itself in my psyche. It was an ever-present weight, a reminder of the fragility of solitude and sanctuary. Ultimately, I resolved to confront Mr. Thompson once more. With a resolute heart, but a knot of anxiety in my chest, I ventured to his home one afternoon. As he answered the door, a wariness clouded his expression. "Mr. Thompson," I began, "I need to address this issue once more. Despite your apologies, I remain deeply uncomfortable. It's not just about safety, it's about respecting my privacy. I implore you to cease your surveillance." His countenance softened, genuine distress flickering in his eyes. "I am truly remorseful," he confessed. "I failed to grasp the extent of your discomfort. My vigilance stems from the tumultuous events that have plagued our neighborhood over the years." His words sounded sincere, yet they did little to dispel the tension coiled within me. For a time, his behavior tapered, offering a semblance of relief. However, the lingering disquiet never fully dissipated. Even when his watchful eyes were no longer visible, I remained haunted by the specter of his gaze, a persistent awareness of being observed that refused to fade. To safeguard myself further, I meticulously documented every instance of his presence near my abode. Each glance, each moment of perceived was meticulously logged. Seeking counsel, I engaged with fellow neighbors, garnering insight into their observations. While some acknowledged his peculiar glances, others brushed them aside. Turning to a local community support group for guidance, I learned to set boundaries, document meticulously, and involve authorities if necessary. Their reassurance instilled a sense of empowerment, a modicum of control in the face of uncertainty. Months drifted by, and while Mr. Thompson's actions lessened in frequency, my vigilance remained steadfast. The experience had left an indelible imprint on my psyche, underscoring the delicate balance between care and intrusion. Though his demeanor softened, the unease lingered, a shadow trailing in my wake, a testament to the intricate interplay of privacy and peace of mind. Reflecting on the enigma of Mr. Thompson's intentions, I remain ensnared by uncertainty. Was it genuine concern that drove his watchful gaze, or did darker motives lurk beneath the surface? The memory of his vigilant eyes endures, etched in the recesses of my mind, a poignant reminder of the profound impact privacy holds on our sense of tranquility. Story 48. It all unfolded with a whisper. My cousin Eleanor, a steadfast beacon of support and reliability, began to veer off course. We had traversed the paths of childhood together, weaving a tapestry of shared memories and an unbreakable bond. So when her behavior took a peculiar turn, It sent ripples of disorientation through the fabric of our connection. Initially, the changes were subtle. Missed calls, postponed gatherings, and conversations tinged with distraction. I attributed it to the weight of her demanding job, hoping it was a passing phase. But as time trickled by, her aura grew strained, casting a shadow over her once sturdy presence, now cloaked in unpredictability. Then came the peculiar requests. Eleanor beckoned me to accompany her on errands, yet the destinations were shrouded in mystery. Desolate warehouses, isolated cabins, and a hidden storage unit. Her explanations danced on the edge of vagueness, citing personal projects and the need to sort through old belongings. Despite the flicker of unease, I brushed it aside, tethered by loyalty and faith. One twilight, Eleanor summoned me urgently to her abode. The air crackled with tension as I stepped into a swirl of chaos, papers strewn haphazardly, notes scattered like fallen leaves. She paced, a portrait of disarray, her voice trembling as she confessed a bind she found herself in. "I need your help," she murmured, eyes evading mine. "It's crucial for my research." Though unease crept into my core, I couldn't refuse her plea. She passed me a stack of intricate legal documents, a labyrinth of jargon that eluded my grasp. Queries met with hasty dismissals, shrouding her intentions in a cloak of secrecy. In the passing weeks, her demands escalated. Midnight visits bearing urgent papers to sign, warnings of dire consequences for delays. And then, the pivotal moment arrived. She implored me to transfer a hefty sum into a shadowed business account she had orchestrated. A discordant note hummed within me, a discord between her reassurances and my intuition's whispers. I hesitated, claiming the need for reflection, yet my pause only seemed to amplify her desperation. Driven by suspicion, I delved into the documents she had thrust upon me, determined to unravel the enigma I had unwittingly stumbled into. What I unearthed sent chills down my spine. The pages teemed with falsehoods, fabricated identities, and signatures forged in deceit. My cousin, my lifelong confidant, entangled in a labyrinth of sham enterprises, counterfeit investments, and fraudulent ploys. And there, amidst the web of deception, my name danced, a puppet in transactions I had not sanctioned. Eleanor hadn't just misled me, she had ensnared me. The betrayal struck with the force of a tempest. How could someone I cherished and trusted weave such a tapestry of deceit around me? Heart thundering, I confronted her in the midst of her cluttered sanctuary. The sight of it, files spilling, counterfeit papers littering the floor, added weight to the betrayal festering within me. "You used me," I accused, voice quivering. Eleanor's countenance contorted with a blend of desperation and guilt. "You don't understand," she pleaded. "I was drowning. I needed an escape." Her justifications spilled forth, debts mounting, a crumbling business, the suffocating grip of financial ruin. She painted the scheme as a final gamble, a desperate gambit born of despair. Yet no rationale could absolve the deception. She hadn't just lied, she had gambled with my trust, my future. The subsequent steps were a crucible of anguish. I laid bare the truth to the authorities, surrendering every shard of evidence I had unearthed. The investigation unfurled, a tapestry of scrutiny and revelation. Eleanor faced charges of fraud, financial misconduct, and identity theft. The courtroom spectacles were surreal, witnessing my cousin, once a beacon, now a figure marooned in the dock. The breadth of her transgressions unfurled, victims beyond me, lives upturned, futures fractured. Apologies rang hollow against the backdrop of irreparable harm. Her career, her reputation, our kinship, all shattered in the storm's wake. In the aftermath, I grappled with a tempest of emotions: grief, fury, guilt, disbelief. I sought solace in therapy, a lifeline to navigate the labyrinth of betrayal and reconstruct my trust in others and in myself. The most agonizing wasn't losing Eleanor. It was embracing the realization that the woman I thought I knew was a mirage. Through the crucible, I imbibed harsh yet invaluable truths. Shadows can lurk even in the hearts closest to ours. Trust is a fragile bloom, and instincts must never be silenced. Eleanor's deceit etched scars, but it also honed my resilience. I emerged fortified, enlightened, a guardian of my own destiny, resolved never to be ensnared by treachery's veil again. Story 49. In the quiet neighborhood where I lived, a mysterious presence stirred dormant whispers. Mr. Hargrave, an enigmatic figure who had taken residence in the long-abandoned mansion next door, became a subject of intrigue. The old house, once a relic of the past, now bore the weight of Mr. Hargrave's arrival, shrouded in secrecy and uncertainty. Strange occurrences began to unfold, like shadows creeping in the dead of night. Metallic echoes and mechanical murmurs danced in the air, blending with faint voices that seemed to drift from another realm. Initially dismissed as mere echoes of the past, these unsettling sounds grew in intensity and purpose, painting a portrait of hidden activities seeping through the cracks of reality. One crisp autumn day, curiosity beckoned me closer, as I noticed a subtle invitation at Mr. Hargrave's doorstep. With him away, the opportunity to unravel the mystery nestled within his abode presented itself. A hesitant step over the threshold revealed a world frozen in time, where shadows clung to forgotten relics and whispers of the past lingered in the air. Following the rhythmic pulse of machinery, I ventured deeper into the heart of the mansion, guided by an unseen force. At the end of a dim corridor, a grand door stood sentinel, its ancient facade guarding secrets long buried. With trembling hands I pushed it open, unveiling a scene that froze the very marrow in my bones. Before me lay a sterile chamber of scientific marvels and grotesque wonders. Tables adorned with arcane instruments, jars holding twisted remnants of life, and a monstrous machine at the room's core pulsed with a sinister energy. The air crackled with the weight of forbidden knowledge, whispering tales of genetic manipulation and unfathomable experiments. Amidst the sterile chaos, a desk beckoned with folders bearing names etched in ink, each a testament to Mr. Hargrave's dark pursuits. My fingers traced the chilling revelations within, uncovering a tapestry of my own life intricately woven into his twisted designs. Details of my existence, intimate and profound, stared back at me from the pages, a grotesque portrait of manipulation and violation. I was a pawn in a game of science gone awry, a subject of experiments that blurred the line between humanity and monstrosity. As dread coiled around my heart, a soft rustle shattered the silence, a phantom presence lurking in the shadows. With bated breath, I turned, but the room held only echoes of my fear. Racing against time and unseen forces, I fled the laboratory, each step a symphony of dread echoing through the empty corridors. The world outside beckoned with a promise of safety, yet the tendrils of fear lingered, refusing to release their grip. Days turned to nights, each moment tinged with paranoia and unspoken dread. The truth I carried burned like a brand, urging me to seek justice against the darkness that had tainted my life. With resolve as my guide, I sought allies in the fight against Mr. Hargrave's monstrous legacy. Dr. Lenora Hayes, a beacon of scientific wisdom, lent her expertise to unravel the horrors hidden within the laboratory's walls. Together, we unearthed the depths of Mr. Hargrave's crimes, exposing a world where ethics had long been forsaken in the pursuit of scientific ambition. The wheels of justice turned, grinding slowly but surely towards retribution. The press seized upon the scandal, casting light upon the shadows that had haunted our lives. Authorities descended upon the mansion, revealing the grim tableau of Mr. Hargrave's twisted experiments. His arrest signaled the end of an era marked by darkness and deceit, yet the scars of his actions lingered, etched into the very fabric of my being. As the remnants of the mansion crumbled under the weight of its secrets, a sense of closure mingled with the lingering specter of the past. The road to recovery stretched before me, paved with uncertainty and the echoes of a nightmarish truth. Though justice had been served, the wounds of the past refused to fully heal, a reminder of the fragility of life in the face of unchecked ambition. The legacy of Mr. Hargrave's experiments may have been buried, but the echoes of that fateful night would forever resonate in the recesses of my mind, a haunting lullaby of forgotten terrors. Story 50. In the dim stillness of the attic, where shadows whispered of forgotten tales, I embarked on a journey through time. Surrounded by relics of yesteryears, I felt a pull to unravel the mysteries that lay dormant in the dust-covered trunks and faded boxes. A sudden urge to declutter led me to unearth a treasure buried beneath a heap of relics, a small, weathered diary adorned with barely discernible gold initials. As I cracked open its fragile cover, the past unfurled before me in delicate sepia ink, each word like a whisper from a bygone era. Within the diary's pages, the life of a man named Henry Lawson unfolded like a dream. His elegant script chronicled a life lived in quiet reflection, painting vivid portraits of a carpenter, a husband, a dreamer. Through his words, I journeyed alongside him, witnessing the joys and sorrows that colored his world. Henry's musings spoke of a yearning for adventure beyond the confines of his small town, a deep love for his kin, and a soul brimming with contemplation. As I delved deeper, tracing Henry's footsteps across the decades, a chill crept over me with the discovery of his final entry penned just before his passing in 1945. But instead of bidding farewell to his own life, the ink spilled the details of a moment from my own recent past. A visit to a quaint cafe, a blue dress, a conversation etched in time. Henry's words wove a tapestry of my actions, thoughts, and emotions with eerie precision, leaving me grasping for understanding in the face of the impossible. Driven by a need to unravel the enigma, I sought solace in the annals of history, only to find more questions than answers. Henry Lawson's existence was well documented, his lineage a tale of solitude with no heirs to carry forth his legacy. The historian's cryptic words hinted at a reality where past and present intertwined, blurring the boundaries of time in ways beyond comprehension. Returning to the attic, I found a faded photograph of Henry, his gaze kind and contemplative, bridging the chasm between our disparate lives. His presence lingered, a ghostly whisper in the stillness, as I grappled with the inexplicable connection that bound us across the ages. Days turned into nights as I pondered the threads of fate that bound us, wondering at the unseen forces that orchestrated our convergence. In the quiet of solitude, Henry's diary became a beacon of solace, a testament to the intricate dance of human existence that transcended the confines of time and space. His words, a gentle reminder of the intertwined destinies that shape our lives, echoed through the corridors of my mind, stirring a sense of wonder and contemplation. And so I cradled the diary close, its pages a gateway to a world long past, yet intimately intertwined with my own. In Henry's final words, I found a whisper of truth that resonated deep within my soul, the threads of time weaving a tapestry of lives, interconnected and eternal, in a grand symphony of existence that transcended the boundaries of mortality. As I gazed upon his portrait, a sense of peace washed over me, a quiet acknowledgement of the profound bond that united us in a timeless embrace. Story 51. On a crisp November afternoon, I crossed paths with Ethan R., a revered author known for the intricate tapestries of his plots and the profound insights into the human psyche woven into his characters. For months, I had been ensnared by the clutches of writer's block, feeling ensnared in a void, devoid of creativity. When Ethan graciously agreed to meet me after I reached out for guidance, a surge of elation coursed through me. His expertise seemed like the perfect elixir to reignite the flames of my stagnant manuscript. We rendezvoused at a quaint cafe nestled in the heart of downtown, its cozy interior serving as a shield against the chill of autumn. Ethan exuded charisma and eloquence, speaking fervently about the artistry of storytelling. His feedback on the premise of my novel was profound and meticulous, offering ingenious plot twists and delving into the depths of character motivations. His passion was contagious, leaving me brimming with inspiration and ready to plunge back into the realm of writing. In the ensuing weeks, Ethan and I maintained a constant dialogue through email, LS, and late-night phone conversations. His meticulous notes proved to be transformative, propelling my story into darker and more captivating realms. Yet as I began incorporating his suggestions, a disquieting pattern began to emerge. Ethan proposed introducing a significant trauma from the protagonist's past, eerily reminiscent of a personal family tragedy I had weathered years ago, a secret I had never disclosed to anyone, let alone hinted at in my manuscript. He urged me to delve deeper into the protagonist's grief, mirroring emotions that had eluded my grasp in reality. Initially dismissing it as mere coincidence, I sought solace in the belief that Ethan's brilliance lay in his ability to tap into universal sentiments. However, the parallels only deepened. He suggested a subplot involving a shattered friendship following a betrayal, a scenario strikingly similar to a rift I had endured with a dear friend years prior. The dynamics he described mirrored my own experiences with such precision that coincidence seemed an inadequate explanation. It was as though he had plucked the memories from the recesses of my past. Then came the most unsettling suggestion of all, a mysterious figure shadowing the protagonist, dispatching anonymous missives laden with intimate details. A shiver coursed through me as I recalled receiving similar letters only months earlier, vividly depicting facets of my daily life with unsettling accuracy. I had endeavored to bury the memory of those missives, but Ethan's proposal thrust them back into stark focus. Despite the mounting unease, I continued to collaborate with him. His ideas undeniably enhanced the tapestry of my manuscript, weaving a complex web of tension and emotional depth that had eluded me on my own. Yet, the disconcerting familiarity of his suggestions gnawed at me incessantly. One evening, following an intense phone call where Ethan once again alluded to a facet of my personal life with disconcerting proximity, I resolved to confront the source of my disquiet. I extended an invitation for him to visit my apartment, intent on addressing the source of my unease face to face. Ethan arrived punctually, exuding his customary confidence. He bore a weathered leather briefcase brimming with notes, the emblem of a seasoned mentor. But tonight, I viewed it through a different lens. Seated across from each other at my dining table, strewn with drafts and scribbled ideas, I drew a deep breath. "Ethan," I began, my voice quivering despite my determination, "I must discuss something that has been troubling me. Your suggestions, some of them, they bear too close a resemblance to events from my own life. It is disquieting." His countenance shifted from polite curiosity to cautious concern. "I assure you, that was never my intent. I simply sought to aid in crafting a more authentic narrative." "It transcends mere authenticity," I persisted. "The subplot of the stalker, the family tragedy, the fractured relationship, these are not mere literary devices. They are fragments of my reality." Ethan's gaze sharpened, his composed facade flickering. "Writers often draw from their personal experiences," he offered smoothly. "Perhaps our creative exchanges elicited memories you had not previously contemplated. Fiction possesses a penchant for mirroring reality, often without our conscious awareness." His explanation merely deepened my suspicions. "How do you account for knowledge of details I never divulged?" I demanded. "How do you explain the letters I received prior to our acquaintance?" For a fleeting moment, a shadow passed over his eyes, but just as swiftly, he regained his composure. "At times, the boundary between fiction and reality blurs," he murmured. "Perhaps I probed too deeply, but isn't that what renders a story enthralling?" His words lingered heavily in the air, pregnant with implication. This transcended the realm of crafting a compelling narrative. It pertained to control. Ethan had not been aiding me in writing a book. He had been scripting me. The realization struck me like a bolt of lig, H-teening. I believe our collaboration ends here, I declared, my voice resolute. I am grateful for your assistance, but I must conclude this journey on my own. Ethan's expression hardened, yet he nodded slowly. If that is your wish. Collecting his belongings, he departed without uttering another word. As the door clicked shut behind him, a wave of relief washed over me, tainted by a lingering sense of foreboding. Returning to my desk, encompassed by drafts now tinged with memories of Ethan's intrusive presence, I resolved to reclaim my narrative. Deleting the files he had influenced, I embarked on a fresh start. The act of writing metamorphosed into a cathartic process, a means of purging the shadows he had cast over my life. Ultimately, Ethan's impact impelled me to plumb the depths of my story's emotional core, but at a grievous price. He had traversed boundaries I had not fathomed could be breached, imparting a lesson on control, privacy, and the delicate demarcation between inspiration and intrusion. As I penned the final chapter of my novel, I recognized that I was not merely narrating a tale, I was reclaiming my own. Story 52. As the sun dipped behind the distant hills, I trudged along the rugged path, my breath heavy in the crisp autumn air. The forest enveloped me, its once vibrant colors fading into the encroaching darkness. Seeking solace from the relentless demands of life, I ventured into the woods, hoping for clarity. Little did I know, this simple excursion would lead me down a path fraught with mystery and uncertainty. Just as I contemplated turning back, a break in the undergrowth caught my eye, a narrow, overgrown trail beckoning me towards an unfamiliar clearing. Driven by an inexplicable urge, I pushed forward. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone slab, partly obscured by vines and leaves. My heart quickened at the sight. The presence of the stone felt unnerving, its weathered surface stark against the wild backdrop. Kneeling beside it, I cleared away the debris to reveal an inscription that sent shivers down my spine. The words etched into the stone bore my full name, my date of birth, and today's date. A chill swept through me, stealing the air from my lungs. Panic set in as I scanned the silent clearing, half expecting a sinister presence to emerge. But the forest remained eerily still, amplifying the thunderous beat of my own heart. What twisted game was this? I hastily snapped photos of the stone before retreating, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak, every whisper of wind outside seemed laden with ominous meaning. The inscription haunted my thoughts, a riddle without a solution. Determined to unravel the mystery, I sought help from the local historical society, only to be met with dead ends and silence. Frustration gnawed at me as days slipped by in fruitless searches through dusty records and forgotten archives. In a desperate bid for answers, I enlisted the help of a skeptical but determined private investigator named Jim. Together, we combed through the history of the area, questioning anyone who might shed light on the enigmatic stone. Weeks passed with no breakthrough until a peculiar discovery in the photos reignited our pursuit. One image revealed a subtle alteration in the stone, as if time itself was erasing the inscription. Jim's unease mirrored my own as he insisted on a return to the clearing. However, upon our arrival, the grave had vanished, leaving only undisturbed grass in its wake. Bewildered and shaken, we were left to ponder the inexplicable disappearance. Days turned to weeks, and an unshakable sense of foreboding gripped me. Shadows seemed to linger, whispers of unseen threats echoing in the stillness. Then, a cryptic message arrived, warning of a larger scheme at play. Fear coiled in my gut, driving me to fortify my defenses and set up surveillance around my home. The cameras captured nothing but empty rooms and silent hallways, a stark contrast to the unease that pervaded my every waking moment. Till one fateful night, when the footage revealed a shadowy figure bearing a familiar object, reminiscent of the stone from the clearing. Before clarity could dawn, the screen flickered to static, leaving me adrift in uncertainty. That pivotal moment shattered my resolve. I felt ensnared in a web of unknown forces, manipulated by invisible hands. The fear that had consumed me became unbearable, prompting a decision to flee, to leave behind the tainted sanctuary that was once my refuge. The road ahead stretched endlessly, obscured by shadows of doubt and fear. Though uncertainty loomed, a determination to escape the looming shadow drove me forward. The inscription on the stone lingered in my mind, a stark reminder of the fragility of reality in the face of the unknown. And as I journeyed into the unknown, the whispers of the forest trailed behind me, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. Story 53. On an unassuming Tuesday, a curious pull led me to the abandoned warehouse perched on the town's edge. It had stood there for ages, a relic of crumbling brick against the sleek city skyline. Yet, on that particular day, a mysterious impulse nudged me towards its forgotten embrace. The rusted doors loomed shut, but a smaller entrance beckoned, slightly ajar in the chilly breeze. Despite my rational mind's warnings, an unexplainable curiosity urged me forward. With a deep inhale, I crossed the threshold into the shroud of darkness within. The air hung heavy with dust and decay, each breath tasting of forgotten history. Faint streams of light danced through broken windows, painting eerie patterns on the time-worn concrete below. Guided by the beam of my flashlight, I navigated past rusted relics of machinery and neglected crates, each corner whispering tales of a bygone era. The warehouse stood as a solemn monument to a past long deserted. Step by cautious step, my footfalls echoed through the vast expanse, a solitary heartbeat in the silence. Yet with each passing moment, a sense of unease crept over me, a feeling that something was amiss. And then there it was, a peculiarly ordered section amidst the chaos, a stark contrast in its pristine arrangement. Rows of old shelves hugged the walls, adorned with objects meticulously positioned, almost like pieces in a cryptic puzzle. As I drew nearer, a chill slithered down my spine, a sense of déjà vu lingering in the stale air. Familiar items met my gaze, an aged leather notebook, lost to me months prior on a journey forgotten, its pages still bearing my own faded script. Trembling fingers turned each page, revealing memories frozen in time, preserved with unsettling precision. Beside it, a weathered wooden box cradled treasures believed long vanished. A silver locket holding my grandmother's gaze, a watch misplaced in years gone by, even keys replaced in a distant past. Each item lay curated with eerie intent, as if arranged for a private exhibit. A growing dread knotted in my gut as I delved further into this clandestine archive. Broken spectacles once discarded, a photograph of my childhood abode, faded sketches from a distant art class, all remnants of my life carefully displayed. But it didn't end there. Stacks of journals, their covers worn with age, beckoned to me. Their contents mirrored my own experiences, recounting moments long faded from memory with alarming precision. Some entries unearthed forgotten recollections, while others delved into the depths of my soul, revealing secrets never shared. Flipping through the pages, a realization struck me. These journals chronicled events beyond my past, foreshadowing moments yet to unfold. Scattered notes littered the floor, penned in a jagged hand, detailing my routines, preferences, and fears with unsettling accuracy. Phrases like, "She always glances over her shoulder, sensing unseen eyes, and she remains unaware of the watchful lens," leaped from the pages, a voyeuristic gaze into my private world. Towards the rear of the room, a dusty binder awaited, bearing my name like a macabre title. A faded image of myself stared back from its cover, eyes devoid of recognition. Inside, meticulous reports dissected my relationships, habits, and innermost struggles. Unspoken confessions laid bare. The final pages teemed with fragmented thoughts, penned in that same jagged script, grappling with guilt, fixation, and an ominous sense of purpose. She must comprehend. The ties run deeper than her awareness. I am on the brink of revealing myself. Before the full weight of this revelation could settle, A faint rustle pierced the silence from the warehouse's far end. My flashlight darted towards the sound, revealing only shifting shadows and unanswered questions. Panic surged through my veins, urging flight. Clutching the leather-bound truth of my past, I fled towards the beckoning light, heart thundering in my chest. Every shadow seemed to whisper, every creak a phantom footfall behind me. Emerging into the cold embrace of daylight, I gulped the crisp air, lungs burning with exertion. The abandoned warehouse loomed behind, a silent sentinel daring me to return to its enigmatic depths. Within its obsidian embrace lay stolen fragments of my life, meticulously gathered by unseen hands with unknown motives. Who had watched me with such meticulous precision? What drove them to unravel the tapestry of my existence so meticulously? The answers lay shrouded within that labyrinth of memories. Yet I hesitated to venture back, the memory of that place a haunting specter in my mind. The abandoned warehouse ceased to be a mere edifice on the town's fringes. It had become a dark mirror, reflecting fragments of my past I wished to keep veiled. And in the shadows, a lingering presence whispered that someone was still watching. Story 54. The gentlest murmur of sound tiptoed into my awareness like a secret whispered by the night itself. It was a soft scratching, fleeting and delicate, almost imperceptible. In my new apartment, the unfamiliar corners and shadows seemed to embrace these mysterious whispers, blending them into the fabric of the old building settling. At first, I brushed it off as the whimsical song of pipes or the gentle dance of ancient floorboards. But as the days drifted into weeks, the whispers grew bolder, more persistent, as if craving attention that I was hesitant to give. The scratching evolved, gaining depth and purpose, a haunting melody that only played in the dead of night. I would lie awake, straining to capture the elusive source, but it slipped from my grasp like a fleeting dream. Fatigue from the recent move wrapped around me like a shroud, making it easy to dismiss the whispers as figments of my overworked mind. In the daylight, the apartment stood silent, a facade of normalcy that crumbled under the weight of the night. The whispers returned then, louder, more insistent, morphing into a chorus of unsettling noises. The scratching now carried companions, soft, dragging sounds that seemed to echo from hidden places, and distant whispers that teased the edges of my sanity. It felt as though an unseen presence roamed the apartment, a phantom navigating the shadows with a purpose unknown to me. Determined to unravel the mystery, I embarked on a quest to uncover the truth. I scoured every inch of the apartment, searching for clues in the walls, the floors, and even the ceiling. Yet everything appeared normal, devoid of any tangible evidence to explain the haunting sounds. The absence of a clear origin only deepened my unease, casting a veil of uncertainty over my restless nights. One fateful evening, a new sound pierced the veil of whispers, a child's laughter, sweet yet tinged with a chilling undertone. It was followed by the ominous scrape of something heavy being dragged across the floor, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. The noises swirled around me, a malevolent dance that gripped my heart with icy fingers. I clung to my blankets, the only anchor in a sea of fear, struggling to deny the reality unfolding around me. Driven by desperation, I sought the help of a local paranormal investigator, hoping for answers that eluded me. Armed with their tools of the trade, they delved into the shadows of my apartment, capturing echoes of the whispers that haunted me. Yet their findings offered no solace, no definitive explanation beyond vague theories of residual energy and environmental disturbances. The isolation of my plight deepened as I confided in skeptical friends and family, their well-intentioned doubts casting shadows on my fragile reality. In a final attempt to unveil the truth, I set up recorders throughout the apartment, capturing the silent echoes of a presence that eluded sight but not sound. The recordings whispered of movement just beyond reach, a ghostly presence that toyed with my senses, a master of invisibility. The revelations only fed my paranoia, each creak and rustle a dagger of fear that pierced my fragile composure. Seeking refuge in therapy, I confronted the echoes of trauma and anxiety that reverberated within me. Through the guidance of my therapist, I embraced grounding techniques and mindfulness, reclaiming slivers of control over the shadows that haunted me. Slowly, with each passing day, I pieced together the fragments of my shattered peace, weaving them into a tapestry of resilience and self-discovery. The whispers persisted, a fading echo of a nightmare that no longer held sway over my soul. Embracing self-care and the support of friends, I carved out a sanctuary of normalcy amidst the lingering echoes of the unknown. Though the source of the whispers remained a mystery, their impact on my journey was undeniable. They taught me the power of facing fear head-on, of finding strength in the darkest corners of the mind. In the end, it was not the whispers themselves that defined me, but the courage to confront them, to stand tall in the face of the unknown. And as the echoes of the past faded into the night, I emerged stronger, a survivor of shadows, a guardian of my own light. Story 55. In the depths of the office, where the walls whispered tales of dedication and long hours, I found myself entrenched in a routine that blurred the line between work and home. The fluorescent lights hummed a lullaby of productivity as I meticulously attended to my tasks, often lingering past sunset to perfect every detail. When the clock struck late, the office transformed into a realm of solitude, with only a handful of lingering souls dotting the quiet landscape. Among them was Gary, the silent custodian of cleanliness, his presence a constant in the after-hours stillness. At first, I admired his meticulous work ethic, the pristine state of the office, a testament to his dedication. Yet, a subtle shift occurred over time, like shadows creeping across a familiar path. Gary's casual inquiries about my late nights and intense projects began to carry an unsettling weight, as if he held a key to secrets buried within the walls. His gaze lingered a moment too long, his words veiled in a cloak of concern that felt more like intrusion. One fateful evening, as the weight of impending deadlines pressed down upon me, Gary's presence took on a new dimension. His rounds lingered near my workspace, a subtle dance of proximity that sent shivers down my spine. The isolation of the late hour amplified the unease, casting a pall over the once familiar surroundings. As the night deepened, a singular moment shattered the fragile peace. A glimpse through the glass revealed Gary, not with a mop in hand, but with fingers testing the lock of my office door. Panic seized my heart as I realized his intentions were far from innocent. With trembling hands, I made a silent plea for help, reaching out to security in a hushed urgency. In a whirlwind of apprehension, security arrived to find Gary vanished, leaving behind only the echo of his intrusion. The footage revealed his actions, a stark betrayal of trust that left me reeling. HR's swift response brought a semblance of justice, but the scars of vulnerability ran deep, etching a permanent mark on my sense of security. In the aftermath, the once familiar office felt like a foreign land, each corner holding a memory tainted by Gary's breach. Security measures offered a semblance of reassurance, but the specter of intrusion lingered like a ghost in the shadows. Counseling sessions became a lifeline, guiding me through the maze of fear and unease that clouded my days. Though time passed and routines resumed, the memory of that night remained an ever-present specter, a reminder of the fragile boundary between safety and vulnerability. The office, once a sanctuary of productivity, now bore the stain of mistrust, a cautionary tale of how easily the sanctity of one's space can be shattered. Through diligence and self-care, I sought to rebuild the shattered fragments of my peace, reclaiming a sense of normalcy amidst the lingering shadows. The scars of that night may fade, but the lessons learned remain etched in the very walls of the office. A testament to the importance of vigilance and the preservation of boundaries in a world where safety is a fragile illusion. Story 56. In the quiet embrace of another ordinary morning, I followed my usual rhythm. A cup of coffee, a brisk stroll through the familiar streets. My yearning to return to the sanctuary of my home, a haven of peace shielded from the hustle and bustle of daily life, burned within me. As I neared the front door, a faint, eerie draft caught my attention. A chill ran down my spine when I noticed the door slightly ajar, the once sturdy lock now tampered with, hanging precariously from its hinges. Panic gripped me, my breath hitched in my chest. The unsettling feeling of intrusion washed over me like a wave. With trembling hands, I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911, struggling to keep my composure. The calm voice on the other end assured me that help was on its way, urging me to remain outside. On the porch, anxiety gnawed at my thoughts. Who could have breached my haven, and for what purpose? Unanswered questions swirled in my mind, a relentless whirlwind of unease. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, though only a few fleeting moments had passed. Suddenly, the serene morning was pierced by the arrival of flashing blue lights. Police officers descended upon the scene, methodically scouring every inch for clues. They meticulously examined the forced lock, dusting for fingerprints and collecting evidence. Yet, despite their thorough search, they found no trace of the intruder. No signs of forced entry beyond the violated lock, no damage within, no hidden trespasser lurking in the shadows. As the officers continued their investigation, I ventured inside the once familiar walls. It was then that I noticed the unsettling alterations. Personal belongings subtly shifted, photos askew or missing altogether. My heart clenched at the sight of the disarray, the jewelry box ransacked, precious mementos scattered or stolen. A wave of nausea washed over me as the realization sank in. Someone had invaded my most intimate spaces, delving into the core of my existence. The kitchen bore witness to the violation as well, with utensils and dishes strewn about, the orderly arrangement upended. Even the pantry had been disturbed, its contents disturbed and examined. The living room mirrored the chaos, shelves in disarray, books haphazardly stacked, electronics displaced from their rightful places. It was as if an unseen presence had meticulously combed through every nook and cranny, leaving no corner untouched. When the officers returned, they shared their findings and offered reassurance as they encouraged me to take stock of missing items and review any surveillance footage. Their words, though comforting, felt hollow against the backdrop of violation that lingered in the air. Left alone, I painstakingly cataloged the losses, each displaced object a personal affront, a stark reminder of the intrusion into my private world. The emotional weight of the violation bore down on me, transforming my once sacred sanctuary into a place of unease and apprehension. In the days that followed, I sought to restore a sense of normalcy. I repaired the lock, installed a new security system, desperate to regain a semblance of control. I became vigilant, almost obsessive, in my safeguarding of doors and windows, wary of becoming an easy target. Yet the sense of violation lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate. I found myself double-checking locks, listening intently to every creak and rustle with newfound unease. The breach of security had shattered my sense of safety, and no amount of physical repairs could mend the emotional wounds left behind. As the investigations dragged on, yielding few tangible leads, I grappled with the aftermath, striving to rebuild a sense of security and reclaim the comfort of home. Each day became a battle to find solace amidst the haunting echoes of that unsettling violation. The experience had changed me in ways I could never have foreseen. The intrusion into my most private spaces had etched an indelible mark, a constant reminder of the fragility of security, the profound impact of encroaching upon our inner sanctums. Story 57. The soft, gentle hum of my laptop filled the room as I toiled away in my cozy home office, a sanctuary of comfort and productivity. The day had passed uneventfully, a blur of emails, meetings, and reports. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the room, I decided to take a moment to stretch my legs, a simple act that would unravel the ordinary tranquility of my world. Strolling past my desk, my eyes caught sight of something out of place, a large, unmarked manila envelope positioned meticulously at the center. A sudden flutter in my chest, for I had no recollection of placing it there. Approaching cautiously, I picked it up and examined it closely. No return address, no clues to its origin, just a silent challenge, daring me to uncover its secrets. With trembling hands, I opened the envelope and withdrew a thick dossier. The first page bore my name in bold letters under the title, Personal Research Report, sending a chill down my spine. Someone had compiled a detailed dossier on me, but to what end I could not fathom. Flipping through the pages, each revelation sent shivers down my spine. The dossier began with a clinical account of my life, my name, birth date, education, and employment history, even recalling long-forgotten jobs. It delved deeper, chronicling every address I had ever called home, complete with annotated maps and meticulous notes detailing my daily routines. Turning the pages, the dossier ventured into more intimate territory. Photographs of my loved ones and friends, captured at private gatherings, stared back at me. Names, relationships, personal anecdotes, all meticulously chronicled with an unsettling precision. Some images seemed to have been taken from a distance, hinting at a prolonged, unseen observer. The following section delved into my professional life, cataloging work projects, meetings, and even private conversations with colleagues. Strengths, weaknesses, professional quirks, reactions under pressure, all dissected as if I were a specimen under a microscope. The dossier then explored my personal interests and hobbies, listing books I had read, movies I had watched, and eateries I frequented. Every minute detail, favorite recipes, workout routines, online browsing habits, meticulously detailed as if my life were a tapestry woven on paper. But it was the final section that chilled me to the core. Recent surveillance notes and candid photographs painted a haunting picture. Images of me leaving my home, driving, and chatting at local cafes, some so recent they could have been taken just days before. My mundane activities, captured in eerie clarity, left me gasping for air. The realization struck hard. This dossier held secrets only I should have known. It wasn't mere research, it was an obsession. With a racing heart, I dialed the police, struggling to keep my voice steady as I recounted the invasive dossier and surveillance. The dispatcher assured me help was on the way. While awaiting the authorities, I scoured my office for signs of hidden surveillance, but found none. The room remained undisturbed, intensifying my unease. The precision and stealth of the intruder were unnerving. When the police arrived, their grave expressions mirrored my own shock. They confiscated the dossier, grilling me on potential enemies and suspicious individuals. I could name no one who might harbor such intense motives. The investigation commenced, promising to unravel the mystery, yet the darkness of uncertainty loomed. Days turned into weeks, and despite heightened security measures, the shadow of surveillance persisted, a silent reminder of an unseen presence. The case grew cold, with no leads or suspects emerging. The police exhausted all avenues, leaving me with unanswered questions and a lingering sense of vulnerability. I fortified my defenses, installing security cameras, changing passwords, and altering routines to evade detection. Yet the feeling of being watched lingered, a constant companion in my daily life. The dossier, meticulous and chilling, remained an enigma, an unsettling reminder of how easily privacy can be breached, leaving behind a trail of fear and unanswered queries. I tried to resume normalcy, but the memory of that thick file lingered, casting doubt on every shadow, every passing stranger. I existed in a perpetual state of vigilance, haunted by the possibility of unseen eyes. The dossier, a clinical record of my intimate life, served as a grim testament to the fragility of solitude. It etched a permanent scar, a reminder that privacy once shattered may never fully mend, leaving only echoes of apprehension and an unending quest for elusive truths. Story 58. In the quiet of an ordinary Tuesday morning, the sun lazily stretching its rays through the window, I found myself roused from slumber by the persistent buzz of my phone. Groggy fingers fumbled to grasp the device, revealing a missed call from a mysterious number. No voicemail, just a fleeting ring that lingered in the stillness of dawn, stirring a whisper of curiosity within me. Dismissively, I brushed it off as a wrong number, or perhaps the persistent drone of a telemarketer. Days passed, and life carried on its steady rhythm until the following day when the same number dared to disrupt my peace once more. This time, I mustered the courage to answer the call. "Hello," I ventured, greeted by a vacuum of silence on the other end. A pregnant pause filled with nothing but the soft hum of a distant connection before the call abruptly concluded. A chill tipped down my spine, a fleeting tremor of unease that I swiftly brushed aside as mere coincidence or the idle mischief of a bored soul. But as the days unfurled like a clandestine scroll, the calls persisted, arriving at odd hours like an unwelcome guest disrupting the harmony of my days. Initially mere nuisances, these interruptions evolved into an unsettling dance of intrusion. Then, one evening, as I stood in the kitchen tending to a pot of simmering pasta, the phone rang once more. An impulse nudged me to answer. "Hello?" I tentatively spoke into the void. The voice that greeted me was eerily composed, almost conversational. "I see you're cooking pasta tonight. Remember to stir it well, or it may cling to the bottom," it murmured, sending a bolt of disbelief coursing through me. Eyes darted to the pot on the stove, tendrils of steam caressing the air. "How?" I stammered, but the call dissolved before my inquiry could take flight. Frozen in place, heart pounding, I grappled with the inexplicable. The blinds were drawn, shielding my solitude from prying eyes. It had to be a coincidence, a lucky guess, or a trivial slip of information inadvertently shared. Yet, a lingering disquiet nestled within me like a dormant ember. The following day unfurled with another call, the voice weaving intricate details of my day with unsettling precision. "I noticed your arduous client meeting. Remember to unwind tonight. Perhaps indulge in that movie you mentioned," it intoned, a revelation that nearly toppled me. The veil of randomness shattered, revealing a tapestry of eerie familiarity that gripped my senses. The calls persisted, each more intimate, more invasive than the last. "I see you have plans for coffee tomorrow. Ask Jamie about their new job," the voice insinuated, a chill tingling down my spine. It wasn't merely the knowledge of my actions, it was the intimacy, the voyeuristic gaze that dissected every facet of my existence. Drowning in a sea of perplexity and mounting dread, I sought solace in unraveling the enigma. Security cameras adorned my abode, rituals altered, every call meticulously documented in a desperate bid to decipher the cryptic puzzle. Yet the phantom caller remained elusive, forever a step ahead of my feeble attempts to unveil their identity. Nightmares of paranoia plagued my waking hours, casting shadows of doubt upon every interaction, every fleeting moment of respite. Until one fateful night, a cryptic call unleashed the dam of my restraint. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice quivering with pent-up fear. "How do you know me so intimately?" Silence draped the line like a shroud before the voice, calm and unwavering, whispered, "I watch over you because I care." The words, a twisted symphony of concern and malevolence, sent ripples of revulsion through me. "Why torment me? What is it that you seek?" I implored, met with only the cold embrace of a severed connection. Haunted by the echoes of that chilling dialogue, I embarked on a quest for answers. A private investigator was enlisted, armed with the fragments of my torment, a tapestry of calls, recordings, and surveillance. Weeks melded into months as the calls dwindled, a ghostly echo fading into the recesses of memory. The truth unraveled like a sinister tapestry, A tech-savvy individual shrouded in obscurity had meticulously crafted a web of surveillance around me. Their motives, a labyrinth of personal obsession veiled in enigma, eluded complete comprehension. Closure, a fleeting mirage, offered scant comfort in the wake of lingering fear. Scarred by the ordeal, I became a sentinel of my own existence, vigilant in safeguarding the fragile boundaries of privacy. Though the calls had ceased, their spectral presence lingered, a phantom echo of intrusion that tainted the sanctity of my solitude. A painful epiphany crystallized in the aftermath, a stark reminder that the boundary between sanctuary and intrusion is but a fragile veil. Sometimes, the shadows that haunt us are not born of darkness, but lurk just beyond our perception, waiting to emerge from the shadows into the light. Story 59. Late one evening, as the final hints of daylight vanished beyond the horizon, Sarah found herself restless in her suburban abode. Within these familiar walls where she had always felt secure, an unsettling tension now lingered. It was as though a shadow had descended upon her peaceful routine, casting a veil of unease. While preparing for bed, Sarah stumbled upon an unexpected discovery, a small, unfamiliar device nestled among her kitchen appliances. A sleek black camera, inconspicuously perched atop the microwave, caught her off guard. Frozen in confusion tinged with fear, she was certain it hadn't been there before. The tiny lens of the device seemed to gaze back at her, prompting her to swiftly power it off. With trembling hands, Sarah sought refuge in her bedroom, hoping to find solace in sleep. But as she entered the room, another chilling revelation awaited her. A second camera discreetly fixed in the corner of the ceiling, nearly blending into the neutral paint. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. There were cameras in her sanctuary that she had not installed. Questions swirled in her mind. Who had placed them there? Why? How long had they been silently observing? The implications of this intrusion fueled Sarah's anxiety. Grasping her phone, she delved into a frantic search for solutions, her fingers racing over the screen in a desperate attempt to uncover hidden eyes. The fear of being watched weighed heavily on her, transcending mere surveillance to invade her sense of privacy and security. The thought that her most intimate moments had been violated sent shivers down her spine. As the night grew deeper, Sarah mustered the courage to review the footage captured by the cameras. Connecting her phone to the devices, she discovered they held memory cards. With a racing heart, she accessed the recordings, praying for a benign explanation. However, her worst fears materialized as the videos played. Scenes from various corners of her home unfolded before her eyes. She saw herself in vulnerable moments, unaware of the prying lenses capturing her every move. The violation of her privacy was starkly evident in the footage from her bedroom, where she had believed herself to be alone. The images of her intimate actions, now exposed to an unknown viewer, stirred a profound sense of violation within her. Her once safe haven now felt like a stage for someone else's voyeurism. Swiftly reporting the unsettling discovery, an officer arrived promptly to collect the cameras and footage as evidence. Sarah's hands trembled as she recounted her fears, a mix of relief and fear washing over her. Assured by the authorities that they would diligently investigate, Sarah tried to find solace in their promise. Yet her trust in her home had been fractured irreparably. Days turned into weeks as she awaited answers, living in a state of perpetual anxiety. Every creak, every unfamiliar sound amplified her dread, turning once familiar corners into foreboding shadows. One evening, amidst her heightened vigilance, a letter arrived with no return address. Inside, a single sheet of paper bore a chilling message. "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." The unsigned threat plunged Sarah deeper into terror, prompting her to fortify her defenses and alter her routines to evade scrutiny. Despite her efforts to reclaim a sense of security, the haunting presence of the unknown watcher loomed over her every moment. Her home, once a place of comfort, now felt like a battleground of fear and uncertainty. The scars of the invasion lingered, leaving Sarah to grapple with the shattered remnants of her privacy and trust. As time passed and the investigation yielded few leads, Sarah found herself navigating a new reality where her once solid foundations had crumbled. Reconnecting with friends and establishing new routines brought fleeting moments of solace, yet the shadow of that fateful night persisted. The experience had taught her a harsh lesson about the fragility of safety and the eerie potential for betrayal in the most familiar of places. In her journey to reclaim her sense of self, Sarah found strength in small victories. Though the echoes of that harrowing night continued to reverberate, she forged ahead, determined to rebuild her sanctuary, knowing that resilience and courage were her allies in the face of unseen threats. Story 60. In an unfamiliar room, my heart raced against the stark white walls. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant, chilling and sterile. Through a small window with faded blinds came a soft, dim light, revealing my solitude. Bolted to the floor was a bed, a metal chair, and a modest table. My phone, wallet, and keys had vanished into thin air. Confusion clouded my mind as I tried to recall how I had arrived there. The last memory I held was of a routine evening, quiet hours at home, lost in a book, setting my alarm, and drifting off to sleep. Everything had been ordinary until the abrupt shift. Panic gripped me as I stumbled towards the heavy steel door. It remained immovable. I pounded on it, calling out for aid, my voice echoing in the emptiness. No response. The only sound was the steady thud of my own pulse. I forced myself to breathe slowly, attempting to quell the rising fear. Desperation led me to scan the room once more, seeking any clue. My gaze fell upon a small table near the bed, where a plain notebook and pen rested. With trembling hands, I seized the notebook, hoping for answers. Instead, what I discovered sent shivers down my spine. The notebook was filled with my life. Each page meticulously detailed my daily routines. The precise moment I left for work, my breakfast choices, the path to the store, even snippets of conversations with friends. Every entry was dated, the handwriting sharp and obsessive. Someone had been watching me for weeks. Before I could process this revelation, a metallic noise reverberated from the door. I recoiled, heart pounding, as the lock disengaged and the door creaked open. A man in a white lab coat entered, his gaze cool and calculating behind reflective glasses. His voice was smooth, his demeanor unnervingly composed. "Good morning," he greeted. "How are you feeling?" Struggling to steady my voice, I questioned him. "Where am I? Who are you? How did I end up here?" His thin smile remained unwavering. "You're safe. We've been observing you due to a blackout episode that brought you here for evaluation." "Evaluation?" My voice cracked. "Evaluation for what? I can't recall anything." He nodded, as though my confusion was anticipated. "External factors have influenced your perception and memory. You've been under considerable stress. We're here to ensure no serious issues arise." His detached manner sent chills down my spine. External factors? What did he mean? Before I could demand clarity, he produced a sleek device from his pocket, resembling a high-tech recorder. "Tests will be conducted shortly," he informed me. "Please remain calm." With that, he departed, the heavy door sealing shut with a chilling click. I stood frozen, thoughts swirling in a sea of panic. None of his words made sense. External factors? Observation? Tests? I needed to break free. Desperation urged me to scour every inch of the room. The window was sealed, the walls featureless. Tracing the bed frame, my hand brushed against something sharp. Crouching down, heart racing, I found a folded paper taped beneath the bed, a message scrawled in jagged handwriting. "Reality is subjective. Trust no one." The words seared into my mind, my breath quickening as I pondered their meaning. Was reality being manipulated? Was I losing touch with what was real? Time slipped away, distorted and elusive. Abruptly, the door swung open, revealing a woman. Tall and composed, with sharp eyes, Her name tag identified her as Dr. Elise Carter. "I'm here to assist," she said calmly, her voice measured. "I need to ask you some questions." Her presence unsettled me more than the man before. She probed my recent activities, memories, and emotions with invasive precision. I demanded answers. Why am I here? What is happening? Dr. Carter's smile was faint, but something about it felt off. "Let's focus on you," she redirected. Her inquiries grew more detailed, hinting at a level of surveillance only a watcher would possess. I realized she wasn't gathering information. She was testing me, guiding my responses towards a predetermined narrative. Was this a twisted psychological experiment? When she departed, I knew waiting was no longer an option. I seized the pen from the table, jamming it into the door's lock. After frantic attempts, the lock clicked open. Hands slick with sweat, I cautiously pushed the door ajar. A cold hallway stretched ahead, long, dim, and eerily silent. My heart raced as I treaded down the corridor, seeking an escape, every shadow seeming to shift in my peripheral vision. This was more than fleeing a room, it was reclaiming my reality. The unsettling tests were far from over, and so was I. Story 61. Amidst the whispering leaves and towering trees of the woods, I found solace, a sanctuary where reality and imagination intertwined in a mystical dance. It was on a day unlike any other that my path led me to a forgotten relic hidden deep within the forest, a weathered, abandoned clinic. Curiosity, not fear, stirred within me at the sight of the decaying building. Its peeling white paint revealed the weary gray wood beneath, while shattered windows and tangled vines veiled its history. As I pushed open the creaking door, a sense of déjà vu washed over me, like a distant dream echoing in the recesses of my mind. Inside, the air was heavy with dust and the scent of decay, shrouding the frozen reception area in a cloak of stillness. My flashlight pierced the gloom, illuminating desks cluttered with yellowed papers and outdated magazines strewn across the floor. Dust settled like a ghostly fog on every surface, preserving a moment-long past. Among the detritus, I discovered medical records scattered on the floor, their aged edges curling with time. One record, in particular, caught my eye. It bore my name, etched in faded typewritten text. A chill gripped me as I read unfamiliar medical procedures and the names of unknown doctors and nurses scribbled in the margins. With trembling hands, I sifted through more papers, each unveiling a piece of my medical history with alarming precision. Details of my life, both known and unknown, mingled in the documents, painting a portrait of a reality I couldn't fully grasp. Moving deeper into the clinic, corridors lined with files bearing my name unfolded before me. Annotations about experimental treatments and meticulous observations hinted at a hidden watcher, meticulously tracking my every move. In a dimly lit room, a metal filing cabinet beckoned, its drawers revealing more recent records, personal details, intimate observations, and unsettling accounts of clandestine procedures. The clinical language sent shivers down my spine, hinting at a dark undercurrent to my existence. A faint scraping sound pierced the silence, drawing me deeper into the bowels of the clinic. The basement loomed, its cold air thick with foreboding as I descended into the unknown. At the heart of the basement, a door stood ajar, revealing a chamber cloaked in shadows. Strange medical equipment, photographs of unfamiliar faces with a haunting resemblance to my own, and files detailing chilling experiments lay before me. It dawned on me with a sickening realization. I was the subject of a sinister scheme. The clinic had manipulated my life, conducting experiments that blurred the line between science and horror. Fleeing from the dark truth, I emerged from the clinic into the dappled sunlight, the once welcoming woods now brimming with secrets. Every rustle of leaves, every shifting shadow felt like a watchful gaze upon me. The dread followed me home, a lingering presence casting doubt on my past and future. The clinic in the woods had unraveled mysteries I was unprepared to face, leaving me to wonder if its influence still lingered, unseen and unyielding. As night fell, the chill of uncertainty gripped me, echoing in the silence of my room. The clinic's legacy of shadows loomed large, a reminder that some truths are better left undiscovered. The woods whispered their ancient secrets, and I knew that my life had been intertwined with forces beyond my understanding, a dance of light and darkness, truth and deception, that would haunt me long after the clinic had faded into memory. Story 62. In the quiet suburban neighborhood where I reside, the disappearance of my neighbor, Greg Thompson, sent ripples of mystery through our tightly knit community. Greg was a figure shrouded in enigma, clad in a tweed jacket, his countenance eternally draped in a frown, a man of few words. Despite living next door for over a decade, our interactions never ventured beyond cordial nods and occasional pleasantries. His sudden vanishing left a void of unease and curiosity in its wake, a vacuum that seemed to swallow the very essence of our tranquil surroundings. Greg's house, always an enigmatic sight, stood out in its meticulous upkeep yet eerie lifelessness. Rarely did lights flicker in the evening or cars grace the driveway. On the day of his disappearance, an unnatural stillness engulfed the property, as if the very walls had been drained of their warmth. The ensuing police investigation bore little fruit. No witnesses to his departure, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle. It was as though Greg had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions that gnawed at my subconscious. Unable to let go of the enigma that had taken hold of me, I embarked on my own clandestine investigation, starting with Greg's enigmatic abode. To my surprise, the front door stood unlocked, a stark departure from Greg's usual cautious demeanor. Inside, eerie perfection reigned supreme. Books lined the shelves with mathematical precision, furniture dust-free, and an eerie absence of any rushed departure. Yet amidst the unsettling emptiness, a heavy weight of disquiet settled upon me. It was in Greg's study that I made a chilling discovery, a journal hidden away in a drawer, its pages adorned with cryptic musings and disjointed thoughts. One entry in particular sent shivers down my spine. I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late. Whose secrets was Greg alluding to? What forbidden truths had he unearthed? My unease deepened as I stumbled upon an old photograph tucked away in the journal, depicting Greg standing beside a stranger, their gaze piercing through the lens and inexplicably into my very soul. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I set out to trace the individuals captured in the photographs scattered throughout Greg's residence, yearning for enlightenment. Initial inquiries among neighbors and acquaintances yielded little, with most painting a picture of Greg as a recluse, a man of solitude. It wasn't until I sought the guidance of a local historian that a faint glimmer of understanding began to dawn. Greg, as it turned out, had been affiliated with a clandestine community group known for their eccentric beliefs and clandestine activities. The historian's cryptic allusions led me down a labyrinth of dusty records and hushed whispers, unveiling a shadowy organization notorious for their secrecy and fixation on perilous ideologies. A revelation struck me as I returned to Greg's home, consumed by a newfound resolve. Concealed behind a bookshelf, a hidden compartment unveiled a trove of enigmatic documents, peculiar blueprints, a map adorned with crimson markings, and a single circled location that sent a chill down my spine. My own residence. A cold sweat broke out upon my brow. Why was Greg fixated on me? What dark truths had he unraveled about my existence? Subsequent nights became restless, plagued by harrowing nightmares of being pursued through my own abode by an unseen malevolence. Each dawn brought subtle indications of intrusion, a chair askew, objects displaced, ominous whispers echoing through the walls. Fueled by terror and desperation, I installed surveillance cameras throughout my dwelling, yearning to capture the elusive intruder. Yet each sunrise revealed blank footage, as if the phantom had found a way to elude or erase all evidence of its presence. Paranoia gripped me in its icy embrace. I double-checked locks, fortified security measures, and questioned the very fabric of my sanity. Were these disturbances mere figments of my imagination, or was Greg's disappearance merely a prelude to a far darker revelation? Then, one fateful night, a chilling note slipped beneath my bedroom door, bearing a message that sent shivers down my spine. "You're getting too close. Cease your quest, or you shall be the next to vanish." Tremors racked my frame as I deciphered the ominous warning. The author of the note was aware of my inquiries into Greg's enigma, urging me to halt my pursuit. But how could I turn a blind eye to the enigma that had consumed me entirely? Each new clue uncovered led to a labyrinth of further enigmas. The veiled society that Greg had been entwined with, the unsettling documents, the signs of intrusion within my sanctuary, all intertwined in a tapestry of obscurity that hinted at a deeper, more perilous reality. Dreams melded with wakefulness, blurring the boundaries between the mundane and the macabre. A chilling realization dawned upon me. Greg's vanishing was but a single thread in a web of secrets and shadows that had ensnared me. The ultimate revelation arrived in a passage within Greg's journal that had eluded my previous scrutiny. The closer you tread towards truth, the tighter its grip ensnares you. A foreboding sense of trepidation gripped my heart. Greg hadn't just unveiled hidden truths. He had forewarned of the perils that awaited those who dared to delve too deep. As my pursuit of the enigma intensified, a haunting question loomed large. Was the pursuit of truth worth the harrowing toll it exacted? Each stride towards enlightenment brought me nearer to answers, yet peril loomed ominously on the horizon, a fate that mirrored Greg's own demise. The true horror lay not in the unknown, but in the realization of how effortlessly darkness could ensnare the unwary, transforming curiosity into obsession and security into jeopardy. And as I delved deeper into the enigma, an unshakable sensation enveloped me, a feeling that eyes unseen watched and waited, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. Story 63. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across my doorstep as I returned home, weary from a day consumed by endless meetings and looming deadlines. With a heavy sigh, I reached for my keys, only to be halted by a peculiar sight. A small, unmarked package lay innocently on the doormat, its simple brown wrapping devoid of any identifying labels or clues to its origin. A sense of unease crept over me as I hesitated, my heart quickening at the unexpected arrival. Pushing aside the rising discomfort, I picked up the mysterious parcel and stepped inside, the weight of the unknown lingering in my hands. Carefully placing it on the kitchen table, I gazed at it with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. After a moment of deliberation, I gingerly peeled back the paper to reveal a stark white envelope, sealed without a single marking. My fingers trembled slightly as I broke the seal and unfolded the contents. A single sheet of paper bearing a message typed in a cold, clinical font. "Dear your name." The words on the page sent a chill down my spine as I read on, the letter unveiling a disturbing revelation. Someone, a shadowy figure known only as the Observer, claimed to have been watching me for months, documenting my every move, capturing my most intimate moments in secret. The sense of violation washed over me as I realized the extent of their intrusion into my privacy. The letter continued, outlining a series of demands that left me reeling. Transfer a large sum of money, grant access to my personal devices, meet a representative at a specified location, each demand more invasive and chilling than the last. It was clear that this was no ordinary threat. This was a calculated attempt at control, at domination. Fear gripped my heart as I pondered my next move. Was this a cruel hoax, a twisted game played at my expense? Or was there a malevolent force at work, intent on shattering my world and exposing my vulnerabilities to the world? The precision of the demands, the icy demeanor of the letter, all pointed to a sinister truth lurking beneath the surface. Fueled by a mix of dread and determination, I reached for my phone, the tremor in my voice betraying my fear as I dialed for help. The authorities were swift to respond, their presence a fleeting comfort in the face of the unknown threat that loomed over me. As I reinforced the security measures in my home, the sense of being watched never left me, a constant reminder of the invisible eyes that followed my every move. Days turned to nights, the investigation yielding little progress as the observer remained elusive, their identity shrouded in darkness. The weight of paranoia settled upon me like a suffocating cloak, the once familiar walls of my home now feeling like a prison closing in around me. And then, just when I thought the ordeal might be waning, another envelope appeared, bearing a haunting message that sent shivers down my spine. A photograph captured from outside my window depicted me reading the initial letter, a stark reminder that the observer was still present, still lurking in the shadows. That night sleep eluded me as I sat in the silence, consumed by a sigh, ons of dread that refused to dissipate. The house seemed to echo with unseen whispers, the darkness alive with a malevolent presence that I could not escape. Despite the efforts of law enforcement, I knew deep down that this was far from over. The observer held the strings, pulling me further into their twisted game with each passing moment. My life, once defined by a sense of security and privacy, now felt like a fragile facade, shattered by the chilling reality of being under constant surveillance. As I awaited the next move, the truth remained clear. I was no longer in control. The observer held the power, dictating the narrative of my existence with a cruel precision that left me powerless. In this dark dance of shadows, I could only wait, knowing that the eyes of my unseen tormentor never strayed far, always watching, always waiting to strike. Story 64, A Whisper in the Night. In the hush of dawn, a gentle buzz stirred me from slumber, a soft melody in the quiet of morning. My eyes fluttered open, drawn to the glowing screen that held a message from an unfamiliar sender. "Watch your step today," it whispered, a cryptic warning that lingered in the stillness. At first, I brushed it off as a mere jest, a prankster's game in the realm of the digital world. But as the day unfolded, a subtle thread of unease wound its way through the tapestry of my routine. A misstep on a slick sidewalk, a splash of coffee staining my shirt, a sudden downpour drenching me without mercy, small misfortunes that whispered of a larger design at play. The following day, the phone hummed once more, bearing another enigmatic missive from the mysterious sender. "Someone will take something you value today," it murmured, a chill dancing down my spine. Dismissing it as coincidence proved futile when I discovered my cherished pen, a relic from my grandmother, had vanished without a trace. The weight of loss settled heavy upon my heart. Day by day, the pattern unfolded like a haunting melody, each message a haunting note in a symphony of foreboding. "You'll be interrupted during an important call. Be wary of unexpected advice," words that danced on the edge of my consciousness, painting a portrait of orchestrated chaos. The messages, tailored to my life with unsettling precision, defied my attempts to escape their grasp. Blocking the number proved futile as the texts found new ways to reach me, a relentless tide that swept away any semblance of normalcy. As darkness descended, a new message pierced the silence of the night. "It's time for a real test," it intoned, a challenge that left me restless, haunted by shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Morning brought a revelation that shattered the fragile veil of trust. A close friend, Amy, bearer of secrets shared in the depths of night, stood before me with trembling hands and a confession in her eyes. Betrayal unfolded in the form of photographs, a narrative of deceit woven between her and a former boss. The world crumbled around me, each message a harbinger of despair. From petty misfortunes to the ruins of a life meticulously crafted, the unseen hand guided my steps towards an abyss of uncertainty. With resolve as fragile as glass, I delved into the mystery, seeking answers in the shadows where truth lay hidden. But the sender remained a phantom, a specter that eluded my grasp, leaving behind only echoes of a life torn asunder. The messages ceased, but their legacy lingered, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the darkness that lurks beneath the veneer of the everyday. As days turned to weeks and months, I pieced together fragments of a shattered existence, haunted by the knowledge that even in the quietest moments, the unknown whispers its secrets. Each buzz of my phone now a phantom touch, a spectral reminder of the unseen forces that shape our lives. A lullaby of mystery that dances on the edge of dreams, a whisper in the night. Story 65. In the depths of the night, a whisper of a memory fluttered through my mind like a ghostly echo, a fleeting sensation of something that never truly existed. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere figment of my imagination, a fleeting trick played by the weary mind under the weight of stress and exhaustion. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, those ethereal recollections grew bolder, more insistent, entwining themselves into the fabric of my reality, like tendrils of forgotten dreams resurfacing from the depths of slumber. These memories were not vague or disjointed. They felt achingly real. Conversations with strangers, vistas of unknown places, and the faces of people I had never crossed paths with. The first jolt came on a serene Sunday afternoon, as I leafed through an ancient photo album. Suddenly, a vivid memory enveloped me, a wedding ceremony in a quaint chapel draped in ivy. The fragrance of blooming flowers, the gentle melodies of a string quartet, and the laughter of unfamiliar guests enveloped me in a surreal embrace. For a fleeting moment, I was certain I had been present at that joyous occasion, until the cruel realization dawned that such an event had never graced my past. Perplexed yet determined to dismiss these vivid illusions as the whims of an overactive mind, I tried to resume my daily routine. Alas, the phantom memories persisted. I found myself recounting conversations with colleagues that had never occurred, narrating events to friends that left them bewildered. Social gatherings, locales, even personal milestones unfolded in my mind with crystal clear clarity, yet they were but elaborate fabrications of a reality that eluded me. The turning point arrived on a quiet evening as I delved into the pages of a novel. Amongst the words, I stumbled upon a passage depicting a lavish dinner party at a waterfront restaurant. A shiver ran down my spine as I envisioned the flickering candlelight, the clinking of glasses, and snatches of dialogue that seemed intimately familiar. The sense of déjà vu gripped me tightly, though I knew deep down that I had never partaken in such a soiree. Driven by a relentless quest for answers, I commenced a meticulous journal, painstakingly chronicling each false memory that besieged my consciousness. I scoured through old photographs, combed social media archives, and scrutinized calendars in a desperate bid to uncover a shred of evidence that would validate these haunting mirages. I even sought validation from friends and kin, only to be met with puzzled denials each time. Fearing the erosion of my sanity, I sought solace in the expertise of a cognitive psychologist specializing in memory anomalies. Following a battery of tests and exhaustive interviews, they delivered a baffling verdict. My mind bore no signs of impairment, no lapses in memory. According to them, my cognitive faculties remained intact. The notion of implanted false memories was broached, a concept hitherto relegated to the obscure annals of psychological research. As patterns began to emerge, linking these phantom recollections to specific times and places I had recently frequented, a chilling realization dawned upon me. The memories seemed intricately tied to my recent experiences. A charity gala I never attended, coinciding with a community event I had merely passed by. The labyrinthine web of uncanny coincidences propelled me deeper into the labyrinth of unraveling truth. Through my clandestine investigations, unsettling revelations unfurled before me. Names from my fabricated memories surfaced in connection to an elusive organization rumored to dabble in clandestine psychological experiments. Whispers of their expertise in manipulating perception and implanting artificial memories echoed in the shadowy corridors of conspiracy lore. Skepticism morphed into a creeping dread that clung to my every waking moment. Soon, the shadows of surveillance began to encroach upon my reality. Glitches in electronic devices, cryptic emails, and ominous messages urging me to cease my inquiries. Initially dismissed as paranoia, the ominous sensation of being shadowed grew too potent to ignore. Someone or something was vigilant of my relentless pursuit of truth, and they sought to veil their sinister machinations in darkness. One fateful night, while sifting through digital archives, I unearthed the clandestine psychological dossier concealed within the recesses of an encrypted folder on my computer. The document unraveled a harrowing tale of experiments mirroring my own experiences, techniques of memory implantation, behavioral manipulation, and target profiles eerily reminiscent of those I had remembered. The chill of realization gripped me as the report elucidated a chilling truth. Subjects like me struggled to distinguish fact from fiction, their emotions deftly manipulated, their realities distorted. My memories, once perceived as errors, now unveiled themselves as calculated manipulations orchestrated by unseen hands. But for what purpose? Was I a mere pawn in an insidious experiment, or was the truth far more intimate, far more personal than I dared to fathom? Driven by an unyielding resolve to unearth the truth, I amassed a trove of evidence and summoned the courage to alert the authorities. The ensuing investigation unfolded at a sluggish pace, entangled in a web of bureaucratic opacity and elusive leads. The enigmatic organization melted into the shadows, its enigmatic figures evaporating without a trace. The few survivors who surfaced shared tales akin to mine, yet the legal machinery seemed impotent against the ghostly specter of an operation shrouded in secrecy. The aftermath left me fractured, my psyche scarred by the inability to trust even the most intimate recesses of my mind. Therapy became my refuge, guiding me to delineate authentic memories from the synthetic ones, though the demarcation remained hauntingly blurred. Time may have dulled the sharp pangs of fear, but the specters of manipulation lingered like phantoms in the periphery of my consciousness. Bearing the weight of a shattered reality, I emerged as a torchbearer for transparency in memory research, staunch in my resolve to shield others from the harrowing nightmare I had endured. The ordeal sculpted me into a sentinel of truth, a guardian against the manipulation of memory's fragile tapestry. Though I pieced together my fractured identity, I remain haunted by the enigmatic question that lingers in the stillness of the night. What fragments of my being are truly mine, and what was surreptitiously woven into the fabric of remembrance? Story 66, the collaboration had glimmered with hope in the beginning. Teaming up with Ryan Cole, a magnetic and influential entrepreneur, had appeared to be the key to unlocking new horizons for my business. Ryan carried a stellar reputation, boasted an expansive network, and brimmed with fresh, cutting-edge ideas. His zeal was infectious, filling me with optimism for the ventures that lay ahead. Yet, beneath the surface, shadows began to creep into Ryan's demeanor, casting a pall over our partnership. Initially dynamic and forward-looking, his drive morphed into something darker, something more ominous. He started advocating for risky endeavors, ventures that lacked the necessary scrutiny and seemed to reach beyond the bounds of reality. Then came the day when Ryan floated a particularly unsettling proposal, a hefty investment in a fledgling tech startup with no proven track record. On paper, the startup glimmered with potential, but its shaky foundation sent shivers down my spine. I hesitated, questioning the rationale behind such a colossal commitment, but Ryan waved away my doubts with a slick smile. "Sometimes you have to gamble big to win big," he smoothly reassured me. Despite my misgivings, I tentatively agreed to proceed, though with caution. Something about the deal felt askew, yet I couldn't quite grasp the elusive truth lurking beneath the surface. As time drifted by, Ryan veiled his personal investments and financial dealings under layers of secrecy. He evaded my inquiries with charm and deflected my concerns with lofty promises. The unease festering within me swelled with each passing day. Fueled by suspicion, I delved into Ryan's past. My online search yielded scant information, no significant career milestones or notable triumphs, just murky references to failed enterprises and shuttered businesses. The absence of a clear professional track record raised crimson flags of alarm. Driven by a relentless quest for truth, I enlisted the services of a private investigator, furnishing them with every morsel of intel I possessed on Ryan, his past ventures, connections, and financial transactions. The discoveries they unearthed were both unsettling and enlightening. Ryan's history was littered with botched ventures, legal wrangles, and a disconcerting pattern of deceitful schemes. He had duped partners into investing in sham projects, funneling funds into clandestine accounts. One egregious incident stood out. Ryan had orchestrated a scam where he persuaded investors to pour millions into a phantom company. It was nothing but a hollow shell, meticulously crafted to drain resources and vanish without a trace, leaving his associates in ruin, bereft of recourse. Armed with this damning knowledge, I knew that continuing the partnership was untenable. I orchestrated a meeting in a neutral venue, a serene eatery where we had often huddled over business matters. As we settled in, a sense of foreboding draped over me like a heavy shroud. "Ryan, I've been delving into your past endeavors," I broached cautiously. "There are discrepancies that cannot be overlooked." His confident facade wavered for the first time. "What are you insinuating?" he retorted sharply. "My past is irrelevant. We should be focusing on the future." Undeterred, I presented the investigator's findings, watching as his color drained upon perusing the damning evidence. His mask crumbled, replaced by fury and desperation. "You fail to comprehend," he spat, his voice escalating. "This is all part of a grander scheme. You simply fail to see the full canvas." His words wove a tangled web of contradictions, a desperate bid to regain control. It was evident he sought to manipulate me, spinning tales of untapped potentials and clandestine dealings. But his charade had unraveled, exposing the ruse for what it was. "I'm done," I declared firmly. "I'm severing all ties. Legal proceedings will follow." Ryan's entreaties devolved into frenzied pleas, but I stood resolute. Continuing the alliance would only plunge me deeper into jeopardy. I could not afford to be ensnared further by his machinations. In the aftermath, I toiled tirelessly with my legal counsel to contain the fallout. We disentangled financial entanglements, safeguarded my remaining assets, and reported Ryan's misdeeds to the authorities. The process was arduous and protracted, but it was imperative to safeguard both my business and personal integrity. Ryan vanished shortly thereafter, likely setting his sights on his next prey. Though I breathed a sigh of relief at being rid of his influence, the encounter left an indelible mark. His deception had been calculated and treacherous, a harsh lesson in the dangers of misplaced trust in the realm of business. Yet, from the crucible of that trial, I emerged fortified and vigilant. I reconstructed my enterprise with heightened circumspection, vowing never to be blindsided by charisma and empty promises again. In a realm where trust often serves as currency, I learned the steep toll of misplaced faith and the imperative of guarding against such a costly error. Story 67. On a serene and hushed night, the world seemed to hold its breath. Only the gentle hum of my car's engine and the occasional whisper of leaves danced by the wind broke the stillness. It was well past midnight as I made my way home from a visit with friends. The road ahead stretched out empty, illuminated by streetlights casting long, eerie shadows on the pavement. These late-night drives were my solace, a time to ponder, to let my mind wander freely while the world slumbered. The country roads leading to my house were like old friends, offering a sense of familiarity and comfort in their desolate beauty. However, that sense of ease began to slip away when I noticed a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. Initially, I brushed it off as just another vehicle sharing the road. Yet, as the miles passed, those headlights remained fixed, neither drawing closer nor falling behind, matching my pace with eerie precision. With each glance at the mirror, my unease grew. The car behind me made no attempt to overtake, nor did it veer off at any intersection I passed. I tried to increase my speed, hoping to create some distance, but the headlights adjusted accordingly, maintaining the same unwavering proximity. When I slowed down, the mysterious car mirrored my actions. A knot of tension coiled in my stomach. The rhythmic sound of my tires on the road grew louder, emphasizing the emptiness of the darkened highway. Desperation crept in as I took a sharp turn onto a lesser-known lane, hoping to shake off my pursuer with its twists and turns. Yet, as I stole a glance in the mirror, those persistent headlights remained, as though the driver knew my every move. Fear gripped me as I heard stories of being followed, a scenario I never thought I would find myself in. My palms grew damp against the steering wheel as I struggled to devise a plan. I decided to test the car's intentions by taking unpredictable turns and altering my speed, attempting to lose the shadow behind me. But to my dismay, the headlights continued to follow, unfaltering and unyielding. It felt as though the car behind me possessed a will of its own, relentless, methodical, never straying too far. The isolation of the road heightened my vulnerability, with no houses or streetlights in sight, just me, my car, and those haunting headlights. Finally, a small gravel lot materialized in the darkness, barely visible. I turned into it swiftly, cutting my engine and plunging myself into darkness, holding my breath. A moment of eerie silence enveloped me before the headlights of the other car emerged. My heart raced as I watched them approach the lot, the beams scouring the area. I huddled lower in my seat, heart pounding in my ears. The car lingered, its lights sweeping across the gravel lot, time stretching on in tense anticipation. Eventually, the headlights began to fade, the car moving away until vanishing from sight. I remained in the darkness for several minutes, ensuring the car was truly gone before starting my engine and venturing back onto the road. My hands trembled, gripping the wheel tightly. Every shadow seemed more menacing, every sound more ominous. The once familiar road now felt like a labyrinth of potential dangers. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting the headlights to reappear. When I finally arrived home and closed the garage door, relief washed over me, albeit tinged with lingering anxiety. The feeling of being followed stuck to me like a shadow, an invisible weight I couldn't shake. In the days that followed, I avoided late-night drives, opting for busier routes during safer times. Every set of headlights in my mirror made my heart leap. The solitude that once brought me peace now carried a sense of caution. I reported the incident to the local authorities, providing what little information I could recall. Their advice to stay vigilant did little to ease my nerves. The encounter left a lasting imprint. Those headlights became a symbol of vulnerability, a stark reminder of how swiftly the familiar can morph into something sinister. Late-night drives, once a source of tranquility and reflection, now bore an undercurrent of wariness. Though the mysterious car never resurfaced and the fear eventually ebbed, the memory of that night lingered, a shadowy echo of the unseen perils that may lurk in the quietest corners of our lives. Story 68. The day began as any other, with gentle sunlight peeking through the curtains and the comforting hum of my coffee maker in the distance. Yet a sense of normalcy faded when I spied a small package resting on my doorstep. A plain brown box, devoid of a return address, bearing only my name inscribed in an unfamiliar, tidy stack, ripped, Curiosity mingled with a tinge of unease as I brought the box inside my home. With a knife, I carefully sliced through the tape and unveiled its contents. Within lay a collection of photographs, meticulously arranged and secured with a simple rubber band. My heart quickened as I flipped through the images, each one unveiling a different facet of my life. The initial photo captured a serene moment at a nearby park where I had spent a leisurely afternoon just a week prior. I sat on a bench, engrossed in a book, unaware of the lens capturing my candid pose from afar. A chill traced down my spine at the realization that I had been watched without my knowledge. Subsequent photos depicted me at various city locales, exiting a grocery store, dining at a cafe, browsing the library shelves. Each image, taken from distinct angles and distances, shared a disquieting commonality. I stood alone in every frame, devoid of companionship. It seemed as though an unseen observer had shadowed my movements for weeks, meticulously documenting my solitary existence. As I reached the final photograph, a sense of dread crept over me. Unlike its predecessors, this image depicted me in my own living room, seated on the couch with a startled expression. The photograph had been captured through the window, revealing an outsider's gaze upon me. The scene mirrored a moment when I had glanced up from my book, startled by a noise. Dated from the prior day, the photo underscored the unsettling reality that someone had been surveilling me mere hours before. Nestled among the photos was a note, its contents trembling in my hands. The message within read, "I see you, and I know you see me. These photos mirror your life, captured and foreseen. Observe closely, and the future shall unfold. Your choices shall dictate what follows." My pulse quickened as I grappled with the cryptic missive. The photographs hinted not only at surveillance, but also at an unseen hand manipulating the tapestry of my life. The notion of my future being scripted in such an intimate and intrusive manner struck fear into my core. Seeking answers, I turned to the authorities, sharing the package and its contents in the hope of unmasking the sender or gaining insight. The officers received the evidence, pledging to delve into the matter. They conjectured that the photos might be the machinations of a personal adversary or a relentless stalker. Yet without further clues, deciphering the sender's motive or identity posed a formidable challenge. Days ebbed by, yet the specter of the photos lingered, casting a shadow over my routines. Each morning, I approached my mailbox with trepidation, half expecting another parcel. Paranoia seeped into my daily existence, compelling me to cast furtive glances over my shoulder, pondering unseen eyes upon me. On a somber afternoon, amid the shuffle of mail, I unearthed another envelope. Resembling its predecessor, this package bore a single photograph instead of a box. The image, captured at the park where the saga began, depicted me traversing a woodland trail, marked with a crimson X at a specific juncture. Inscribed on the reverse was a chilling command: "The path you choose shall sculpt your fate. Meet me at the X, and enlightenment shall dawn." The message left me torn between intrigue and terror. The idea of confronting this enigmatic figure loomed large, yet the notion of being coerced into a choice shrouded in mystery unnerved me further. Resolved to confront the unknown, I ventured to the park as twilight descended, guided by the fading light. The park lay cloaked in a hush, punctuated solely by rustling leaves and distant urban echoes. I arrived at the designated spot, marked by the scarlet X, a juncture where the trail curved into a secluded alcove. I stood on edge, awaiting a revelation, until a figure materialized from the shadows, a man cloaked in darkness, his countenance partially veiled by a hat's brim. Halting a few paces away, he exuded an air of authority. "You have arrived," his deep, mellifluous voice intoned. "I perceive you have followed the trail of clues." "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice quavering. "What is your purpose with me?" Drawing nearer, he unveiled his features from the shadows. An older man, with keen features and an intense gaze, he began to elucidate. I've been an observer of your existence, witnessing your responses to the enigmatic. The photographs aim to illuminate the threads of your future and assess your mettle. A surge of anger and fear gripped me. Why? For what reason do you subject me to this ordeal? His demeanor softened marginally. Our choices sculpt our essence. The photographs were not mere prophecies, but a compass to guide you toward revelation. Your responses, your choices, they delineate your trajectory. I sought to unveil how the future is molded by the present. My thoughts whirled, endeavoring to decipher his enigmatic words. So, this was all a trial? Not merely a trial, he replied. A lesson. You confronted uncertainty and dread, yet you also showcased resilience. The future lies within your grasp. Your responses to adversity shape your destiny. With that pronouncement, he turned and vanished into the shadows. I lingered in contemplation, grappling with the encounter and the enigmatic message he left in his wake. The photographs, the premonitions, the trial, they coalesced into a grander tapestry, a tapestry designed to compel me to face my fears and embrace choice. Departing from the park, I bore a peculiar sense of closure and liberation. Though the ordeal had unsettled me, it underscored the potency of choice and the imperative of confronting the unknown with fortitude. The future remained obscured, yet I grasped that I held the reins, to shape it through my actions, my decisions, and my willingness to confront the enigma that lies ahead. Story 69. It all began one serene autumn evening, the air crisp and alive with the gentle rustling of leaves underfoot. The twilight sky painted a canvas of warm, golden hues over the peaceful neighborhood. In the backyard, I found myself amidst laughter and joy, setting up for a quaint family gathering with my children, their gleeful voices intertwined with the melody of nature, creating a soothing soundtrack to the evening's unfolding tale. As I arranged the picnic table, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a small hovering object in the distant sky. Initially dismissing it as a bird or maybe a passing plane, my curiosity piqued as it drew nearer, eventually lingering directly above our backyard. It was a drone, its presence casting a shadow of unease over the tranquil scene. I brushed off my apprehensions, attributing it to a community event or a tech enthusiast's playful endeavor. In the following days, the drones became an unwelcome regularity, appearing at odd hours, dawn and dusk, seemingly fixated on our home, capturing snippets of our daily life with uncanny precision. Not just one drone, but multiple, dancing in synchronized harmony through the skies. Their persistent surveillance felt deliberate, shrouding our sanctuary in a cloak of discomfort and suspicion. Growing restless and perturbed, I took matters into my own hands. Security cameras adorned the corners of our abode, silently documenting the drone's intrusive dance. Anxiety gnawed at my core as I realized the drones invaded our privacy, capturing intimate family moments with unwavering focus. Seeking solace, I turned to the authorities, sharing the evidence in hopes of respite. Their response, however, offered little comfort, a vague promise of investigation, hindered by the elusive nature of the drones. Feeling helpless, I delved into the labyrinth of surveillance footage, unearthing a revelation. The drones followed a meticulously plotted course, as if guided by a meticulous, almost obsessive force. There was intent in their flight, a purpose beyond mere observation. Driven by the need for answers, I ventured into the realm of drone enthusiasts, seeking enlightenment. Their denials only fueled my suspicions, leaving a trail of doubt in their wake. One fateful evening, a chilling discovery awaited me as I revisited the footage. A reflection in the glass of our back door unveiled a figure, a man obscured in shadows, manipulating a remote control under the canopy of a nearby tree. His identity eluded me, but his actions spoke volumes, a sinister puppeteer orchestrating the voyeuristic spectacle from afar. Armed with newfound clarity, I returned to the authorities, unveiling the sinister truth. A formal investigation ensued, unveiling the culprit, Ethan Brooks, a freelance journalist entangled in a web of deceit. His guise of a documentary filmmaker crumbled under scrutiny, revealing a disturbing fixation on my family, blurring the line between observation and intrusion. The law intervened, reprimanding Ethan and confiscating his tools of surveillance. Yet the scars of his invasion lingered, a stark reminder of the fragile divide between privacy and exploitation. We fortified our fortress, upgraded our defenses, but the sense of security remained shattered, a haunting testament to the perils of a surveilled world. Ethan's trespass served as a poignant lesson, underscoring the dire need for vigilance and safeguarding personal sanctuaries in a world where technology blurs the boundaries of privacy. Though justice prevailed, the shadow of his intrusion lingered, etching a cautionary tale in the annals of our lives, a tale of resilience amidst the encroaching gaze of modernity. Story 70, the unexpected discovery of the diary, unfolded like a whispered secret, a delicate dance of chance and fate that drew me into its mysterious embrace. It all began on a serene Sunday afternoon, bathed in the gentle glow of sunlight that painted the room with a golden hue, stretching time into a languid reverie. As I meticulously worked on refinishing the weathered wooden floorboards of my living space, the rhythmic sanding and polishing filled the air with a soothing cadence. In a moment that felt like a hidden whisper of destiny, my screwdriver struck a solid object concealed beneath one of the boards, igniting a spark of curiosity within me. With careful intent, I pried the board loose, revealing a shallow cavity that cradled an ancient treasure, a weathered, leather-bound diary, its cover bearing the marks of time's tender caress. The diary's binding was delicate, its edges frayed as if protecting secrets long forgotten, buried in the passage of years. A soft gasp escaped me as I pondered who had left this silent sentinel behind, concealed in the heart of my home. With trembling hands, I gingerly opened the diary, its yellowed pages whispering softly as they unfolded. The ink, now faded to a somber sepia hue, bore witness to words penned with a precision that hinted at a deliberate elegance. The first entry, dated October 12, 1969, painted a picture of a tranquil beginning, a tale of a new abode nestled in a quiet neighborhood brimming with untold promise. A chill skittered down my spine as I read further, recognizing with unsettling clarity the vivid descriptions of my own living room, from the creaking window frame to the sun's warm embrace filtering through the bay window where I now sat. Despite the eerie familiarity, I pressed on, drawn deeper into the enigmatic narrative that mirrored my reality with uncanny accuracy. The subsequent entries unfolded like echoes of my own past, personal milestones, awkward moments of youth, and the cherished memories of a beloved companion. Yet, with each turned page, a disquieting unease crept over me, weaving a tangled web of disbelief and apprehension. A particular entry, dated August 14, 1975, etched the memory of a car accident in vivid detail, one that mirrored my own harrowing experience. The details, so intimately recounted, bore witness to a knowledge shrouded in secrecy, a knowledge I had never shared beyond the confines of my heart. The diary's tone darkened, shadowed by the writer's struggles with creeping paranoia and sleepless nights, haunted by unseen specters that lingered in the corners of their mind. The writer's fears mirrored my own, igniting a spark of recognition that sent shivers down my spine. Then, like a chilling premonition, an entry dated January 2nd, 1980, recounted a harrowing encounter with a stranger at the writer's doorstep, a stranger who delved too deeply into their past, unearthing truths best left buried. My breath caught in my throat as I recalled a recent unsettling visitation, an encounter with a mysterious figure who probed into my life with unsettling precision, leaving behind a trail of disquieting questions that lingered like a specter in my waking hours. The diary wove a tapestry of intimate revelations, exposing the hidden recesses of my soul to an unknown watcher, a watcher privy to secrets not meant for the light of day. As I hastened towards the final entries, the pages bore witness to a descent into madness. The once elegant script, now a frenzied scrawl of fragmented thoughts and disjointed memories. The writer spoke of time unraveling, of dreams bleeding into reality, and a chilling certainty that they were but a pawn in a sinister game. The last entry stood as a haunting testament to impending dread. The shadows draw near. I feel their breath upon me. If you find this, it is too late. The diary fell silent, its words a haunting echo in the stillness that enveloped me like a suffocating shroud. I sat frozen, the weight of revelation pressing down upon me, casting a pall over the once familiar confines of my home. The walls seemed to inch closer, whispering secrets that danced just beyond my grasp, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Was my life truly my own, or had I unwittingly become a character in another's twisted saga? Had the diarist chronicled their own tale, or had they inscribed my existence upon those weathered pages? With trembling hands, I carefully replaced the floorboard, sealing the diary within its sepulchral chamber. Yet, even as I secured the boards, I knew that the unease festering within me refused to be contained. That night, sleep eluded me, the shadows of the old house taking on a life of their own, whispering secrets that danced just beyond the edge of perception. Each creak, each shift in the darkness seemed to echo with a haunting resonance, as if the very walls held whispered truths I dared not comprehend. In the silence of my room, a chilling realization gripped me, a realization that the pages of the diary had not merely unveiled a past, but had hinted at a future yet unwritten. And as I lay in the stillness, the weight of impending revelation heavy upon my chest, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that somewhere, in the depths of the night, a pen hovered over parchment, ready to inscribe, and I was the next chapter in a story not my own.